Hello. Thank you for the ability to have this celestial eye, this spiritual eye, the eye to not be blinded, right, by the scales into apocalypse, to lift off that cover and to reveal. And that light's too much. Shine it over a little bit more. It's right in my eyes. Thank you, Father, okay, for being the light, the horizo, the separator. You're the horizo. You're Shiloh. You're Holkadesh. You're Aletheia. You're the creator, Father Nature and Father Time. You create all things. So thank you, Father, for that. Guess who's back? We're doing Revelation. I am Revelation. Thank you, Father, for this. Spiritual eye, celestial eye, scriptural eyes. Scriptural eyes. Do you have scriptural eyes? So we're age restricted, so good. That'll keep this channel. We'll see if we still carry the tab. So we deleted a channel video because we just got a little too we plucked too many U-bows. You know, to draw the string back like Nimrod, the mighty hunter, Satan, Apollyon, the sun god, Abaddon John, the seventh king, being revealed as the eighth king as you know it. It's the end of the world as we know it, and I feel fine. How about you? How you doing? So we slipped out from underneath that last one. We deleted the video before the video was deleted, and the deleted video, and we're still going live, so we undid the video. Now we're here. Guess who's back? The seventh king's being revealed as the eighth king. The rider of Revelation, the rider on the white horse, Apollyon, the one with the bow. The bow. Remember? The one who lived in the 58-story Manhattan Tower. Oops, I mean, that wasn't an oops. I did that on purpose. In Babylon. Babylon come. Ganja. They don't want to call it that, call it marijuana. They don't want to call it that, call it sensimilia. Oh, deep down in the earth when we put me ganja. Remember sowing seeds? That word is to broadcast. Anyways, apologize. This hoodie I went outside is a little raining out there, so that's wet on my neck. People talking out the side of their neck. So we got a little adult content. Is there a tab on this video before you come in there for adult content? Do they tag me? Because I deleted the video before the video could be deleted. It was deleted already, but we were still going. So I went in and deleted it under the back door. Guess who's back? The seventh king's being revealed as the eighth king. I told you. Timmy crack corn. Not like I told you so. It's by the number. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. Remember? You know, as a snake. And then he let the Joe Biden. Oh, 2 wings to the same hole. 2 cheeks, right? To the same dragon. So, a revelation. Have you had a revelation? You know what a revelation is. Remember the toxon, the one with the bow? The bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease in warp speed. How fast you going? Are you spinning on a planet? Ball? Pride? Ball camp? Let your balls hang out. Got your balls hanging in the sky. Worshiping balls. Sky Daddy. Who's your Sky Daddy? A Sky Daddy Jesus. Oh, your Sky Daddy, booby Jesus. Your Jesus has boobies. You know, guys, they like boobies. That's why they go after Satan, the sun god. Ladies are like, oh. So we had a good discussion yesterday talking about the ladies having an inability to suckle or breastfeed their children, and that because of the modern day technologies, we have ways for them to get access instead of corn syrup for their corn daddy. Their corn daddy guy. It's more oil, corn oil. Ha! Corny oil. Corn oil. Remember the Diddy party with the Diddy oil? The baby bath party? Oh, I mean the bath salts? Oh, the bath party. Oh, it was the big bed. Who do you think paid for that baby bath oil? Mr. Warp Speed himself. Mr. Oil Daddy. Remember? Decorates his house with Mithra, Satan, the sun god. Welcome to Jew2. Remember? 2 tubes, 2 hollow needles, the fang squirting that snake oil at you like Mr. Jones, Alex. Lock her up. Remember? Hillary for prison. Then she sat at his inaugural dinner. So, how about lock him up? Nope. Nobody goes to jail. Remember all the E-God, Doge? I told you all that was going to happen before it did, didn't I? It's like I knew. That word's called prognosko. I'm not a prophet. There's no such thing as prophets. I am a prophet, false teacher by celestial. That's the word it's called pizzo. The one who causes the sheep, the scatter, the divide. Father is the horizo. He's the one who separates and condemns. And this used to be able to fuck somebody. Apologize. See, that was Old Testament. Eye for an eye. Tooth for a tooth. Somebody came in and hurt your son or daughter, killed them. You could sneak into their house and kill them. So, looking a little sleep. Hurry up time. Are you you're on drugs or something? You insinuating drugs? You a drug pusher like the largest drug dealer on this rock, Donald John Trump with his $2.2 trillion Pfizer jab drug pusher? Are you pushing drugs in here like a virus? You're just programmed like some idiot. We ban idiots like you, drug pushers. You want people to get the side effects, so go farmed out to the farm guy. Okay, go push your drugs somewhere else. Get out of this channel. Don't come back. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you goodbye 2 times. And then he said, depart from them. Don't sup with vipers. Remember, he said you knew it was a snake, and then he let the Joe Biden. So let me get this. What is this person's name? Not okay. Yeah, I'm not okay. Remember, I asked if my son was okay, and I got grenaded in the face. So, let's not get another. I don't care. Jimmy Crack Corn. Like I said, they drive on corn syrup cars. Remember, put it in their food. Shouldn't eat corn if you can help it at all. But anyways, you can eat whatever you want under this covenant. It's not what goes in a man that defile them. Right? All things in moderation, brothers and sisters. What comes out of them. So apologize for my shortcomings. Pretty chilly out here today already. It's obviously tomorrow's the blind 11. 4 plus 5 is 9. And then he let the bite in. And then 4 plus 7 is 11. So, here we go. The revelation, it's here. The 1945 923 rituals, 923 equals 911. 911 does equal 923. 923 doesn't mean anything, but it does to them. It's 923 executive orders, because on 2017 of 923, the birth of the virgin that was declared by Christ and given to the isles. Remember, eyes at the islands of the gold mines in Patmos? As a revelation that was given to John. Remember, not the Baptists by water, that's by blood and fire and trial, but by John. Remember Christ, he gave him that the 12th sign, the revelation of remember the 3 wandering stars that stood still for not 4 days, not 4 weeks, but 40 weeks, like the inception of a birth of a child. He spoke of that 2,600 years ago, and it happened in 2017. Remember, 2 years prior, Bethlehem. My love, Shiloh, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, and you better have a crown when Shiloh returns. You don't know what that means because you're a religious idiot. These are celestial markers that were left in the firmament that were spoken of at Christ. Remember, he gave that twice. He said first he came in flesh, but he said second in the stars, and then he gave that revelation in John. What am I talking about? Then 13, then another great sign in the firmament, a great red dragon. So it happens. It's the celestial marker, the birth of an age. Remember, from fire to water, deception. The veil that was put over, guess what? Welcome to Revelation. The firmament declared it. Remember, at the marker of the age, the year 0, 19, 2000, 19, year 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Are you producing fruit? 5, he'll cut you down. Remember? The parable of the fig tree. Jonah, it's been all here, but it's not in front of you because you have blind eyes. You've been blinded by the light. You're in the Broadway. You're on your Broadway, Jesus. You're above Jesus. You sit down on your ass, Jesus. Sit down, you got to take your cross up daily. Who shall deny themselves? Death to self, spiritual death. Remember, daily. Luke, my disciples, take up your cross daily. Deny yourself daily. That Greek word is porneia, not hub. Idolatria, serving your eyes. Father wasn't serve the eyes, he wants to serve the word. Remember, you can't see the word, you can't see faith. Those both exist. You believe in air, right? You can't see that. Believe is not a thought in your head. You're an idiot. You can't believe in anything. Believe is an action word. Faith is a noun, and faith, by faith and faith alone are we saved. But you got to put legs on faith, right? Believe's an action word, not a thought in your head, stupid. Stupid means to be nice. I'm not going to get in there and be nice to you. So, Wake up. He said, play your flight not be in the winter because you're cold. In fact, remember, Rocket Man. Burning out his fuse up here alone. Remember, Mr. Bye. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no more of that tri-daddy worship. Remember, they got that transgender comet up there pointing its phallic at the sun right now, right? Huh. Never thought I'd see a transgender comet. I knew there was such a thing as a transgender Jesus. Remember? Man, beast, and woman, born on December 25th, the Mass A God of the flesh. Remember, fathers didn't want us to eat flesh. He said the giants, right? They scout out the giants in the land of Anak, the Anunnaki. Not Skywalker, you idiot. There's no gods in the sky. There's no such thing as alien. That's a word. You don't live on a planet. Devil is not in the scripture. Lucifer, that never existed. Who the hell is Lucifer? Why are these people? Venus is the morning star, not Lucifer. What the hell are these people talk about? See, these people are spun on a ball, right? Ball camp. One time in band camp, ball camp, whatever. You take your little flute and stick it in somebody else's American Pie. Listen here, band camp, ball camp, whatever camp you're on. I want to hear flat round or whatever. We're adults in here. Take your shape, whatever square peg, and stick it in somebody else's triangle. Idiots. Right in front of your face at the Super Bowl halftime show, huh? Half a bowl? How about a millimeter bowl? How about a millimeter wave? How about a death ray? You ever study Tesla? Nope. You know what perpetual gravitics is, or perpetual polarity? You know anything about saucers full of secrets like Pink Floyd? Get them up against the wall. Remember? We don't need no education. Remember, you can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. From the foundation of the world, most people go to hell. It says in the book of Matthew. So don't worry about it. You're not here to try to change a single soul. He said, worry not who can take your flesh, only who can take your flesh and your soul. Yeah, watch it. It's about right now. It's about right now. Donald is Pinky, remember? When he comes out after his whole getting all boosting him up for the, if I had my way, remember? He comes out. Know where the movie? Go watch it again. It's not about, you don't have to be on drugs. Don't push drugs in here. We'll kick you out of here. You don't have to be high, or it's a movie about now. World War II equals World War III. That's the Hammers. And he comes out. He's all slicked up in his black suit. What's that about? World War II equals World War III. We're here now. I'm the only one who's ever decoded that, I think, on YouTube. Honestly, and I don't want no credit. I've done a lot of decodes that nobody else has done. There's thousands of hours, so I apologize. It's cold out here, guys. Plus, I got respiratory problems because got grenaded 5 times by the police, hit in the face, and tear gas, so I suffer for some issues in my nose too when it's cold. So it's gonna be a long winter. No, that's not 9-year cycle. Yeah, well, there's a 5th turning. Remember the 400-year cycle? Okay, you're talking about the debt cycle too. Remember that 80, also 1945 equals 2025, because that's the cycle birth of the reserve currency. Who had it before us? Go back in history. We don't always get to keep, the inflation creation machine. So you must have been paying attention more than just that, 11, 12-year solar cycle of Jupiter, if you think about it, because it has its rotation. That's what creates our solar cycle, the solar minima, solar maxima. But there are many. Remember that 5th turning, the 400-year cycle. That's where we're at now, times, right? 6,000 years ago was the cycle where he flooded this rock from above and below, and now he's going to use fire. Welcome to the 12,000-year cycle, the super cycle that they know. That's why Trump calls it his golden age. They're just mocking the whole world. Because the people, it's the age of clay. Remember, Stinky Muskrat, the iron will not cleave. Daniel, his prophecies, the decipher, the dreams. He's a magi. I'm a magi. I'm eternal. So I've been here hundreds of times. I don't end. Death is a doorway where one closes, another opens. Like time is an illusion. It's not 2025. If any one of you think it's 2025 in here, I implore you to yourself, you lunatic. He said to stand up to this crap, and the whole world's doing it, but that's okay. It's not 2025. God's not in the sky. There's no such thing as aliens. That's a word. Father is the word Hulkadesh. Remember? That's the word ghost. And there's no such thing as ghost. You're an idiot. See, that's why I can't stand the Ghostbusters. Put a little slimy thing in the box or whatever. Slime creatures from outer space. Oh, Marvin the Martian, slam dunk. You sting like Air Jordan. Man, that stuff's got more hang time than Michael Jordan in here, right? Ooh, something stinks like pig shit. Hope apologize, swine. He said, don't sup with vipers, or remember, and then he let the bite in, and don't cast your pearls before in the mud, swine. So people don't know the word. They know the world. Say, come out here, my people, and I'm in love with the word because I'm going to be married. I'm excited. I'm the bride. So this ain't about this world. You gonna trade any of this dirt? He said idolatry. That's idols, things, little things you see, the little dirt, little statues, or big old 58-story towers. He doesn't want us to love the dirt. He wants us to love the word. That is the word Ruach HaKodesh, Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit, Spirit, truth, Aletheia, HaKodesh, Hados. The only way to the Father is through the narrow way, right? Yes, through the Son. He said, I am the way. You just don't read the word. You say things like planet. Where the hell is there a planet? Get out of here. They're spinning ball camp. This one time in ball camp, man camp, I said, go stick your American pie in somebody else's. Well, how about this one time in ball camp? I was spinning around at 1,400 miles an hour. I was on a block, rock, in a box. I say geometry in a box, right? Square. We were spinning around and corkscrewing. That's the Hebrew word to pervert, add, or take away from his book. You're an antichrist. Give it a letter. You're either with Christ, you're antichrist. Through time and space. And you ever seen the heliocentric model? So if you're on a block, okay, you said a ball, a planet, where does that exist? And you're spinning at 1,040 miles an hour in the third dimension, rock from the sun through time and space, then why in the hell would you have to go to space? And can you tell me in scripture where it says there's space? What the hell? I was a magi. I know there's a clock above your head. You think a clock is some numbers with a hand pointed at a wall? That's how you tell time? You're an idiot. You're a Satanist. So you're already adding. Oh, now it's digits on a screen, huh? 010101. Oh, now a computer's alive, and we're going to put it in a robot. We're going to whack them. You ever see the Deagle maps? It's coming, brothers, sisters. You don't see this, but they're doing it by the scripture. I don't have a crystal ball. There's no such thing as luck. There's no such thing as fortunes. No such thing as future tense. Father created all things. You're only into seeing an unwinding of his writings. Remember? An unwinding. Maybe that's why they got you froward. That's where perverted, thinking you're corkscrewing. You can't corkscrew me. Get the flock out of Dodge, okay? Seriously. Can't dodge it, ram it. Get them out of here. There's cash up in your description. If you don't have to tie this ministry, put good comments. All you have to do is to be part of this ministry. Okay? So, no, Father didn't say, it said it's an abomination. It's an abomination for a man to lie with another man. Get this person out of here. It's never been okay. Father doesn't want you cutting off body parts on kids either. No, it's not all right for children to ever see sex. Get him out of here, please. Remember, it's an abomination for a man to put on women's clothing. It's an abomination for a woman to put on man's clothing. It's an abomination for a woman to scissor with another woman. Stop it. Get out of here. Take your, don't have it. It's not okay. One race, the human race. Father made that for a reason. You're trying to pervert. That means change what Father created. So go by. See you later. Get this. What is this person? Ashes. Quit making ash. You be ashes under my feet. My enemy, my footstool. Remember he said he'll come back and crush the heel of the serpent. So you're being so judgmental. You're damn right. So there's no such thing. Tell me what a Jew is. Teeth. Remember, eye for eye, tooth for a tooth. What is a Jew? Do you even understand what that means? That's tabernacles up in here. You know what I'm saying? You know what that is? Tabernacles. It's an abomination for this guy to breathe American air. Oh, as your American citizens, don't moderate red. Let's see. Red, are you okay with women being drafted in America? Did you get a vote on that there, Red? Let's make Red into an ass. Let's see if he's an ass, if he can learn, or if he's brutish in nature, if he has any sense like America that makes not a single penny, not one, and has 1,000 military bases, kicking poor people off the streets, over a $1 trillion military budget, poor people off the streets as Red sits in his little comfort. They're coming for Red. Maybe it's just because you're Red this time. Remember, last time it was because your parents were, yellow, right? From Japan, if you want to put colors. I don't see color, you freaking. All right, why is this person not in here? Out of here. Where's my moderators? Moderators, moderate any comment that's off topic here. Anybody that's, you know what I'm saying? Yes, Mr. Warp Speed. Donald Trump is a PDF file. We know it. So remember, he said, I was a snake before you let me in. Then he let the Joe Biden in. Remember? Yeah, now you're at 4 plus 5 is 9, 4 plus 7 is 11. President 9/11 selected by the Fortune 500 company. I don't care what these idiots say. American, that guy didn't even have an answer, did he, on why is American women being drafted? You're out of here. Hey, cardboard, can you munch, crush these people in here? I don't want him in here. He said, don't sup, ever, with vipers. Remember? He let the Joe Biden. You'll never see Donald John, Mr. Warp Speed, the man who has his house decorated with Mithra the sun god, the guy that said it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle, then quoted it, right, mocked it, and then said, well, I'm inventing a microscopic line of camels and I'm sparing no expense. Could you be any more blasphemous? He decorates his house with Satan, the Polyon, the Mithra the sun god. Are you lost in space farce? You know what I'm saying? Teeth thinks I'm defensive. Defensive. Teeth, what are you, are you butthurt? You snowflake or something? Go away. So you don't have to like me, just so you know. Neo's been here before. Neo, you're almost earned your wrench. I think you've been here before. Okay. Apologize. It's cold out here, guys. I've been issue with this with the tear gas and stuff. So I got no more fire. I don't have any firewood right now, so I'll figure it out. But I'm trying to get into the other cabin. But I'll work it out. Father does whatever he wants. I don't make plans because he'll crush them. So we're trying to give wrenches in this channel now so we can, ward off all this evil, give you a number 10 socket and you'll be lost. How about that? We made that up yesterday too. I thought it was pretty good. So we do some things on the fly, shoot from the hip, if you know what I'm talking about, but not with guns. We use our mouth. Don't go down as the silent majority. So if you put anything in here that's swine, moderate these swine out of here. He said, do not sup with swine. Remember, he said, and then he let the Joe Biden. No, that's what I said. But anyways, you go ahead and play your little silly little reindeer games and do it's all that worship of this, Baphomet worship, and people don't see it. So I don't care. We are here in the book of Revelation. We're in the last book, and I don't want to hang out with people who don't even know that. Just because I said the last book doesn't mean it's the end. That actually said it's not the end, but the beginning. They're just too fooled, spun, warped, perverted, think they're spinning on a planet. It never says planet one time. And I brought this up. I'm bringing this up that I'm telling you what's coming. If people could be fooled that a virus is alive, then it's easy to tell them that this computer, Johnny 5 alive. Remember, I'm standing here beside myself. I'm sporting a very tremendous Woody. You remember that commercial, that movie? They've been putting it. E.T. phone home. You remember? They fly over a plane at all this. Remember E.T. plane at phone home? Never mind. Who's your daddy? Sky Daddy Jesus. They've been putting this in people's heads since they television. The first time you saw a spinning ball was what? On television. You know what I'm saying? So it's just nonsense. These people believe in gods in the sky. The Father is not flesh. Father has never had a flesh existence. He is the word Hokadesh, that is spirit or ghost. Now they got people think that ghosts are real. Aliens are real. Alien is a word, for Christ's sake. A word. Christ is a word that was never written in the original text. Neither is the word Lord. That means master. He said don't add anything. And now you're adding jots. That's a little tiny period. And now you blew it up with helium because NASA's got the answer to all your questions. I'll blow everything up with helium, right? And send it up above your head so they can do this payload from above and below and play this whole, game with everybody. Slime creatures from outer space. There's no such thing as space. Get out of my space. Where does it say in scripture there's a planet? Where does it say there's space? You can't go to the clock above your head. Leave. I don't sup with vipers. This is your Anakin Skywalker daddy. Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. Now we got big feet, right? Where does it say that? If it's not aligned with scripture, you're out of here. Alien is a word. It's a freaking word. It doesn't exist in a physical form. Just like Father, Hokadesh doesn't exist. He sent his son through the water canal. He had to birth a fire age, a wrath. Fuck your sister, be fruitful, multiply, eye for an eye, remember? But you don't know this testament. You're under some religion. Cast spells to you by temples made by hands. That's what these people do. And he said that's not where he's at. Christ in you. The kingdom of heaven is within, brothers and sisters. If you'd read the word, fall in love with it. That is the word agape. Doesn't say love. Remember, he's not asking you if you phileo me, Peter. Do you agape? That's the word agape is 2 John and 6. That's to walk and follow in the commandments of Father. And he commands you, as he said, his son, because he didn't love everybody. He only loved Aaron and Levi. He didn't love the Gentiles. Remember, he hated Esau, right? I knew you before they were in the womb, Jacob, before he was ever born or done anything on this earth. Don't tell me God loves everybody. God is a title, for Christ's sake. God damn it does not mean taking the Lord's name in vain. Vain means worthless. It means every stinking one of those words in that book, and don't even add a period. Thought is the word porneia. If you do, you are an antichrist, period. You're an antichrist idiot if you think a computer can learn. Now you give it rights, put it in the movies, tell everybody that, and now they got warehouses of these things, and they come out and have just a good excuse to make the old Deagle maps come to pass, huh? You know anything about the Deagle maps were put out in 2017? You know anything that happened in the eclipse, the Great Red Dragon eclipse of 2017? Computers don't learn. You're an idiot. 0101. Oh, the computer's not going to turn from 9 to 01. Get the fuck out of here. I was telling everybody back in 2000, I thought I'd seen the stupidest fucking civilization ever. I apologize for cursing. I already got a strike for that, but it's an adult, world that we live in here. I'm not a perfect person. Only Father is sovereign, perfect, without blemish. That's why you must go through Hados, the narrow way. He said, I am the Hados. Cut off the world, brothers, sisters. Don't listen to these people. You're not spinning on a planet, are you? Planet of Chewbacca. You tell me what, an albino Chewbacca? You can get out of here, our Yeti. I've heard enough of this crap. You little sky scar daddy Jesus. Get out of here. He's a get off your ass, Jesus. Get up and take up your cross, Jesus, every single day. If you're going to use that transgender name of the transgender God, Jesus Christ, birthed on December 25th after a transgender orgy ritual with man, beast, and woman. It's a bestiality. Your Jesus has got mange. How about that? Take that, you antichrist idiot. Computers don't learn. Now they got everybody convinced. That's going to be easy as telling everybody a virus is alive when it's not. So I'm going to get this one right. Because I'm not telling you anything that they're already telling you they're putting in. The Simpsons ain't never let me down. That's a great study tool, huh? They don't always get it right, but oh, maybe they've been putting this stuff out that Mr. PDF Pile president there, remember he's a PDF file, was on the dark web, that he's not only on the flight log, that his phone was pinged from his 58-story Nimrod Tower, his Manhattan Tower, same amount of stories with Nimrod, decorated with Satan, to EpiPen Island and back to his tower. So even his phone, that would called cellular data, like remember when the Trump shooter sat in the bushes for 12 hours and then went 45 miles away, huh? Oh, he's so safe. They just let him sit there for 12 hours and watch him drive 45 miles away, huh? Cellular data showed. So cellular data showed that Mr. Kitty Touch Much dropped 3 stillbillions with 2 airplanes so they can still touch your little kid's balls and rub your girl's slut at the airport. That's why he did it. They like that kitty touch. Remember, the son of Satan was Tammuz, and when he died, Satan, Apollyon, the one he has his house decorated with, he had sex with his mom like rabbits. Remember, he loved rabbits. Silly rabbit, tricks over kids. New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. The birth of the sun god is Satan, Jesus Christ. The Masse, the god of eating flesh of the peasant, that they did a pill draw or straw, lottery like they got today. I don't know if anyone won the lottery, but anyways, okay, let's go move on. Red and blue team, they're doing it now. Come on, Democrat, vote for the lollipop. Lick like a lollipop. You like a red Democrat or a blood? But do you like the red lollipops? Which one? He said, don't drink blood. Now you're drinking, when they get you licking lollipops, remember? If you're getting tired of the donkey and the elephant, remember? Red team, blue team, stock up on the lamb, brothers, sisters. Moving on. All right. No, this isn't drugs. This is the Jesus juice. He's on the Jesus. Just get up off your ass, Jesus. Not this sit down and I bought some Jesus. See, I believe. Believe is an action word. It's a verb. Maranatha, he said, till I return. This ain't religion. We rebuke religions. We show all that. We had biblical scholar come in yesterday. We crushed him with the word. That's what he said. If somebody's in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. Hados is the word. Way. I am the way. Do the straight gate, not one above another. That's pride. He had a pride. That's the heavens, not above your head. Heavens aren't above your head. Earth's not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. You don't live on a planet. Stop it. I was the way, but got lost. Well, that happens. We fall off the path, and it's a broad path. Remember, so the narrow is he will pull you down through that long process. So it's like a sieve. You're going to make mistakes. None are perfect. If you think so, then he said he is without sin. The truth is not hidden. That word truth is aletheia. He said, I am the hados. That's the way. I'm the aletheia. That's the truth. And I am the horizo. I'm the separator. He didn't say I'm the light. He said I am the horizo, because he divides that dark flesh that he divided us, enslaved us in, to pull us to his above, not again. See, that's a sit on your ass, Jesus. Be born again. That's not, it's an everyday Jesus. OCD, not some kind of excessive compulsive disorder or some attention to details, what we called it in the military. It's on Christ daily, or carrying your cross daily, daily cross. Death to self, spiritual death, deny self, cut off, circumcise the outer flesh, the man, the woman, the men, the laws of men, traditions of men, the Jezebel. There's no gods in the sky. Father has never been above our heads. Christ is in you. Father is in you now. You don't have to go to a church. That's a threat to the church. That's what the Pharisees, they hated that. That is the gospel. Remember, come out of her, my people. The most high, not drugs. That's what that says. High, HIGHMOST, does not dwell in temples or houses made by what? That's a threat to the church. That's why they hung him. You can go share that good news. It's not just Jews this time, right? Aaron and Levite, he hated the Gentiles, right? He didn't love Esau. He hated him before he was ever born or done anything on this earth. And he so loved Jacob. Remember that man, Israel, who the 12 families up against the Great Sea. People all make this a religion. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy were the law. Where do people get religion? That's why I crush all religions. There's not one good religion, like there's not one good cop. Not a one. So until they return it to a constitutional republic, make it gold and silver, there's nothing good about America. And he stood against that. Same thing at the time. It was called the halakha, and that's called the corporation. This used to be a constitutional republic. Now it's corporation. You've been staked, nailed. That's your va, your nails that they have on your Monster Energy drink. That's mocking Christ, unleashing the beast. The beast is man. Told you, mammon, traditions of men. Jezebel, Ahab married Jezebel. That has nothing to do with anything coming from the sky or giants, guys with giant size, school bus size cocks ramming them into somebody that's got a 5-foot frame. How does that even make any sense? It's when Ahab married Jezebel. You're a Jezebel. You've fallen for that Jezebel spirit, just like the Antichrist spirit is being revealed right now. No, sovereign citizens are idiots. Gabriel, you're a stupid child that's going to get yourself thrown in jail. Only Father is sovereign. You're an idiot. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. There's no sovereign citizen. I don't claim citizen. I have organic. I'm not under the law, remember? And even if they put me under their laws, I'm covered. You're an idiot. I'm destined. You just don't know the difference. So don't speak up about sovereign people like you. Get yourself thrown in jail. You don't even know the rights of the Constitution. Remember, they have immunity. They lose that if they break the law. Some people might call it, don't talk about shapes in here. Moderated. Hey, moderators, where you at? We're tightening this channel up. Anybody who's swine, we don't have to hang out with swine. That's just the way it works. Show them to the narrow way. We're not talking about shapes. Go away, little children. Talking about shapes. Take your little Peter Pan. Take your little square peg and stick it in somebody else's triangle or round hole, whatever you want to do. Don't fit here. You don't fit. Don't talk about shapes. Don't talk about things like that. Okay? Sovereign, it means Father is the creator. He creates the law. We're not under the law. We're destined. Go learn. Stop being an idiot child. Okay? Father, so they sure got you so full of hatred. Yep, Gabriel, that's what I do. I hate the sin that people create. I'm not full of it. You're an idiot. He said the heart's continuously filled with wickedness. I'm going to crush you with the word, not out of hate. It's called pointing somebody in the narrow way. You just don't read the word. You're an idiot. 100%. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Ryan's correct. Okay, Brian's been here before. Ryan's getting the wrench. Brian, I'm trusting you. Yes, I didn't say that I'm not sin. Go fuck yourself, Gabriel. I make sins just now. I sin. I defiled his word by telling you to fuck off. Go fuck yourself. I just did it 3 times. I'm not claiming to be sovereign or perfect. Do you want to learn? Then go fuck yourself. I hate the sin that people commit. I just did. I hate that I can't. All I have to do is get out of America and I'll never say a cuss word again. I might say I'm off stream a little bit, but I didn't for thousands of hours. You do not know what the fuck I'm talking about. So go away, child, girl, Jezebel. Don't go away mad. You ain't no Gabriel like the angel. Just go away. You're swine. You stink like pig shit. Get out of here. Goodbye. So thanks for coming in. I'm not here to be nice. That word means to be stupid. Back to what I'm saying. There's no such thing as sovereign. Okay. Does anybody know that a cop can't break the law, right? Yeah, they're breaking the fucking law. They're not operating in a judicial capacity. They're operating in crimes of commerce. This is a corporation. Christ stood up to that. Christ for surely would have been thrown in jail already and killed or be serving fucking time for standing up to America. You're just too stupid to know who Christ is. or no. Father doesn't reveal it to only, most people go to hell. Hell's not below your feet. Hell's the word bis. Bathos or busos. You understand? That is the word knowledge. My people shall perish for lack of bis, bathos, busos. I will throw them in the abyss, abathos, abusos. That's the word knowledge. Hell's not below your feet. Hell's the word no knowledge. That's it. If you make it anything else, moderate these dumb asses, because an ass can't learn. If you can't speak definition, you're not going to make it in here. Remember, your square peg is not going to fit in this round or whatever shape. We don't talk about that. Okay, this is a body. This is a whole. Like he said, black, white, brown, red, yellow, Jew, Gentile, man, and woman. So if you don't fit under this oligos flock, as he said, fear not, you won't be in here. We're just going to use the word against you, show you to the exit. You know, children are not meant to be seen or heard. This is an adult chat, so go outside and play with somebody else. Maybe you can come back in when the lights go off or something, but you're not welcome here. That's what I was told. I'm old school. Vamonos, muchachos, adios, amigos, wherever. So let's move on. If a cop, obviously, sovereign means that you're above the law, and you're not above the law. Okay, nobody's above the law. He fulfilled the law. Which laws are you fulfilled for? The laws of flesh. He fulfilled the law. He didn't abolish the law. Genesis, Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy was the law. It was the Torah. So which ones are you under? Colossians 2:14 covers it. Do you know anything what you're supposed to be going by? Because if you go by any one of these old laws or put yourself like I do by cursing, defiling his word, then you rip his covenant he made with his bride, and you put yourself back under the old law, where just one sin is death. Is any one of us in this? I said, I'm not. Threw myself out there and defiled his word again, because it's not what goes in a man. Eat what the hell you want. It's what comes out of a man under this covenant that defiles us, right? So learn the word. I'm in love with the word. You're not going to come against the word in here. Not at all. I don't care what religion you are. Again, we had a biblical scholar. This is a ministry. I, his brother, Jim Brown, and there's another brother in here from, Grace and Truth. You're not going to come against the gospel. And that's what we're going to teach in here. I want to talk about Enoch's. There's more than one Enoch, you idiot. Or Jasher or Lilith or any of these other books are rejected for a reason. In books, it was on text tablets made a scroll, the 10 Commandments. Remember when it says, honor thy father, it's not your dad, or mother, that's not your mom. Your mother is your brothers and sisters. That's your family. Those are going to be with after you die. Your family is not your nieces and uncles. When it says honor thy father, if your dad's a Jezebel, like Ahab married Jezebel, and he went after the Agape, and he married Jezebel, and she didn't. She went after Christmas and Easter under another name. The Mass A. Still the same thing that was outlawed by the two pontiffs that have been rebranded by Constantine. If you study this at all, you know what the hell I was talking about, but you don't define any words that come out of your face. So look at this. I love this. Honest Christ's garage. It doesn't matter, retard. Retard means he doesn't reveal. Restrain, unrestrained. Obviously, you're an idiot. You don't even have any definition in you. Honest, you're not honest. You're a fallacy. You're a phallic worship. I guarantee your Jesus is some other phallic Jesus, like to Washington, a monument, and one in the front of the Vatican, sticks, pole, God, worship, Nimrod. That got your blood pumping there. Honest, truth, sovereign. We were talking about thee who said that he is not sin. The truth is not in them. Are you being serious? Honest with me? I don't think so. I don't think you know your ass from a hole in the ground, to be honest with you. Ass. Tell everybody what an ass is, since I'm so negative, trying to teach off of definition. Oh, he said, I am the Aletheia. Guess what? Father said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, if he didn't give them an apocalypse, a revelation, they'd be retarded. They'd be restrained. They'd have deaf eyes and deaf ears. They're, hello, McFly, your shoes untied. Don't be so gullible, you butthead. Remember an ass? So many butt heads. Don't try to butt heads with me there, you goat. I can already tell you from your fruit, remember? He said, cut it off, remember? No, don't cut it off. Just untie the knot. Bye-bye. Love it. Thanks, Father, for this blessing of this ministry. I'm not hearing these idiots, remember? Idiot means they don't know what I'm talking about. They've never heard or seen it in their life. Somebody is an ass is somebody's been told. They just don't want to learn. There's between. That's brutish in nature. That's what Christ called you. Brutish. Brute beast. So it's okay. No worries, brothers and sisters. Jimmy crack corn, and I don't care. That's your master. Can't serve two masters. There you go. Don't call what he clean unclean. There you go. Thank you, Michael. That's good stuff. That's good. No, you can't, brother, sister. Not what goes in a man under this covenant, all flesh, right? So don't be taken in. He's the divider. He's the CC calls one of mine to stumble. He is the horizo. He is that separator. He is the horizo. That is the word theolobos, to be pitched. The word theolobos is the Greek word to be pushed from both sides, like a sieve, like a wine press. We must be pressed. Not this easy sit down on your butt, Jesus. Come on in, sit down, buy some Jesus. See, you believe I bought it on a shelf. Let me blow the dust off it. See, there's my proof I believed in Jesus. That's once. There's no once quick fix heroin Jesus. So, oh, Schizo Live. Hey, look, guys, we've got a doctor in here. Somebody with a PhD. Hey, moderators. How many moderators? Moderators, show your wrench. Where's your wrench at, moderators? We only allow people in here with a wrench, or you have to produce fruit. That's how this channel works. We've made some changes in here at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministry. So, the potter's wheel. Oh, wheel in the sky keeps on turning, like your old jingle. Oh, wait, your yin yang playing with your jingle jangle. Share your money with us. This is money. Oh, do you hear the sound of that? That's money when it hit the ground. That's money. You got any money you can share with me? You got Bitcoin in here, Cash App, PayPal, a bunch of broke dick bobs. You're all one paycheck away from being thrown in a FEMA camp. Well, a work camp by Walmart camps. Remember this one time in man camp? Well, this time in ball camp, half a ball, Super Bowl. Remember Hurricane Katrina? I'm going to rock this chat. Watch. Now, don't put anything in here that's worth a crap and you'll be out of here. I'll fire you. Remember, you cast out the unclean truths out of the church. This ministry will not have you. Remember, there are 2 or 3 gathered in my Agape, Shem, authority, Aleph, from the beginning to the end, Alpha and Omega, the creator of all things, the sovereign I am, only one sovereign, pure light, without defiled by man's flesh. I'll keep going like the Energizer Bunny. Remember, April Fools, New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter, you lunar ticks. It's not 2025. God's not in the sky. There's no such thing as free will. You have to die dead, be raised from the ashes and the dust to be saved. You have to endure to the end. He said to be saved. That's the Greek word sozo. Carried, picked up, lifting from beginning point to an ending point and healed. He'll take care of whoever screwed you. He will straighten out whoever caused pays. I said he will heal. Remember, vengeance, not under old eye for an eye. Fuck your sister. Have be fruitful. Old Testament. All those vain things. Oh no, yeah, it is now. He takes care of vengeance. He is the separator. He's the one who separates the wheat from the chaff. He is the one who condemns. We just judge with righteous judgment. Your biggest enemy would be yourself, brothers, sisters. Matthew 10:34-39. A man's enemies would be the one of his own household. That's you. I am my own worst nightmare. But you don't read the word. Remember, he who loves the daughter more than me, is not worthy of me. He who loves the son more than me, he who loves the father, he who is willing to give his life, spiritual death, for my Shem sake, is the promise of what? Eternal, the wedding feast of the lambs, making it simple for you. He who is not willing to give his life for my Shem's sake is the promise of no knowledge, hell, the abyss. Broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, to the abyss, hell. Most enter by the wide gate. Few find the straight gate. He says in the book of Matthew, enter through the straight gate, for broad is the way that leads to the wide gate, hell. Many people are going that direction as they are not willing to. Narrow is the way. That is the word theologo, to be pushed and hated by your friends and your family because you won't do this world. Pushes you down. It's a process. Right? Theolobos, to be pinched like you can't breathe, like they pinched him back, stretched him back so he couldn't breathe. So they just did this ritual on everybody. It's called 5G. That's the whole ritual of a mocking Christ. 5G, oxygen absorption wave, and stretched him back on a tree. He formed a cross. Nobody hung on crosses. You blasphemous, heathenous swine. You have no idea how they tortured my love. They were masters at tortures. Their favorite way was to crucify a man on a tree, hang him. They couldn't hang a Roman citizen, remember? Stake him, right? Or nail him to a stock. Why do you think they nailed these U.S. corporation slaves under water law to the stock exchange? sending their war dollars to kill other people, and they don't stand up to. They're like, Team America. Christ would be in jail by now. He stood up to the perverted law, the halakha. You know what that means? If not, be quiet, child. Go study Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries. Go study cultures, customs, maps. There's a difference between an idiom and an idiot. It's not anger. This is passion. I love this word. He said, guard my commandments if you love me, right? Walk and follow in my commandments. So I'm not going to let you change. That word is froward in the Hebrew. To add or take away, change, pervert. He said, don't add. Not even a jot. Now they're spinning on that jot at 1,040 miles an hour. Something doesn't even exist called a planet. So don't listen to the world, brothers, sisters. They're a bunch of idiots. Remember, they don't know. They've never, an idiot is not an insult. It's the word ignoramus, mean ignorant, right? If somebody who's ignorant has never heard or seen, so come on. He only can remove the veil, right? The scales from the eyes of who he chooses. Oligos. Most people, it falls on deaf ears. Remember, the restrainer, the retarded, they have not been revealed. They can't see things. They're throttled down like a carburetor, right? Boom, boom. Self-driven, right? You can't turn a goat into a sheep. He said, most enter by the wide gate. Most people go to hell. That's in his word. They don't want to hear that. No, God loves everybody. Yes, he's an all-loving father, but he doesn't love everybody. He only loves a tiny bit of everybody this time, not just Aaron and Levite. He had his favorite. That was called the heavens, his pride. Pride is a sin now. Remember, he judges now. We just judge with righteous judgment, right? No, we judge with righteous. He condemns. He's the separator, the wheat from the chaff. Remember who gets raptured out of here first, right? There's no such thing as rapture. It'd be the weeds that go first, right? The chaff, because idiot rapture idiots. There's no such thing as rapture. You're not getting out of here without going through tribulation, brothers and sisters. Paul said in his writings, remember, we must, to receive that kingdom of heaven, that's our Revelation 3:11. He said, let no one take your crown. And if you don't have that crown to set at the feet of Shiloh, then you are not going to be covered by the salvation of the Lamb. And that's what he covers for the sins of the world, standing up as he stood up, as they raised him, nailed him, and stretched him back so he couldn't breathe. Remember, he fulfilled all the prophecies. Not a stone left upon another. All the physical rituals, celebrations, they're all done. They ate lamb, not crackers and grape juice, you religious idiots. Seriously, they didn't eat crackers and grape juice. They ate lamb. Remember, Father, that makes Father the Ram. David declared him the Lamb of God, born of Bethlehem. Nothing good could come of Nazareth, huh? He wasn't from Nazareth, you idiots. He was born as David was from the house of David. David was from Bethlehem. Christ was born of Bethlehem. You worship Satan, Jesus Christ, not the Hamashiach. He hung from a tree. See why they hung him from a tree? They're pole god, north and south. Baphomet worship. Put the star at the top of the Christmas tree. That's Satan, Jesus Christ, birthed on December 25th. The shepherds were in the field with the sheep. Remember the lamb when he was birthed? We're not supposed to celebrate any birth. We're not supposed to celebrate anything. He filled all the physical rituals of celebration. The last prophecy to be fulfilled. Prophet means teacher. He said, call no man father, call no man teacher, call no man reverend. These people just keep doing this. I am revelation, not reverend. I am apocalypse, remember? Not reverend. I am not your father. I say that I tell you these things, but I'm supposed to share this light. Do you understand? We're not under imagery. You're an idiot. We're not under you're a physical. Alan, you don't know your ass from a hole in the ground. See, this is some person that's called a demon and a deceiver. Because any physical rituals, yes, you were warned of idolatry and imagery. That's the exact things that he warned of you. Graven images, little things of the flesh, but we're not under any laws of flesh. You're an idiot. Stop talking about something that you go back and read the book of Colossians 2:14. You might figure out that all the physical rituals, there's a physical idolatry, things you can see, physical. You're an idiot. You're blasphemous, what is called a demon and a Nephilim. Okay? So you're a bully. You're pushing your bullshit. That's a lie. That's opposing. That's antichrist. We're not under any physical ritual. You're trying to rip Christ down from the tree covenant he made and put us under the laws of flesh. Fuck you. Go by. Get out of here. I'm destined. He will cover me for any law of flesh that I don't stand. If I stand up against it, when after my covenant, you got to let no one take your crown. Obviously, somebody split your wig and all your knowledge leaked out. You're in hell. Go away, child Jezebel. Quit pushing your blasphemous, trying to put people under laws of flesh. You can put all your laws of flesh under people. That's all you're doing. You're being an antichrist. See how that works? You got to go figure out what I'm saying. Which laws of flesh that were fulfilled, right? All of them. You're an idiot. He didn't abolish the law. He fulfilled it. You're an idiot. You don't know what you're talking about. Thanks for coming in. What is he saying now? I was told that was heathen holidays with the tree and don't fully understand. Is that to do with the calendar? Is it? That's not Michael said earlier, right? No. Michael, that has everything to do with the book of Jeremiah 10. Jeremiah, read the book of Jeremiah 10. It says, "Well, heareth what the Lord say, O Israel. Learn not the ways of the heathens, and be not dismayed at the ways of the signs of the heavens, for the heathens are dismayed at them, for their customs." Are you ready? Pay attention. Class is in session. If you interrupt when I got this whiteboard, it's like two girls in a cup. You can leave your shit at the door. You come in here as a dry sponge. You're not going to teach the teacher. He says, "Call no man teacher." That's the word prophet. I'm about to teach you Jeremiah 10 with some visuals, and we do it here all the time. So put your bootstraps on and buckle up. You're about to see Satan being revealed right in front of your face, the one that Donald Trump has his house decorated with. Jeremiah 10. "Oh, heareth what the Lord say, O Israel." He's only talking to his bride. He doesn't love everybody. When he says Israel, he's only talking to his bride. He's not talking. He didn't love Esau. He hated Esau. Remember, he knew Jacob before, or excuse me, Jeremiah. I'm getting ready to quote Jeremiah 10 for you, what it says, so you understand. So you will not get perverted. And if you have questions, I'll answer some questions after I'm done. Moderators, moderate anybody. I want this whiteboard out. I don't want any interruptions. You're either learning, and this is only for the ear of the bride, because he does not reveal, revelation, to lift off the veil and remove the cover, is the word revelation, is to reveal. That's what he does. He lifts the scales, right, off the veil, right, the eyes of the cover, like they covered and veiled his face. Remember, when they hung him from a tree, that's how we're going to learn this. You're going to learn why all this imagery is put in front of you. And then anybody interrupts, moderators, please just moderate them. That's what this channel is about. Do not sup with vipers. Remember, he said, "You knew I was a snake before you let me in," and then he let the Joe Biden. So I'm going to show you how he is a part of all this too. And I'm not afraid of this. Father has given me this celestial blessing, abundance beyond a bounty, if you will. And it'd be wrong for me not to hide this hide this from you. So I'm going to show you what it is that these people are doing. So remember, revelation is the word like apocalypse, right? That's who I am. Okay, I am apocalypse. These words mean the same thing. It's to lift off. So if you have scales on your eyes, here's you, old Mr. Smiley Face, loving the world, old Walmart Smiley Face. Hopefully that's not you. And you have scales over your eyes, scales. Remember, and you have a deaf ear. Your ears are restrained, retarded. You can't hear. You can't hear. You have a deaf ear. He's the only one, and only through his word. That's why we share the word. There is a universal language that, as the prophets could speak in one language, anybody in their language could hear that. That is truth today, brothers and sisters, because if you just don't change the gospel, and I'm not a prophet, remember, that's all fulfilled. If you don't change it, his word will unrestrain, and the word itself he will lift the veil. He will lift the scales from their eyes. They will have not blind eyes. They will have an eye to see, right? They will not have the scales over their eyes. That is the word revelation, or the word apocalypse. Okay. Why did I put the Y? APYOC. Okay. This is what that means. So people hear the word apocalypse and they think of the word Armageddon, the battle of Megiddo in Scripture. This is a daily battle that we go through as a process. It's a lifting like salvation. He takes and carries us. That is the word sozo, S-O-Z-O, what you know to be saved. He says to be carried, lifted. This is a definition. That's why we define picked up, lifted from a beginning point into an ending point, and then healed. But not until you get to this point. Are you healed or are you saved? So anybody's effing you over, you have to turn your cheek and show them to the narrow way. If somebody, the word is ORGE, orge, not like being gay or not orgy, but that means quick to wrath, quick to indignation, quick to anger, and quick to judgment. Although we do judge, not quick judgment, we judge righteously with his word, sozo. Sozo, to be saved, you have to be carried, lifted from beginning. But this is what you call saved. To be saved, you actually have to die, okay? You have to die to be saved because he's the one who redeems his bride after death. He comes back to pick up his bride. So people don't want to hear this. They want to think that they can just be saved here on this rock. You have to die at the seventh trump, the final trump. This is the great and great for very few. Remember, very few find the straight gate, and everybody else going to hell, what you call hell. They're already there. But at the seventh trump, nobody's died and gone to the sky. Okay, that's this sky daddy worship. They want you to think that dead people and all the sky and gods in the sky and worship balls and all these is blasphemy, brothers and sisters. It's been around for thousands of years, and you have all this interweb. Imagine people who have not been judged 100 years ago. You had to hear a man like myself, and I'm not giving myself any kind of special, but they weren't even giving you the meat. They're giving you some fake Jesus. You wrote 8 hours, with your family, or 4 or 5 hours in a wagon, maybe 8 hours a day to hear maybe once in a couple months because you didn't own a book. And now you have access to all this information, brothers and sisters. Please use all these life hacks and hacks that these other people that I give you, like Jim Brown at Grace and Truth Ministries, to go study these things. Use your tools. You know what I'm saying? So let's slow down. We're going to slow down, and I'm going to show you again how this question came up, and I'm going to show you how they do this revelation, the revealing of what is going on right in front of your eyes right now. They're putting this worship of the sun god, Mithra, Satan, and the revelation, the seventh king, is being revealed right now in front of your eyes. You don't have to wait for something to happen. This is already happening. I'm the only one with a father to be able to do this. Is I have all this, but let's start back because he tells us to carry our cross. I'm going to show you how you could show this to everybody, sisters. This is not that hard to teach. I've done it for so long that I know how to. Brother Jim can teach this, not as I do it, but start just like this, because he tells you in the book of Matthew to carry your cross daily. So he is a day Jesus or a 7-day Christ. He's not a 1-day quick fix. And I know my numbers are probably backwards, and I apologize. Please deal with it. I'm trying to do the best I can. If I point it in the other direction or something, and I've thought about doing that, but I don't have the power out here today, guys. We're a little low on power because it's overcast here. So you can teach this, okay? This is the equinox Jesus. This is the perverted Jesus. Just hear me out. Jesus is a term that, just so you know, I don't care about some stupid letter. That's a letter. And I have the text, and hey, let's put that backwards. I can draw it backwards. Watch. Ooh. Wow, that's so weird. Man, maybe I could just start writing everything backwards. Ooh, how do you do an S backwards? Ooh, I'd have to write everything backwards. That's pretty interesting. Hey, I wrote it correctly. I wrote backwards. Check it out, guys. I could have wrote better than that, but I didn't think about it for a second. My bad. Hey, if you ever write backwards, try that. That's pretty challenging, man. I had like flight controls there. Get your camera on and do that and try to write backwards. That's pretty challenging. Because my J, if I draw it the way my J, it's going to be like this. So anyways, all right, let's move on, guys. My brain is wired a little weird. You'll have to apologize. It's wired backwards. So maybe that's why it's not. I can use my left and right brain. They say you're retarded and you can only use or restrain, and you can only use a certain amount of remember, you have a hemisphere. You have a right brain. See, I don't know if that's the opposite, and a left brain. And they say you can only use so much, but that's called retarded or restrained, right? He's restrained. But I know I can use more than what they tell me. Okay, blessings. Thank you. Even if one ear hears it, remember we talked about he's the one who lifts the veil, and even one ear hears it, Michael. I don't care if it's just, as long as I've done 12 channels or 12 years, 6 channels on YouTube. I've always seen when I didn't do live streams, I just wanted one ear to hear it, and it didn't feel like that was the word vain, because we're going to go over this. We're going to go back to Jeremiah 10, okay? Back to what people think I'm on drugs, but how could I be on drugs? Remember a lesson what we're talking about. People just get me wrong. I can normally come back and teach the lesson and give you we could talk about 5 things in here right now. I've done, and I'm glad I don't have to anymore because it's really hard to do over there. And I'm not bragging because there's other channels that do this. But when we have the TikTok channel that's still up, which they banned me on, we have over 20,000 followers over on the Dragon channel, as I call it. I don't like the Dragon channel, TikTok, right? We would put 1,500 people. We'd put 1,500 people in a room. 1,500 people in a room with 8 of you joining me as I was talking to 8 people in the live stream. We would have 1,500 people in the room, and I didn't really have the moderators in there like I have in here to help me. And I used to run a 20K channel, and these streams are still up, brothers, sisters. You can find, I put 1,500 people with 8 people. None of one of you have ever joined me. I've tried to get some of you to join me. Whatever, come in and have I hate, I hate not anybody, but I want people. I want this. This is a fellowship, brothers, sisters. This channel isn't about me. I'm just one ugly dude out here in the desert that, just loves the word. I'm just one of the whole 20. Because remember, there's the backup channel where we have more, and then we have all the channels over here with the 20,000. There's like 50,000 people on this ministry. This is bigger than a mega church. I didn't know this. Elijah, my son, who with what's going on, he's the one who pointed this out to me. He's, Dad, look at your analytics. He told me, I don't know what, Dad, I don't look at the analytics, son. He's like, Dad, you're reaching over 1 million, 1 million viewers here on TikTok, and you still have your other channel, and your numbers are staggering, at how many your channel is just reaching. And I said, I don't want to hear that, son. I don't care about none of that. If I just reach 1 ear, Michael, so okay? I just kind of want to show you how this is a ministry. I'm just one dude, okay, of the whole. It's about fellowshipping here. And we've made some big changes to this ministry, okay? Meaning that if you'll produce fruit, you don't say glued things in here like, hey, did you know that if you water glass eggs the last 2 years, or, hey, my grandma used to wash her tinfoil and not tinfoil hat wearing, all that, producing fruit in here, we're going to give everybody the wrench. And that way, if somebody says something swine in here, that we get them out of here. You're not to sup with vipers. If people aren't in the narrow way, he doesn't want you to help people who do not want to help themselves. Meaning you show them, if they're in the broad way, love thy neighbor like thy enemy, like thyself, you show them. That doesn't mean love them, go bake them cookies and hot crosstop buns. And it means if they're in the broad way, show them to the narrow way. 2 times, if they don't want to hear it, they're a brood beast. Father, create them in his vessel of wrath. They're going to be hungry for the word. Guarantee it. They're not going to question they're going to ask questions, but they're going to ask for the right questions and maybe question with the word. Well, this is what the word says, so I'm not understanding, because the word said, see, you need to use the word. You put the word on people. If somebody's in the broad way, you show them what it says in the word, because I know that's the Old Testament. You're living by the Old Testament. We're not supposed to celebrate a single day. See, he fulfilled all these rituals, all these covenants. He blotted out the handwriting of ordinances in the book of Colossians 2 and 13, right? Yeah, he says, call no man teacher, prophet. So here's a Satanist doing the Antichrist, doing exactly what Father says not to do. Right here, call no man teacher, call no man reverend. A false teacher is the word scorpizzo. Scorpizzo, the false teacher, the false prophet. There is no prophets. That's the word teacher. Call no man prophet. There is no prophet. He fulfilled all the rituals, celebrations. So let's go back through this again so you can see what I'm talking about. Hopefully you understand what Father, he said, if I didn't call out to their hearts to seek after me, nobody's going to try to change you in here. If you try to change the word, right, we'll fix you. We'll throw you out of here. If you can help us reproof the word with the word and show us that anyone in here who is defiling the word, you have to do it with the word, that's fine. Otherwise, I'm doing just fine in here. People think I'm crazy. I used to host 1,500 people with 8 people in the room, and this is nothing in here. I can run circles around everyone in this room. And I'm not trying to be an ass or anything like that. An ass is somebody who can't learn, but you're not going to slow me down. Father has me here because he wants me here to do this. I don't even want to be in this flesh one day longer. If you knew what was going on in my life, you wouldn't want me to be here either. And because when there's something suffering, you put it out of its flipping misery, brothers. So you don't just keep making it suffer. But guess what? Life ain't Burger King. Can't always have it your way. You got to endure to the end to be saved. No matter what, you can't take your life. Yes, I'm a veteran, and I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to take that route. Remember, to be carried, picked up, lifted to an ending point, healed at the end, then you're saved. So you're redeemed at the end of at the wedding. That's when you get saved, because you were bought and purchased, paid. What the hell? Somebody, a child, you put money in. Everyone open an account with a child. Okay, you're going to put some money in the bank. If you take it out, you don't have it anymore. You spent it here on this rock. You've done these earthly things. You got ruled and mastered. You let this world dirt be your ruler. You didn't let my word. You didn't care. He said, give up this dirt. Pick up the book. My word, he is the word in flesh, right? And follow after me. So does anybody want to hang you from a tree? Let's go on to the lesson. Thanks for coming in. All the ears that hear is not because I gave you the ear to hear. It's because you've been unrestrained. You're not retarded. You're not in a negative way, meaning to the veil has been lifted. That is the word toxon, veil, Toxon, toxon. That is a cover or a veil. Remember Nimrod, the one with the mighty hunter with the veil, the toxon, the bow, and the arrow? That's what that word is. Oh, the viper, the bringer of the disease and the cure of the disease, the one birthed on December 25th, Satan, Jesus Christ, the sun god, Mithra. You want to get your facts straight. The New Year's doesn't start in the middle of the winter. We're going to go over how they do this, and it's not 2025, just so you know. So don't interrupt this class session because somebody asked something, and we're going to break out the whiteboard. We're going to get on this. I'm going to show you how to teach this to people. He said, call no man teacher. Share. That's all I'm doing. He said, don't boast because you know. But so it would be a crime for me not to share this, okay, with you. So here we go. Show people why they're Satanists. Satan means they're the adversary. If you do any of what I'm about to show you, you're missing what is happening, and they're doing this in front of you right now. Christ was not hung from a cross. Nobody was hung from crosses. They nailed people to what was known as a tree or a stake. You can find this in the book of Acts. They stalked. This is called a yoke or a stock or a yoke. Like you carried a yoke around your neck, they would put that split, people, there's many ways. They'd have that split around their neck. Okay, that's one way to carry a yoke. They nailed Christ, nailed him, his hands, and he carried that yoke is what he carried. And we must carry that same burden, brothers, sisters. And they raised him up, cleated his feet, and raised him up, forming a cross. Nobody hung from crosses. That's how blasphemy people are in this rock, forming what was known as a cross. See that? They put your feet, they nail one over the other. This is the three vas, or the va, which is the six, which represents the nails. It'll just make you cringe every time you see that Monster Energy drink logo now. That represents that nail or peg or stake that they stalked him to. They staked him or pegged him or nailed him to a yoke, as I showed you, hands and feet. These three nails represent the one they put in his feet and his hands and raised him and stretched him back so he couldn't breathe. That's 5G. That's what 5G is. That's 60 gigahertz, 60 millimeter wave. Gigahertz. What's that have to do with everything? They tortured him. They stretched Christ back so that he couldn't breathe. Remember? They put the crown of thorns, King of the Jews, over his head. He was born of, remember, one foot over the other, forming a cross. Stretched him back so he couldn't breathe. You couldn't hang a Roman citizen. You had to take him down on the Sabbath, right? Couldn't leave him hanging on the Sabbath. So when they come there, if the birds didn't peck your eyes out of your head, because eyeballs are the first thing normally to go, they're like a delicacy. Especially crows love eyeballs. They peck your ears. Earwax is very tasty to the birds. They like tongue too, like lengua. I know, isn't that great, the camera quality? See, you're out of here now because you're worried about what you see. And he said idolatry and imagery is going to be his biggest enemy. Goodbye there, R&R. Go back to sleep there. Live the American dream. You got to be sleeping to live the American dream, right? So, that's what this is. Some of us, Go ahead. I can pause, Michael, because I'm talking to you. Told you, even if one person hears it, I'm fine, man. I'm not going to interrupt people. This is a blessing. I want to share this. Would be wrong for me to hang myself by not sharing it. Don't boast because you know, but woe if you don't share it. You know, the rider's revelation. Woe, the horses. This is the rider. Remember that they mock with their. I'm going to show you this imagery on what all this equals. So, va 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 666 represents your XXX as you stand during the COVID on your XXXs. Remember? Yep. That's what you did. You gave into this beast system. Yep. They veiled his face. They covered Christ's face after they took him down. See, when they came to kill Christ, because they didn't hang you on a cross and kill you otherwise, unless you just couldn't keep up. See, what you had to do is they nailed remember, they staked you to that stalk. They raised you and cleated your feet and stretched you back where you couldn't breathe. It was a torture machine. The masters of torture. Look, let me show you. You guys are idiots, and that's okay. It's not an insult. Remember, Peter, he denied Christ. He denied Christ 3 times. Remember, and they hung Peter upside down. Remember, he said, "Do not think I came to bring peace and safety. I came to bring a sword of division." That's your peace symbol, brothers and sisters. That's an image of Peter being crucified upside down because he denied Christ. You better stop denying what you're seeing in front of your face. Nobody hung from crosses, you idiots. Remember, John was crucified on an X. There you go. XXX, huh? John, crucified on an X. The Romans were masters at crucifixion, torture. Okay? This is their favorite way to torture a man, was hang on a tree. They hang niggers from trees, their sisters. Blasphemy. White nigger, brown nigger, red nigger, black nigger, and red or yellow. Remember, we don't do that. Remember, no racism in here. Father created one race. That's an attitude and a word like alien. So don't go there with me. I don't do sea color at all. One race. Stop acting like a freaking foreigner. Alien is a word. Yeah, you're acting like something else, like you're not even alive, like a virus. One race, brothers, sisters. All these people fighting, we're supposed to be coming together, uniting, and they want us red and blue and, divided. So let's get back to what this lesson that I'm telling you, okay? Remember, couldn't leave a man hanging on the Sabbath if you were still alive because they stretched you back and you just couldn't keep up with raising up and down, because that's what it did. It stretched you so far back that your lungs were compressed. Compression. Theolobos is the word. Is anybody compressing you? Does this world push you? That's the word. Theolobos. Excuse me. Theolobos. Theolobos, to be pushed on both sides, like pneumatic air in Rome. They had pneumatics in Rome. Compression. They use that type. People think that. Let's not get into that. But okay, anyways. So they would stretch you back on a tree. Okay. Hey, psst. Listen. Good term, Michael. The word broadcast. This word broadcast that you just used, B-R-O-A-D, and I apologize if it's backwards. How am I going to try to spell this backwards? I could, but I better not. It'd take me longer. So broadcast. Does anybody know what the word broadcast means? What does this mean? What does this mean? Broadcast. What's that say? That's what it means to broadcast. You watch television and he said the enemy came and. Are you sow? Swine? The enemy came and sowed seeds while you were sleeping. The word broadcast means to sow seeds. We're supposed to seeds on fertile ground, not on rocky ground. The enemy came and sowed seeds while we're sleeping. He said, don't go to sleep, remember? Don't go to sleep spiritually. That's what it means to broadcast. You understand now, Michael? Does that make sense? What you were being told? I don't get off the lesson because we're going to go back to just submit and sleep, and yep, you'll go to sleep. You'll be a bump on a log like any woman I ever got on her back. She was screwed. Just listen to Michael C here. Be a duck in a pond. Just sit there. He said, loins girded in my service. Right? Idiot. Okay, so sowing seeds. Is that making sense? When they were talking about, apparently they knew something. You said, I think it was your grandparents, about what it means to sow seeds, how they can broadcast this out because they cast spells on everybody on this YouTube. The two witnesses, the YouTube channel, the hollow needle, the spit and venom, snake oil. Remember, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then he let the Joe Biden in. So same thing. We're going to get to that, just so you know. That's all. They're doing all this ritual right in front of everybody. So the enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping, brothers and sisters, but don't go to sleep. Spiritual sleep, spiritual rest is what he's talking about. All right, Michael, see, you're out of here, Antichrist. So, okay, so yeah, they broadcast. Why do you think holly? Remember the holly tree? Because we're going to go over that. In Hollywood, remember the wood was the holly, and that stick is that, like, what do they get? That's Lord of the Rings or whatever. I don't never watch any of those, but that means to orchestrate. So they orchestrate in Hollywood, Hollywood with the stick. They orchestrate and broadcast and sow seeds to your eyes until you lies and visually and verbally orchestrate you, so you'll go with the flow. Remember, you went into public television or public school. You got schooled to say that we go with the flow. We went to the moon. We landed on the moon. Everything's awesome. Team America. All this. It's channeling. You get channeled. You watch television channels. You get channeled in school. You get stung by the spelling bee. They start spelling curses and cursing at you in cursive and casting spellcasters. They do these things visually and verbally. Voodoo. You poke at you at your eyes like an algorithm and chant with that at you with things you don't see in your mind. They know how to do this at a flicker rate. Things your eyes don't see, that don't pick up. There you go. Channeled. They channeled you into something because you went with the flow, because you're a good slave. Like your map. You put your currency in a bank, right? Your currency, you got river bank, and you go with the flow, right? Because you get channeled. You got schooled. You don't come out of the school or you're a weirdo. We went to the moon, right? Everything's awesome. Team America. America's the best world. Everything. You've been put in a box is what it's called. You think, like in a school, they put you in a box, right? So you can be taught, right? Taught and channeled. And remember, they used to roll. I mean, when I'm so old, they rolled that little card out so all the kids saw it, and they watched all those people blow up on the space shuttle, and they're still all alive today. So what the hell's up with that? Why does nobody talk about the president being a PDF file? And remember, he said supposedly that there's such thing as space balls or farce. But all right, let's move on, guys. So what if you got shots? It's okay. I've been shot with all kinds of things. I've been grenaded to the face recently. My son got shot, so what's wrong with that? He had his hands in there and he got shot. So remember, it's a stick up. Let me see your deck of my hands up. No, sorry. You got to know the scripture to know what I just said. Okay, so anyways, Michael, if you're still here, they would take a man. They would stake him. That's these stakes or nails. This is your Monster Energy drink. This is your Monster Energy logo. You see it everywhere. That represents 6. Okay. There's 28 of you in here. 666 is the number of what? It says in scripture, and that's not what it says. It says 3 score, but 666 is the number of what? Okay. I want to show you how do they do this. They had everybody standing 6 feet apart. I thought it was 25. I thought it was 15. Nope, shut up. 666. You can still use that today, brother, sister. So tell a cop to get away from you 6 feet. COVID 6 feet. They'll back up. You can do it to anybody. You should just do it for fun, just to freak people out. Like, whoa, well, dude, come on, man. Remember, the air was so tense outside. You can go and sneeze and you could break it. You know what I'm saying? You want to go back to that again? People wearing double face diapers and having plexiglass all over. They could do that tomorrow. You better get your ducks in order here. Don't be sitting like a duck in a pond like Michael C. Don't do nothing about it. Just submit. And no, he said, loins girded in my service, have extra oil, right? Extra oil. And trim your lamps. Don't burn it out too quick because you never know. It's a marathon. Don't come out the gate too quick. You know, Peter out there, buddy. Well, saltpeter. Yeah, no more stiff Peter for you there, Nimrod. So let's move on. So yeah, nobody will know the day or the hour, but you will see, Paul said, the day approaching. There would be signs in the stars, sun, and moon. Genesis for time and season. Thank you, Michael. All right, let's get back to this lesson. Michael, check it out. So, Michael, are we tracking so far? Put on the armor. Finally, my brethren, be strong in the Lord. May the power of his might. Put on the whole armor of God, that ye be able to stand against the wiles of the devil. This is Paul's writings in Ephesians 6 and 11. That word is demonion. Doesn't say devil, brothers and sisters. That you be able to stand against the wiles of the demonion. That means distributors and fortunes or lies. That's the word now replaced with devil. For we wrestle not against flesh and blood, because we're not under the laws of flesh anymore, or blood. We don't drink blood and have physical rituals of having our post marked on the doorway. Like you had to have your address over your doorway, have a sacrificial blood ritual lamb and mark your doorway. Yeah, anybody ever go to the post office? Do you have an address? I don't live on the grid, so I don't have an address. So anyways, but you had to have your doorway or your headdress or address of your doorway. You had to have a sacrifice, member, of a lamb. And you had to take that blood, remember, that blood, and you had to put that over your doorway. This is called Passover, not Easter, you idiots. This is a bad interpretation or translation. Remember these sacrifices? They'd have a sacrifice at the altar. Remember, outside the temple. They go wash their hands, the high priest in the glassy sea. They'd enter into the temple. They'd pass the 7 candlesticks, right? The altar of incense, right? The table of showbread. They bring that in, go behind the veil, remember, inside and put that blood over the Ark of the Covenant where the 10 Commandments, the law was. You guys know any of this stuff? It's kind of important to know this stuff. You know, people I don't understand. They know religion, but they don't know any of these things. These are very important things. Remember, Father would visit one day a year behind this veil. Remember? Even the high priest, remember, they would put a lasso around the high priest because they knew if you saw Father, you would die because he's perfect and we're flesh and it's flesh that makes us sin. Remember remember that snare, like a snare? He said he is the snare that lifts us out of here. Remember when they would go into the temple, right? Behind the veil, they thought that if you saw a Father, right? So they did. They put it there like I'm a farmer, you know, like a lasso, you know, around there so they could pull that high priest. They didn't want to go in there behind the veil if it wasn't a perfect sacrifice. Remember, it had to be the perfect sacrifice of the lamb, and they would remember at the altar, just like all this is fulfilled, brother, sister. Do you understand? No, God doesn't require blood sacrifice under this covenant. This is the Old Testament. We're not under this. We don't do any of this anymore. No celebrations, no rituals. We're not under. That's the law. That's the Old Testament. That would be this God right here. The God of fire, Aries. Aries, A-R-I-E-S. This is the God of fire. This is before Christ was ever birthed, when God said, have sex with your sister, be fruitful, multiply, eye for an eye. This is the age of Aries. When it was eye for an eye. Somebody killed your brother, you can sneak in his house and kill his brother at night. Can we do that anymore? No. Can you have sex with your sister? No. See, he fulfilled. There we go. See, they put him back. That's right. Ripping the debt he paid down and taking that covenant he made, Michael. You're getting it, Michael. Basically ripping Christ down from the tree he made with the covenant and putting you under the old Symbolical laws of the Sabbath. We're not under the laws of the Sabbath, brothers and sisters. I wrote that over here earlier. They had to take you down. We'll go back to this. Hold on. On the Sabbath, brothers and sisters, Christ fulfilled all the prophecies. Not all, but they were all fulfilled. The final prophecy, remember, no stone left upon another, is when he fulfilled the destruction of the physical church. Remember, they didn't go into the wilderness, count out the giants, because they were eating flesh. Father doesn't want us to eat flesh. Mass A, Jesus Christ, birthed in the middle of the winter. That's the eating of flesh. It's called the Saturnalia. Remember, Ahab married Jezebel. She went after that Baphomet worship that I'm going to show you here in 1 minute what that is. That's the sun god birthed Moloch in the middle of the winter, the tree god who had a son, Tammuz. when Satan died, which is Christmas, remember he married Easter, which is Ishtar. He died and she had sex with her son, Tammuz, like rabbits, right? Silly rabbit tricks of her kids. The New Year's does not start in the middle of the winter. I'm going to show you why they love this galactic cross. You know what I'm saying? It's Kronos, 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 Saturnalia, Kronos, the time marker. As a magi, I mark these firmament markers all over my body so that people, so people understand what's going on here, brothers and sisters. I wouldn't put this on my body for no reason. I was very hesitant to put this on my body because of what it depicts. Okay, you don't. I mean, people think they used to worship. They don't worship the sun. They prayed to Kronos to try to slow the sun. That the sun was dying at the equinox. Remember, he said there would be signs in the stars, sun, and moon. Remember, in Matthew and Genesis for times and seasons. So, I am what do you call a magi? This is a magi. Remember, there were many. There weren't three wise men. Obviously, they were bised in the knowledge of the celestial bised of the king's star. Remember, Melchizedek. There's two kings and two crowns, but we'll get back to that in a moment. But remember, they were watching, and the birth of the age came. I'm going to show you that when the star conjuncted the morning star, Venus, not Lucifer. There's no such thing as Lucifer. So, anyways, brothers, sisters, Father sent you here. All glory to Shiloh, all glory to Father. He said, "No, I call out to their hearts to seek after me, which is continuously filled with wickedness. Not one of us would." So we give glory to Christ, the Hamashiach, born of Bethlehem, from the house of David. That is not the Nazareth star, not the Christmas star, but the Star of David. Remember, he was from the house of David. David was born of Bethlehem. Christ was born of Bethlehem. That was the Star of Bethlehem. That was when the king's star, Melchizedek, in the celestial firmament. Remember, it is out the longest, and it is the brightest. Hey, what's that over there? Careful, little deception there. Oh, watch out. But anyways, remember the king? It's out the longest, and it's the brightest in the night sky. It gets its name not just for it is the largest of the Jovian gas giants, second largest star in our system that we're in, locked in the waters, the firmament above and the waters below. I don't do the space balls. This is where people do this deception. There's a clock above your head, and you're not going to the clock. Nobody's coming from the clock. There's no God ball, God clock, God's balls. Get your Sky Daddy Jesus out of here, please. You're getting this all confused. Remember, there were more than one magi. There were many magi, and they gave three gifts. Christ was nearly 3 years old when they came into Bethlehem, not a baby. The hell is wrong with you? You do too much religion. That's Catholicism, Satanism. Christians follow the communion. They thought they could commune with their ancestors, have communications by burnt, dead flesh of a fake king at the Saturnalia that I'm going to show you if I'll keep going here, at the equinox ritual of the birth of their son god Kronos, Satan, Krampus, the one who ate his kids, Santa Claus, you idiots. Come on, I'll show you this here in a minute. Darn it, this tear gas canister is in my way. Come on, Father, let me out here. Help your brother out. I don't ever ask Father for much. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. Father's beating you. Hold on. He always does. Oh! Okay. Come on, Father. Why you gotta be so... Oh, I need to get a new holder. Just no, that's okay. You be far. I'm going to teach you real quick on how to decipher, decode. We'll have to push through this. Okay. We'll have to push through this. Okay. Just give me a minute. My internet will come back in and out. I live over 100 miles from Walmart. Get away from the cities, brothers, sisters. Please, if you need a place, they're kidnapping people for being too poor. Please get a hold of me. Father is blessed. This ministry's owned now. You got to be a follower of this ministry and not a swine. But come on, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? This is crazy what they're doing right now to our own prayers. Someone who cares. All right, I'll beat you like a drum. So that's right. It says, come out of her, right, people. Narrow is the way, Michael. Narrow. Remember? That is the word hados. 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 Where's my little hados? Okay. I hope you're learning something here, brothers and sisters. Thank you, Father, for the blessing for even one eye, as I said. Apologize. We'll put that back up there in a minute. But I want you to understand how important this is so you can see what they're doing to the whole world to show you how world this ignorance is around you. You got to get away from population density, brothers and sisters. Population density is going to be the number one killer. You should already be at your bug in out now. You know what I'm saying? What are you waiting for them to lock down all 50 states before you decide to do something about it? So remember these stakes that they put in Christ, va, as they stake you to the stock exchange as a debt slave labor to this corporation. He stood up to it and they killed him for it. So if you're not standing up, you're going to be judged as a corporation. He stood up to the corporation, which was called the halakha or the haggadah. These were the laws that were oral and written. They're not teaching this in any temples, brothers and sisters. Okay? This is a classroom, pretty much. 666, Tommy, are the nails that they put in Christ's feet and his hands. So, remember, nobody was hung from crosses. Nobody hung from crosses. That's blasphemy. That's blasphemy. That is the pagan unk. That is the pagan unk, is what you're seeing right there. Long before they had the pagan unk, okay? Stop it. Tesla knew about this too. Just stop. You don't slow down. The halakha was an oral law. You could speak this law, but you couldn't write it down. There was the haggadah, which is a written law that you could speak, right? Or that you could write down, but you couldn't speak, okay? Nice. Cool. Elizabeth, thanks for coming in. So, brothers and sisters, this representation for this is why they had you stand on the XXX during the COVID. This was the I can't breathe ritual, which was the 5G, once again, which has nothing to do with 5G whiz. This is 60 gigahertz or 60 millimeter wave, which is an oxygen patent military grade weapon that's used for decades before you ever heard of the internet. You're an idiot. This is that takes and robs the oxygen out of the air. Okay, so this is all has to do with why they can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Respiratory, corona. Remember, Revelation 3:11. Let no one take your crown. Remember, crown is like a corona, like the solar corona around the sun. Remember, there's two kings. Remember, they had their no kings ritual. Okay. Allah is Satan. Allah is not Allah. Allah is Yahweh. Allah is not Elohim. So I rebuke Allah. Remember? Okay, moving on. Remember? Muhammad didn't hang from a tree. Go take your pedophile God, go somewhere else. It's not okay to ever touch kids or have sex with kids or eat kids either. I'm loving it. All right, moving on. Halakha Haggadah. Remember, brothers and sisters, the Catholics wrote the Quran. That's how stupid Muslims are. Christians are Satanists. That's how stupid Christians are. Catholics are Satanists. That's how stupid Catholics are. Muslims are Catholics without a sun god. The Catholics wrote the Quran. That's how. Why don't they eat pork? Are they from the house of Aaron or Levite or something? No. What the hell's going on with these? It's never okay to touch a kid. I know. That's why Donald dropped 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes, because they're still touching your little girl's slot and your little boy's, his junk down there. And you're okay with that. You don't say anything about that. So Muhammad didn't hang from a tree and make a covenant with his bride. They say, you ever read the Quran? I've read it. It says Christ is a prophet, but he's not the Hamashiach. They call out this pedophile. Remember, can't keep it in the pants, keep it in the family kind of people. Catholics, priests, preachers, confess your sin to a man, kitty touch much. Biden, remember, he was sworn in on a Catholic Bible, remember? Mr. Warp Speed, Mr. Gentile Messiah. He said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in, and then they let the Joe Biden skip Joe Daddy. Remember, they tried lightsabers in their eye holes, and welcome back to the future. 4 + 7 is 11. 4 + 5 is 9. 4 + 7 is 11. We're going to go over the 9/11 ritual here in a moment. President 9/11. Are you that bad with math? 2 steel buildings taken out, right? No, 3 with 2 airplanes. Now that doesn't math to me. So anyways, bunch of Mathican Americans, right? No, they run when you start talking numbers. Tell them they got to use a calculator. Mathican Americans, oh, they'll run to their medicine cabinet though and Adderall you to death, huh? So, all right, anyways, that's the snakes up the pole, brothers and sisters. Remember, they'll be fooled by sorcery. You ever get your lexicon out? That's the word pharmakia. Pharmakia, like the big farm guy. They'll be fooled like 2 snakes up a pole. Like, remember, he said, you knew I was a snake before you let me in? And then he let the Joe Biden. It's like 2 hollow needles, huh? The Jew tube, two U2s full of snake venom, huh? Careful. Remember, he said, lock her up. I'm going to Hillary in prison. And then she sat at his inaugural dinner. Wow, they were changed in the twinkling of an eye, huh? At the last thump. All right, never mind. Remember, he said, you'd be ashes under my feet. You know what I mean? Be a footstool. So, anyways, moving back to this ritual of the Halakha and Haggadah, which was a perversion, okay? Perversion of their ritual of their 40 years after wandering for not going into the wilderness and scouting out the giants, not aliens, the land of Anaki or Anak, not Skywalker. Get out of here, Bigfoot. Okay, Chewbacca didn't have Wookiee with an Ewok. Darth Vader's long lost, I am your father. And now we got Big Feet running around. So let's stop all this nonsense. But anyways, remember this ritual of this Halakha Haggadah ritual was after 40, remember, years, 1 day for each day. They didn't go scout out the giants. Ahab married Jezebel. Nothing to do with giants. Nothing to do with fallen angels. Ahab married Jezebel. She went after this Saturnalia worship, this Baphomet, gods in the sky. We'll get there in a minute. We got to go through this here. So slow down. Don't interrupt. It would be moderated out of here. Any swine talk, you know what I'm saying? That's right. Any swine talk, you'll be moderated out of here. Michael's getting a wrench. Michael wants to learn. Thank you, Michael. You're new, but we're going to give wrenches to people who want to learn and aren't putting swine in the chat. So the ministry is going to grow at Father's rate. All you have to do is not be one bad apple, because one bad apple, like just a little bit of leaven, is the whole lump. Remember the cream. Leaven always rise to the top, so careful. Can't turn a goat into a sheep. It's not possible. Anyways, thanks for coming in. If you want to subscribe to this channel, that's fine, but I don't want you here. If you're going to produce swine, I don't want your subscription. This channel ain't trying to blow up. It's a shadow ban channel, okay? So you might want to careful what you put in this chat, because it will get you, oh no, Baphomet is not a demon, Tommy. Baphomet is Mithra, the one Trump has his house decorated with. Ahab, right, went to work and came back, and the children were speaking this Baphomet, not the Agape, tree gods like Moloch, the sun god Satan, born in the middle of the winter, the sun god. You put a Christmas light at the top of the tree. Where's my lingual user? So I want to go back to this, and then we're going to teach this why you don't. So Michael, this is for you. Everybody else, just be quiet for a minute unless you actually are producing fruit. Hey, you can get extra batteries to put in this. I have this ways to heat my home. I'm doing off-grid, that kind of talking. Keep talking. Otherwise, please don't interrupt the chat, because there's people in here who are actually trying to learn. I have the whiteboard out. When I'm doing this, I won't allow any interruptions. Okay? Don't come in and try to teach the teacher. Okay? But a demon, Tommy, demon, give me the definition of demon, Tommy, or you're a Nephilim. Or give you the definition of Nephilim. I want both of them now. You're on the list. You interrupted the classroom. You're not speaking any truth, Aletheia. So tell me, because in a sense you need to just define what you're saying, so you're not mixing truth with a lie. That's exactly Ahab married Jezebel. They didn't have anything to do with fallen angels or giants. No 30-foot skyscraper-looking dudes shoving their magic school bus in some 5-foot woman's frame. That's not anything the sons of God came in the women of men. That's when Ahab married Jezebel, because I want to go back to a lesson here. So, well, that's, hey, metal. At least you're thinking about toilet paper. Most people won't. They can be thinking about toilet paper at all. So, hey, at least this guy's got toilet paper, guys. Most of you won't have no TP for your bunghole. Uh-oh. I'll get 2 days. 2 days to pay the phone bill. Uh-oh. Better figure that out pretty quickly. 13th. Phone bill's due. Okay, Michael, you still in here? We're going to go on because if I'm just talking to you, remember I want to talk to any of these other people. So actually, I'm just going to get him out of here. He's interrupting. So, Michael, you still in here? So we're going to run back through this real quick. No, a demon is not a spirit. A demon is the word aletheia. The word is hokadesh, a spirit. You don't know what you're talking about, Tommy. Hokadesh, that's the word spirit. Know what you're talking about. I asked for the definition, and you didn't give me the definition. I only want definitions in here. That's it. Using your lexicon. Go study somewhere else then. I don't want anything that's changed or defiled. That's sovereign means you have not, above the law, creator of the law, with unchanged. Pure, you're adding your own version. No, I don't see what you're saying. I see what is the Greek word is called porneia or idolatria. That's the opposite of a demon. I'm giving you the complete opposite spectrum. It's a distributor of fortunes or lies to self. Self is the word latria, self-service, self-will. See, I'll define every word with the Greek or the Hebrew. You speak in American, English. I rebuke your lessons are not welcome in here because they're defiled. The Hebrew word is froward. It's perverted. Okay, don't pervert the word and you won't have no issues in here at all. Put something in here fruitful, but don't talk about any of the word. You can talk about survival, preparedness, all that type stuff. That's extra oil, but don't talk about the word. If you want to add any words in here and you start adding, I guarantee I'll fix you real quick. I'll show you to the narrow way. That's it. I can't fix you the word. I'll show you to the light if you're in the broad way. So a demon is a distributor of fortunes or lies to others. Okay. Now they've replaced it with the word what is called devil. There's no such thing as a devil. That never existed in Scripture. It just says, and like this person right here is adding and is an idiot, is a blasphemous swine because they're a translator. Yahweh Shai, Bahim, Hamashiach. Okay, I speak Hebrew. You're an idiot. There's no vowels in Hebrew. See, why are you adding YHWH? That's how the Hebrew name of Father is, not A's. Those are called translations. Yahweh, I come in the Shem of I am, my Father. Remember? These people can't speak it. Their dialect is alien, meaning foreign. Aliens aren't real. There's no such thing as an alien. It's not 2025. Gods are not in the sky. Heaven's not above your head. Earth's not below your feet. Hell's not below your feet. So you're already off. Guarantee you. Everyone in there, unless you're a regular here, go, yep, no, wrong, you're wrong. So let's go back to your Sky Daddy Jesus worship and show you why it's swine, why he said, do not sup with vipers. Show them to the narrow way. Cast them out, the unclean truths. The man said he was legion, not demon, you idiots. He had many unclean truths, remember? And he cast them into the swine, remember? And it wandered off the cliff to its watery judgments, remember? So I don't want to hear a drop out of you. Not a sugar-coated peep with your little sex daddy Jesus, birthed in the middle of the winter. The Hamashiach was birthed when the shepherds were in the field. Remember, the shepherds, I'm a shepherd, if you know what that is, okay? You might want to study Israel. The rains, October, November, December, the sheep are put up because of the rains. You don't know anything about mold. That's what you are. You're toxic. And he said, if you're toxic, I'll vomit you from my mouth, remember? Because you're lukewarm. You're mixing truth to a lie, like Ahab married Jezebel. That doesn't have anything to do with men, again, with magic school buses slamming them into 5-foot women frames. That should have not set right for me to begin with. The word Nephilim is bully, not giant. So stop adding your own version. That's the word porneia. So the word of God, there's no such thing as God, or what word are you talking about? Okay, bye, Tommy. You're confused. Thanks for coming in, but you're not welcome here. Well, people were worshiping Nimrod. There you go. I mean, that's all it is. So here we go, guys. Michael, thanks for staying in here. So, Michael, let's go over this real quick. Again, Michael, nobody hung from crosses. Nobody ever hung on a cross. That's blasphemy, and that shows the ignorance of a religious person. I have people that say they're biblical scholars that have never studied this. I have people, pastors, whatever. Bring your finest teacher to this ministry, and I will crush them with this lesson, okay? It's all in the word, okay? Nimrod is Apollyon. Nimrod is Satan. And I'm going to show you Nimrod is this. This is Nimrod, okay? We're going to go back to this. That's Nimrod. That's Nimrod right there. You're about to learn. That's right. Unfolded cube, the cabra, the box, like Saturn. There you go. See, guys? That's Nimrod. This is why they mock Christ. They hung him on a tree. Watch what I'm about to show you, okay? This is Christ. Nobody ever carried or hung from crosses. This is the Big Dipper going around the North Star. They thought there was a goddess of heaven spinning the Big Dipper around the North Star. This is your Christmas wreath. Okay? You understand what you're worshiping? They thought the sun was dying, and they prayed to Saturn at the equinox. 9:23. You're under this ritual right now. 12:23. This is actually happening right now. The seventh king is being revealed as the eighth king, right as you speak. 3:23. We're already seeing this. We're already in the rider of the red rider. We've already passed the first rider of Revelation. You're behind the times. 6:23. Remember, these are your dark months. This is your yin yang symbol. A little bit of light, a little bit of dark, a little bit of light. See? Your swastika. The symbolism is everywhere. Okay? I'm going to uncover all this. Lift the veil off. You're going to have an apocalypse. So let's go back and show you what I'm showing you. Okay? Nobody hung from crosses, brothers and sisters. That's why they mock Christ. That's why they mock you and stretch you back so you can't even think straight. So you can't even, you don't understand what's going on. So Christ was yoked. Again, as they would yoke and split that yoke, your head, put you through that. That's not the case. They actually nailed Christ's hands outward in this direction. He carried this yoke. They stocked or pegged him, as I said, Va, 666. The Monster Energy logo is the three nails that they put. Now he carried this, and they hung him on a tree and raised him up to this tree, and then nailed his feet with one stake, right? Or peg. There's many references, like they would call that tree a stock as well. There you go. Pepsi symbol. Good stuff, Elizabeth. Good stuff. You see it in other things, then you're going to start seeing it in everything. Visa, MasterCard. You know, that's the Pisces. That's the birth logo. That's the birth. Anytime you see those two fish, that's the birth of Christ, okay? So, Va represents the three stakes that were put in his feet. Now, they would stretch you back to where you couldn't breathe. One foot would be over the other. These are the Monster Energy logo. This is the XXX, and these are the Hebrew symbol for 666. That's your Monster Energy. They do this everywhere. You'll see that logo too all over the place. It's mocking Christ, okay, whether you realize what they're doing. So they would raise you back and stretch you back to where you couldn't breathe, right? You couldn't breathe. They would literally stretch you so far back. The only way you could get breath in your lungs, air, is to raise up on that one foot that was nailed. And as for long as you can do that, your final death is when you couldn't raise up any longer, right? The birds start pecking your eyes out, and eating your tongue out of your face and getting into your ear holes, and you got some soft spots in your head, brothers and sisters. You got holes all over your head. You ever heard a hole in your head disease like an Oscar? They get the fish. That's what's happening when you're hanging up there. If they came to you when you were still breathing, brothers and sisters, they were masters at torture. People want to say he was hung from a cross. No, he wasn't. Nobody hung from crosses. Nobody carried crosses. Proof is where the Roman soldier stabbed him. There's no way. There's no way he could have been hung on a cross. He was hung from a tree, as it says in the book of Acts, when they took him down from a tree. Cursed he who hangeth from the tree. They would hang you back, stretch you back where you couldn't breathe. And remember, to kill you, couldn't hang a Roman citizen. How they kill you. I know Art of Pain knows this. There's talk of it being dogwood. Obviously, I don't want to say 100%, but my studies, obviously, they use more than one tree to do that, but the one that Christ was hung from, there is a lot of discovery showing that it was a dogwood tree. It's very possible. That's not the only tree they used, but absolutely somebody's been doing some homework in this, field. It's been out forever, brothers, sisters, but with this axis of this web, man, this sure makes this, no, there's no such thing as white or black. He was the lion from the tribe of Judah. It's not hard to figure out. Was Judah white? And nobody's white or black. Those are racist colors. White and black aren't a color. He puts melanin in our skin, or less melanin, because how close he puts us to the equator. That's it. There's no races. One race. You act like I'm not saying in here, but that's a stupid question you could ask. Remember the begottens in the beginning? He was from Judah. Where was that at? Remember the two southern tribes, Jeremiah, Judah, that didn't succumb? They were from the south. Not Nazareth, not the Sumerian from the north, right? Nazareth. Remember all the Gothic tribes, the Vandals. This is what Ahab, went off to work, came back, and Jezebel taught this to the children. This is the whole flying angels and fallen angels and big feet fucking apologize, Kirsten, man, for slamming their, magic school bus in someone with a 5-foot frame. It's a bunch of blasphemy. There's no validity to anything. So that's right. So they would stretch you back. Thank you, Elizabeth. So how did they kill you? How did they kill you? Yep, thank you. So how did they kill a man when they crucified him? If he didn't die on his own because he couldn't raise up on his feet that were one over the other, imagine having the nail exhaustion, right? But they would, right? If that didn't, and you were still alive on the Sabbath, then because you couldn't leave a man hanging on the Sabbath, right? And you couldn't torture or crucify, because remember, I already taught you this. Peter denied Christ 3 times, and he asked to be crucified upside down. That's your peace symbol. Remember, John was crucified on an X. So they couldn't leave you hanging there, brothers and sisters. And if you were still some way able to pump yourself up and get air in your legs, this is what's so beautiful about I'm taking the time to do this with you, to show you what Christ fulfilled the last prophecy, brothers and sisters, when he said that he would be the unblemished sacrificial lamb, not a broken bone in his body. You understand? Because when they came to kill you, if you were still able to breathe after being, there, brothers, sisters, they would come and break your legs. They would break your legs. They would break your legs, and now you couldn't raise up any longer. And so when they came to break Christ's legs, remember, he had already passed. He was already gone. Father had already taken him, fulfilling that prophecy. The last prophecy ever fulfilled on this rock, because there is no prophets, was the prophecy of the unblemished sacrificial lamb. And that's such a beautiful, I hope you can, Michael, can take some from this lesson that I just gave you. Okay. You can see the same lesson taught at Grace and Truth Ministries. Jim Brown doesn't teach it in this way, but he has the same lesson. Okay. You got to study Roman torture. You got to get off this religious nonsense. You want to start learning things. You need to get away from these religions. Jim Brown is a classroom, a whiteboard. Like I have a classroom that I teach, here in the Rusty Dragon. I'm out of light today. So I could probably get up and show you that, but I think I'm going to get up and make some food here in a minute. Oh, my apologies. So, but I'm not done giving you this lesson. Hold on, because I want to show you this real quick, and I can come back and we can either just keep the stream going. I have only to work for the ministry. I'm retired. So Father's blessed me. All I have to do is pay a phone bill and my insurance bill and 20 acres of land. And that's all my bills as of now, because everything else is paid off. So you want to contribute to the ministry, you don't have to pay my bills at all, brothers and sisters. I am retired. I only work for the ministry. Brother Jim draws in $1 million a year in his classroom. I don't draw any money, $3 a month off AdSense. Okay. Everything else is by you guys' donation through either super chat. And sometimes it takes me 2 months or something to get to about $100. It's $100 before you get anything. So, and last month I didn't even get I don't know why. I've never had any issues, but AdSense didn't give me my money last month. So don't feel obligated. The tithe that you have to this ministry is only time. It's never monetary tithe. Don't ever feel obligated. If you can't give just a little bit, then please don't help. you need help yourself, you know what I'm saying? Or if you can, go help somebody locally first. If you can, always in your small group. And then if you have abundance, you can help here. I'm not going to deny, you know, if you have abundance, I have, and I want to share, but I can't. You know, sometimes, you know, I can't share the land, but it is what it is. So I have a Cash App, a PayPal, and the Super Chat. But time can't be printed. Money can be, and money can be earned, and you can't get your time back here. So don't ever feel obligated to spend a single penny. I mean, it's just getting, they're printing $1 trillion a day. I mean, every 100 days, pretty much. That's incredible. So your dollars are probably better spent if you don't have abundance somewhere else. Seriously, I'm serious. I don't want to take from anybody. I'm retired, and so, but if you can, I have expenses coming up in 2 days. I've been doing too much work in here, and I haven't sold anything on the internet, which is crazy. I've been trying, but just not getting hits or anything, and it's okay. I will be okay. I'll figure it out. I think I have some change in a jar or something. It's like $50 for my phone bill, so it's not something that I can't probably go take some. You know, I like to try to keep some fair change around. I've already had to spend some, but it's okay. Everything will work out. You know, if I wanted to, I could be a millionaire because I have massive lawsuits that I could file. But I think I just want to leave the country and not worry about any lawsuits. Maybe I can do them out of the country, and I'll just donate it again. It's all to the ministry. You know, everything I do is for the ministry. I don't want to own anything. I'm really looking forward to getting out from underneath this other land payment, maybe putting that other cabin on there, and I'll have cabin rentals doing, you know, if I leave, I'm going to rent the cabins out here, and I'll have be able to take this, you know, I'm building it right now. So everything's a process. Thank you for coming here. I just want to make very clear that don't ever, if I mention anything monetary, that you have to give, because you can't print time, right? And you can't make time. You can't make up time. I don't know. How are you going to do that? You know, so your time is way more valuable than any kind of monetary time. And we get from time to time. Like I said, it takes me a couple months that people $10 here and $20 here, and it does happen. But don't ever feel obligated in any way, shape, or form to be a part of this ministry. What you need to tithe is good comments. Good comments is your tithe. That's all that's required. Just if you have time, don't make me steal your time. I'm a time robber. People are like, dude, don't walk up to him. He'll talk to you about Jesus forever. People run away from me a lot, and I'm okay with that. That's not the baddest thing, you know what I'm saying? Well, I've got land for sale, motorcycles for sale, vehicles for sale. I got 39, 40 things for sale on the internet. So, you know, I'm not trying to grift anybody, man. I'm not. I actually don't want to own anything. I just want to, but it's just a regular expense. The only expenses I truly have right now, because I pay this, you know, I just put out, you know, over $20,000 for attorney bills. Okay, guys. And I've got about $100,000 that I put into my son's possibly now dead or disappeared body. And I've just been strapped by doing too much ministry time. Honestly, you know, it is, but I have zero regrets. Not at all. I spend 16 hours a day here. Sometimes I work 2 jobs here, and I work during the day here at the ministry, and I sleep 3 or 4 hours, and I get up and I do it every day. I do it every day, over and over again. That's all I sleep, about 3 or 4 hours. I can't sleep longer than that. So, my treasure awaits me, brothers, sisters. My treasure is after I die. This burden that I have, this flesh seems to just, oh man, it's a burden thinking about money and all that. You know what I'm saying? What a burden. But I don't know how we don't all come together and grow our own food together. You know what I'm saying? Having, you know, like I said, I've got chicken eggs that I can't share with anybody. I'm getting so many eggs. I'm feeding them to the dogs and stuff. I mean, I have a lot of land, and, you know, 45 acres of land is a lot of property, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? So you know, charity is something we're not even supposed to do and expect anything back from anybody. We just do it, and it's just something that's done. You know, we did have somebody, because I had been putting together quite a large amount. I spent $11,000 I just had in gold alone, and I didn't buy any of that gold. I might have bought a motorcycle and traded it up, but I worked for 15 months and I had to put it towards a legal bill. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, there we go. That's what I'm trying to do, S. You got it, man. I don't want to own anything ever again. except for maybe a vehicle to travel, because I need to travel with the ministry. It's a mobile ministry. It's a worldwide ministry, but I want to go to 180 countries, and I'm sure people will give me rides wherever I go. But I'm trying to take this ministry down to South America so we can have two. So if you want to look into that, any of the past, you just new here, I have already had a good considerable amount of chunk of precious metals that I was trying to put towards purchasing another farm. I plan on growing food for the ministry, trying to bring. I've been here for 10 years. I don't want to go too long on this, but I've been here for 10 years and purchased this to build a community. Nobody ever came. Oh well, life's not Burger King. It's still here. It's going to be here for generations. It's not doesn't grow legs. So maybe someday people will be here because there's buildings and there's abundance and there's a $500,000 storm shelter, brothers and sisters, here to. Hailstones are going to come in Revelation that are over 130 pounds. And I take everything in that book and I take it exactly like it is. I don't put marbles in his mouth. He spoke. If he says there's going to be 130-pound hailstones, there's going to be 30-pound, 130, how many pills, so there are so many things, what I'm saying, that have been, the ministry's been blessed with, that even if I'm gone or something happens to me, that this ministry will serve for generations. I'm hoping, parents will come here and bring their children here and enjoy these 20-acre parcel here. Kevin's got the other 20. I didn't want to be on 40. That's way too much. I got another 20 up the road, another 5. I know what? I had 65 acres, brothers and sisters. You know what I'm saying? 65 acres. That's way too much. So now what I'm trying to do, if you'll just hear me out, is go down to South America, because I've done outdoor gardens. I built a nice outdoor garden. I want to build a geothermal garden out here, guys. I have it all dug. It's all dug. I just need the bodies here to do it, but nobody came. So you can grow food here year round. It might not, but I go to South America. I could take a seed and spin it on the ground. It's going to go grow like a weed. You know what I'm saying? So I found another farm that's organic farm. It's 2 hectares, which is about, and I have a piece of property that's for sale for $39,000. When I originally looked at this farm, because I'm a farmer, it was 18,900. Now it's 39, but they've added an above ground pool, a fish pond, a driveway, and they put a lot of money into it. But it's an organic farm that's growing right now 20 kinds of fruit, brothers and sisters. 20 different kinds of fruit, not even including the gardens that are in their vegetable gardens. So the idea of this ministry is to tithe food. Get the freeze dryers. I know how to do long-term food storage, all that. I'm going to try to purchase 3 or 4 freeze dryers for the ministry, because that property has power. I'm off the grid here. We'll start with 1 or 2, couple freeze dryers, and just keep sending it out to the ministry. I wanted to send it to our subscriber base, the people been here for a long time, or the people who are starting to produce fruit. The best thing to be charitable with, brothers and sisters, when he says to be charitable, is the word. Forget food, forget money, forget tithes. A tithe is a tithing. If somebody's in the broad way, show them the narrow way, period. You don't have to give anybody any food, any of your possessions. That's not what charity is talking about. F that. That's not what he means. Be charitable with his meat, not the watered down milk, but, the land of milk and honey. That's the food. Right? Daily bread that we're supposed to give each other, correct? Extra bread and extra fish, brothers and sisters. Listen to what I'm saying. But this ministry is based off of food motivated, because we need to be eating better. We'll spiritually feel better if we're more organic. Oh, you're a hippie. So, not some long-haired. I like organic lifestyle. I don't want to eat anything ever in my life again, box, bag, or can, if I could help it, is all I'm saying. If you don't like that, no problem. But I can grow on this farm, brothers and sisters, that's a completely organic farm that's never been fertilized by anything but the farm itself. In Ecuador, I want in on that. I want a farm. I'm a farmer. I farm. This is what I do. I wasn't born a farmer, but I am a wandering Jewish carpenter, so I'll build wherever I go. I'll come help you build at your house. See, I plan on getting this South American ministry set up, producing food, and then I want to go on the road because I'm retired. And that's what I'm saying. I only struggle with money because all my money, I give it away to the ministry. Remember, I should have just taken that $27,000 and got an attorney for my son and daughter, and they might be alive still. But instead, I paid the ministry off. So because I could die. They could come out here and try to do what they did to me already, and then or it's like right now. Recently, I had to take another 20-some thousand or something and put it towards this case so they wouldn't put me in jail for just trying to protect my son. Otherwise, what good does it to have a stack of precious metals and I'm sitting in a jail cell? That doesn't make any sense. So I put it towards myself this time. And maybe I should have done that sooner. And it is, I have no regrets because anything's possible. I could die today. I could leave and I still want this ministry to serve. You know what I'm saying? I want this ministry to serve the people, the body that are in this ministry. Brothers, sisters, I don't care what happens to me. There's a difference between famous and infamous. It's like a legacy. It's after what happens after you die is way, way more important to me. Okay. So I want to go back to a more organic lifestyle where people can not have to eat the food box bagged. We just pay to poison ourselves, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? What happened to you are what you eat. If you can't read it, don't eat it. I mean, we literally, all these Yellow Lake and all this is poison. We poison. Our sugar is poison. We poison ourselves. Food flavored poison. What kind of box bag can food flavored poison would you like today? And the fruit, remember grandma had those little plastic fruits or little resin, little grapes or something. Why is all this fruit, every apple is the same color, same size, and the same? We're eating that crap grandma used to have. I'm a plastic man. You know me. I'm a young OG. I'm a plastic man. You know what I'm saying? I'm not a plastic man. I'm a classic man. Remember, that's what he said. So brothers, sisters, it's crazy. They don't grow. Actually, if you look, your vegetables that are frozen have more nutrition because they don't pick them to look good in the shelf, sprayed with bugs, eats the bugs. They pick them at the height of nutrition, especially because they're freezing them and it loses some of the nutrition. That's crazy to think. If you go to the store, your frozen vegetables have more nutrition in them than your fresh vegetables. Well, those are plastic vegetables and they all look the same. Why are all the pears the same shape, same size, same color? That's not food, brothers and sisters. We need to start growing our food, man. You know what I'm saying? So we should eat better. That's going to help your spiritual body be right. It's not what goes in a man. You're not going, oh, I did so good, Father. I only ate organic and I ate by your dietary laws. You ain't getting nowhere by eating with Father. Well, you could just eat crap the whole time if you want. It's not what goes in a man that defiles us, brother. But that's not what I'm about, okay? That's not what I'm about. I'm about trying to be I want to spend my last days healthy and I want to fight to the last breath for Father. I'm a soldier of God. And he said, endure to the end to be safe. So if I die here on the battlefield, I hope that God will bless me again as a reincarnate me as a soldier so I can live to fight again. I don't want to give up. You got to endure to the end. And the way you're going to do that is by having high quality food. Things in the beginning, right, were not so bad, but look where we're at now. We're at the end, right? No, we're at the, not the end, but the beginning of sorrows, which means everything is going to get a lot worse from here on out. Not great again. Let's not do that. Okay. That's not what's happening here, brothers and sisters. We need to be wise virgins, have extra oil, not foolish trying to run to the store to get TP for a bunghole when we got the toilet tobacco 2.0 and they've locked down all 50 states in America. They already have military on 20 plus states. And what are you waiting for, a full lockdown where they literally have military guard, Semper Fi, Marines, Army veterans like myself, MPs at every other street corner asking if you got real ID? How do you prove that's really you? You got a passport. It's starting to feel a little swastika Nazi Germany, brothers, sisters. It really is. I hope you have, a plan not to fight with anybody. I could have every one of 27 you in here on this property. We could shut the gates, save the world, and be here for years, and we'd be okay. We just say, bye-bye, world. We don't want you. We're going to stay here, keep growing. We're not going to fight. We might bring people in. We're not going to shoot anybody. We're going to extort them for the resources. Hey, you know how to trap fish? You got to stay outside. You go only eat rice and beans out there, and you can come in here later, but they ain't going to know about in here. I'm talking about bringing people in, not whacking people, brothers, sisters. So you better have a good, strong mindset in that time, not some survival like, oh, my God, it's the end of the world. No, it's just the beginning of sorrows. You understand? Meek, not weak. They are, Elizabeth. It's happening. That's what's crazy. And it's not a panic. This is happening. This is the time not to panic. This is a time, that's what I'm saying. You want to eat good food, get as much sleep possible as you can. Don't oversleep. Spiritually, you need to have your house so that what would Christ do? So you say that every time you run into bad situation, you don't respond to the flesh. or gay, quick to judgment, quick to anger, quick to wrath, quick to indignation. He says when somebody comes for your stuff, give them the rest of what you have, brother, sister. Don't fight for this. You better find a place away and take half of it and divide it and put it in some box in some cash, not money, C-A-C-H-E. You step back, you play the stupid game like an actor. Please don't shoot me, honey. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Walk backwards. It's just stuff. I said, shut up, bitch. And you guys already worked that out. Prior, piss poor performances because you didn't practice. Perfect performance prevents piss poor performance, right? Perfect practice prevents piss poor performance. Do you understand what I'm saying? You got to divide some of this stuff up, brothers, sisters. You need some wheels to get away from society too. Wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. You know what I'm saying? You get out of the city, Elizabeth, please, if you can. And if you can't, make a plan to bug in. Try to find people who are like not wanting to fight, People are smart. Hey, when this happens, we're not going to keep our lights on. We're not going to fire up a generator so everybody comes over here. We're going to put the blackout curtains in, and we're going to try not to fight. Let's not make a heat thing. We're going to be flying drones and shit over our house. Let's just try to, you better make a plan to bug in, brothers, sisters, because you're any day away. And I'm not trying to incite any kind of panic from this, putting this country in. You think the COVID lockdowns were, you ain't seen nothing. I'm talking about military style lockdowns like Fallujah, brothers, sisters, better in like desert type stuff, brothers, sisters. And I'm not trying to get you to incite panic because they're taking control of this country. The destruction of America is being controlled. In case you hadn't figured it out, it's a controlled demolition. So the best thing you can do is try to get away from people. Population density is going to be your number one killer. Unprepared people stop using their heads. If you don't own one of these, brothers, sisters, you might want to get one of these tomorrow, the next day, today. Yesterday would have been a better day. Okay, live straw will last. This is 10,000 gallons. This is going to last you for years. This is 100,000 gallons. This thing's not that big. This is a personal water filtration system. You can drink out of the back of a toilet. I know that doesn't sound nice, but you can drink out of a puddle, a pond, a lake. The water driving down the side of a curb if you're in a city. Come on, guys, be smart. Don't be out there fighting people for toilet paper. Go there right now. Remember during the COVID, they said essential goods. They literally started cautioning, tape things off. You don't think they're gonna stop allowing some of these type things to be sold? They're strangling people right now with supply chain shortages already. You need to become the supply chain. You need to try to become your own central bank. Where do we put our precious metals? We lost our precious metals. They're here somewhere. So start sourcing, brothers, sisters, from local sources. Start sourcing more organic sources. You know what I'm saying? That's right. Outstanding. That's right. So learn how to filter water without a water filter. Even if you lost yours, somebody stole it from you. Are you like a duck in a pond? You're like a woman. Everyone I've ever got on her back. You know what happened to her? Screwed! I mean, like, oh, sorry, ladies, my bad. I'm not sorry for anything. I apologize. Ever. Not sorry at all. But seriously, you like a turtle, like roll over or something, honey, I mean, turtle, roll over. But you know what I'm saying? Kick something, do something, shake it, wiggle it just a little bit. But that's what you do. You're just sitting there like a duck in a pond waiting to be shot. Come on, guys. There's things you can do right now. Oh, I can't do preparedness shifts. You can. You live in an apartment and put this in your sock drawer. A wind turbine. Solar panels, this type stuff could fit in your apartment complex, in your little closet. A wind turbine is like the size of a vacuum box. The whole, assembly, you got a vacuum? Oh, carpet, disgusting. I got a vacuum, but do you own a water filter, brothers, sisters? You better get, to cracking on this here because, remember, they were taping stuff off. Remember, push your cart down the aisle that way. You don't get the buggy or you don't get the bug. And remember, yeah, the air was so tense outside. You can go outside the air, you could break it if you sneezed. Remember that? You want to wait for that to be going and getting, remember, toilet paper? Remember, you put an extra roll or two in your cart. People that, Prepper, hey, he's buying extra stuff. He's buying extra stuff. People were like that, all Karens. Remember that during the COVID? You can walk right now into a store. You could probably fill your whole damn thing with toilet. I mean, don't make it excessive. Probably 5 or 6, 8, 10 of those 36 rolls. Nobody's going to look at you even sideways right now. Don't buy it all up. I didn't say hoard. You can have enough teepee as you want, but listen, you're going to hurt the person behind you because you have taken everything. That's not how preparedness is something you should just really be every day that you go to the store, once a week or once a month. Buy a couple of those extra 36 rolls when you go. You already buy one or two, so buy two more, And then when this TP debacle 2.0 happens and you're sitting there with your husband or wife on the television going, remember that crazy guy we saw on YouTube? Honey, go get the lawn chair. They're fighting over toilet paper again. Aren't you glad we listened to them? Yeah, keep it down. Okay, stay low on the radar. That way you don't put yourself as a hoarder or a prepper and you just walk out of there as another day. That's how you should be doing everything right now, brothers and sisters. Don't go too fast. Look, it's like you get going too fast and you're that little cotter pin, that smallest little thing comes out. The whole thing's going to come apart, brothers and sisters. Don't miss a single detail. You'll wish you went back later, and go, damn, why didn't I pay attention to that? There's a lot of things you could be doing right now because we're not on full lockdown, but we are going and headed in that direction. Have you ever seen in your lifetime military on 19, 20 states? No, something is here and something is bigger is coming, and they know it. I told you what's happening on this channel, exactly what they're preparing for. The magnetosphere is going to rock the sun, is going to take down our grid, period. That's why they've dug in. That's why they're not trying to go in the sky and get out of here, because they can't go anywhere, and they know that. So the best thing you could do is prepare for unprepared people. And the government's just trying to whack the nations. Remember, with the 5G whiz, stand on the X, go inside. They're not here to save you. You think FEMA's going to show up with a water filter for you? Kiss my ass. Did you see what happened to Hurricane Helene? They were literally not even letting the supplies get into that place. They were giving the money. They were giving the shit to migrants, brothers and sisters. Never forget what this government has done to us already. Fear, go inside, flatten the curve, shut down all our small middle-class businesses. They're doing it again, brothers and sisters. They're doing it again. You don't realize this migrant thing is wiping out our middle class right now. It is wiping the middle class out. You know how many businesses have been shuttered down, construction sites? It's like a flipping ghost town in America, brothers and sisters. It's great again, my ass. This demolition is controlled. Go in a neighborhood, they're like a freaking ghost town. No life in the U.S. neighborhood. Go to Mexico, vibrant, kids running around without iPhones, iPads, music till 3 o'clock in the morning. Louder. Nope. All night long. Vibrant life. All you got to do is get out of America and you live a whole life. So don't tell me again. This is something that you should be paying attention to. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. That's what the scripture says. This is not the end, but the beginning of sorrows. And sorrows means tabernacles, man. It's going to be tabernacles. Wandering Jews in the desert. Temporary places of study, worship, it's going to get intense. Tabernacles, baby. Tabernacles. So that's all I'm saying, okay? That's all I'm trying to tell you, is that if you're prepared, then you're not fighting with people. You know what I'm saying? Don't fight with people. Go and find a place with people who are like-minded, who say, hey, we just want to read the word and share the gospel with each other and grow food together. And oh, that sounds like some kind of cult or hippie communion, whatever you call it, whatever. I am meek. I'm a pacifist. I can take your head off without having a weapon. I can unalive you so fast it make your head spin. I could put you in 15 different chokeholds, okay? But I'm not threatening that. I'm a pacifist now. I don't want to fight anybody. I don't want to hurt anybody. There's no reason. I don't know what for. I don't remember. They came with 25 men with guns and tried to kill me, and they'd already grenaded my son and daughter, and I went with my hands in the air. You can see I didn't resist them. I did exactly like I told my son and my daughter, don't resist. These people will kill you. And they still, remember, Elijah still got shot with his hands in the air. They didn't care. Remember, they grenaded both my son and daughter to wake them up. You know what I'm saying? So, be careful. Don't get in confrontations with anybody. I can go on Amazon right now and get 4 or 5 of my buddies and go get all those badges, because these are not even due process. They're not showing warrants. They're not show cause. They're literally just defiling the Fourth Amendment process, the right to do, Fourth Amendment, to be secure in your house's paper. You have to have a warrant to take somebody off these streets. Nope. They're just kidnapping people off the streets, brothers, sisters. And it's not because they're foreigners now. It's because they're too poor. So this is not something to take lightly. This would be the time. If you have abundance, try to help people in the future. Just one little thing of extra, this bag of rice, and this bag right here might cost you $100 US dollars before the end of this year, brothers and sisters. And I know that doesn't even sound possible, but hyperinflation's been here before. You know, $5 for a cheeseburger went up to 500 in Venezuela. Well, now we're down there screwing Venezuela, a nation that we're not even at war at. We're literally blowing up boats. Okay, it's so hard to fathom like something like this right now. It's so easy to attend. We can get the big bags of this stuff right now, brothers and sisters. It doesn't have to be the nicer freeze-dried food for your neighbor. You should get the things you like. You should go buy something right now to lift your morale. I don't care if it's crap, it's candy, it's poison. Go get it. Go get it. There's a reason why they put M&Ms and Tabasco bottle and stuff inside of a meal ready to eat, a field ration. I'm a veteran. It keeps your morale up. Go get the things that you like right now. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Get the things that you like. That's going to be worthless. You're sitting next to a gold bar. You ain't going to carry about how many pounds that is or silver. That's not what it's talking about when they throw their gold and silver in the streets. That's not what it's talking about. It's talking they're already doing that. 500 ounces at a time with smart cruise missiles, with monster boxes. You know what I'm saying? Dropping them on people. It takes silver to take all the circuitry. There's the lifeblood of the military industrial complex. Is not oil. It's silver. It's been in every tank, every switch, every helicopter, every boat, every plane, everything. Silver is the bank killer, brothers, sisters. Save silver and save lives. Seriously. Oh, hey, we got power here. Let's turn on our lights. So I'm going to take a break here for a minute, brothers, sisters. Heat something up. I think I'm going to make some cheeseburgers. Not like McDonald's, but I'm going to make, I bought some bread and I haven't been eating a whole lot of food. Will be money. Yeah, food. Silver's listen, Michael, do you know what the most purest thing on this rock is? Water. You know what they purify water with? Silver. Lots of things. Remember, these put it in milk. It has a lot of the world is very dangerous. The school shootings are bad as the school shootings are all planned by the government. So every one of these people, school shooters, Sandy hoax, whatever, all this nonsense, are on some psychotropic drug. The government knows of all these people. That's a planned event. The government produces all these, orchestrates these school shootings. I'm not saying people don't die. You know, I'm not saying people don't suffer, but don't sit there and lie to yourself. These are all orchestrated. I know. I've covered these things on this ministry and other channels in the past, and nope, all orchestrated by the government. So I'm going to go ahead and leave the ministry running. We'll come back up here, but it won't take me long because I've already got these burgers. I cooked some this morning, and we'll come back up and I'll eat, and I'll continue on. I'm working for the ministry today. I might get up here, but until I sell something on the internet, I have 38 things for sale, and I'm not trying to grift you, but maybe somebody will make a donation because I got a phone bill coming up I got to pay, and then the very next day I have a land payment, and I don't depend on people paying me anything, but you know, people are charitable from time to time. Any penny is going to help me. So I can do work here. I'd work on the property, but it's not, I can't, you know, there's not, that'll come. I'll be able to, you know, make that, I'll be able to generate income from that. So I'm not in here trying to grift anybody. It's not going to do me any good today. I'm not going to sell anything, you know, by fixing the property. I will be able to use that later. So I put just about everything I can on the internet for sale. So it's Father is one who restrains me. If he'll let something be sold, then I won't have any issues. It's like I'm so frustrated with Father that property didn't sell. I had a lot of hits on it in the beginning, and then it just wasn't right. The timing wasn't right, and that would have relieved a lot of things because I already could have bought the property in South America, had a little extra funds just to get by, you know, because remember, I really don't need to, I don't have bills. I got rid of all my bills by paying everything I have off, and then started building a life where I'm like, okay, how do I build a life without bills? My only bills that I had were the basic, like you guys have, car insurance. I don't even have car insurance on myself. If I get in a wreck, I am screwed. But you're not. I got insurance on the other people. I don't want to ruin somebody else's life by getting in an accident, right? I don't have the money to be paying somebody $150,000 if for some reason or something my tire comes off, I smash T-bone or something. I don't know. It could be mechanical failure. I'm a good driver, but you never know. So, bone bill and whatever. Whoa! Holy crap! Hey, I don't mean to be like that too, because I don't get that. Wow! Holy crap! I don't get that right away, and that's okay. And I'm only saying this, guys. Listen, just please listen to me, because I don't want to grift you. I just didn't get the money last month. They did not give me my money from AdSense, and that's something. So I do have Cash App. I'm not trading. If you want to put money directly in my hands, because now I have to wait a whole month to get that, and that's fine. That's fine. I have expenses next month, and what I'm going to do with that specifically, I think you might be from another country, is I will put it towards the ministry in South America, or towards the expense to get down to South America so that I can purchase the farm down there. I'm sure between now and the next time that I get down there, I have a 39-acre parcel for sale. If anybody's got interested in a motorcycle right now, I will sell you my Honda Valkyrie. It's a V6 motorcycle. I love to ride bikes. I just cannot ride it enough. That has got one. It's one of the best bikes, you know what I'm saying, on the market. Look, it's better than a Harley in a sense. It's faster. It's shaft driven. I got it for $4,200 right now. I'd sell it to anybody who brought me $1,800 cash today. Offered to somebody yesterday. You know, anybody wants to buy something, I don't want to grift anybody, brothers and sisters. Please don't make me. I didn't want to do that to try to. I just want you to know I got expenses, and I probably should go out and work today. Maybe we'll get up and we'll go show you what I've been working at. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't matter. I will put it towards the ministry, okay, in South America, or I can get down there, okay? I'll figure out this phone bill. I got, I really didn't want to spend these because I've been collecting these, but there's probably $30 or $40 worth of nickels in here. These are nickels because nickels becoming more and more expensive. I've saved these nickels, and see, you know what I'm saying? So thank you. Again, I'm not trying to, I'm just telling you that thing, the message came over. I got to pay a phone bill in 2 days. And so I'll get it taken care of. If I got to take nickels to the bank, I am not proud. I got some pennies too. I'm having a hard time looking through what's an 82 and I can't tell anymore, guys. I can't read after I got grenaded to the face and eaten 5 tear gas canisters, man. My body's a little shot. I can't, and I'm still working, but I just don't work like I did before. They crushed me, man. They literally, if you want to see what happened, they literally grenaded me right to the face, and I suffered a stroke, and I hemorrhaged for 6 months before one of my, my moderators was, like, hey, Pastor, what's going on? Your face is bleeding. And I'm trying to not, tell anybody what's going on. And, it ended up being, like I said, just go look what they did to me. So I apologize, guys, that to even mention it, but I want to thank everybody, for being a blessing to me in the abundance. I'm a little frustrated because last month they didn't give me the AdSense, and it took me 2 months. I even showed Kevin, because I owe Kevin the money for the roofing. I showed it to him on my phone. I said, look, this is my AdSense account, Kevin. I don't have any money because I haven't been able to get anything sold. I'm not even getting hits. I have this money coming in from AdSense. Can I, because we're at Home Depot. I said, can I ask you, as soon as this money comes in, I will give this to you. And it didn't come in. It's the first time AdSense did. And I wrote them and tried and got on the chat and all that. And they can't figure it out. So I just kind of walked away. So I'm hoping again, I don't run into that this month, or I will shut the super chat off. Okay. I won't have it on anymore. I don't want anybody to lose their money. You guys work so hard for every stinking penny. I don't care if you're from another country. America makes your dollar worth less. So F America. I hate America because they make everybody else's dollar. So if you cave from some other country, man, I don't know how anybody can give anything, because all we do is tax every other country. We make them pay. Remember, play or pay in this country. So if you have abundance, please help somebody, in your local area. I don't want to take from anybody. Okay. Thank you for the abundance. Every penny counts in my book, just because, I'm the kind of person that I save my change. So I'll be able to make it. I'd rather keep this because I think these nickels are going to be quite, have something. These will have trade value in the future. I think nickel, remember that this is a metal that they need to use to make stainless steel. Stainless steel. They make stainless. That's what causes, apparently Elon Musk didn't put enough nickel in those cars that he's got, the dust pans, whatever, those silly little cars. It's the nickel that makes stainless steel. If they're going to go into a future, brother, sister, just hear me out, where they have circuitry, robotics, and they're going to want them to go through water and dogs and stuff, this nickel is going to be very valuable in the future, if that makes sense. Does that make sense? You know what I'm saying? What I'm talking about as a strategic metal for war. Copper too, absolutely. But you know what I'm saying? Because copper, see, they got rid of the copper because it was too expensive. It costs more to make a nickel. Wolves, look, oh, we're going to clip the copper penny because, it's clad anyways. And even copper, the nickel is even more, brothers and sisters, to make than I think it's like 11 cents or something to make a nickel. It's not cheap to make these. So just hear me out. Hold on to your nickels, okay? If you can. If I got to spend them, brothers and sisters, I will. It's okay. I don't care. Father does. He beats the snot out of me all the time. And told you I have abundance. I just getting kind of shut down on the internet because that's the way I've been working on the internet for 20 years. I've made a life on the internet. I took the B system and turned it on its head. I'm still doing it today. So nothing changed but the weather. So thank you, brothers and sisters. If I have to take this down to the bank, I mean, the bank's 20 some miles away, I will, but thank you for the abundance. Okay. If anybody can bless me now, I have a Cash App and a PayPal. Okay. Or I have Bitcoin, which I can turn over. I've never cashed in the Bitcoin, but don't, once again, ever feel that you ever have to give a dime. Because once I actually, just hear me out. Maybe, just maybe, I might stay here in America if Father has a plan. And then I'm going to sue the state of Oregon because of what they did for accountability to my daughter and son, not out of vengeance. Because I know if my son and daughter were alive, they already would have filed their lawsuits because of what happened to them. So maybe on habeas corpus on their behalf or whatever, I'm hoping, Father, please make them alive. I don't want them to be dead. Even if they're suffering right now, I don't know. I don't want them to suffer. But if they're dead, then they're not suffering. But eventually this will all get taken care of. And if I file the lawsuit, then just please go back and look at the ministry, how much money that I've just shelled out over the last, probably about $100,000, brothers and sisters, in the last year, 16 months, not a year, to try to help my son from being wrongfully convicted. And I have all the evidence of it because I used to do this for a living. So please don't let my shortcomings, my financial shortcomings, burden you in any way. You're not obligated ever to give anything to this ministry. And if you do it, please don't think I'd even give you some kind of special, we'll give you thanks, but that doesn't put you in a higher list than somebody who does or doesn't. Like I said, I actually had a larger donation that came in, the largest one we ever have. It's not like Jim Brown. It's quite measly compared to what Jim Brown brings in. But instead of taking that money, because I got it, I think when I got it, I took it and put it into silver. When I put it into silver, I think I bought the silver at about $35 an ounce, and now silver's up over 40. So I'm glad I just didn't leave it in the money. You see, now I'm not going to take that, I can need that cash to pay that bill. No, it's staying there for the ministry, and that's how I was able to come up with the money for the ministry too, and hold that money so I can't just run in and that's fine. You know what I'm saying? So please, again, brothers, sisters, I mean, large contributions, I'm not going to pay my bills with it. I'm going to put it towards the ministry in South America so we can have more abundance than we already have. Freeze dryers are going to have to get bought and all that. But hey, if I have to stay here in America, brothers and sisters, and they force me to stay here, I am going to sue, which I don't want to do because it makes the taxpayer have to pay for the shortcomings of their public servants, which does not seem right in any way, shape, or form. That's why I've avoided. I already could have filed these lawsuits, and I'd be a millionaire by now. I guarantee I'd have $50 million. I know that my case is worth more than $50 million. That's why I already told some of you guys in here, if you want to help me get an attorney, just take the playlist, take the 12-minute SWAT raid, and take it to an attorney. They'll be hungry. They'll want it. I don't have time to mess with this. I don't care. I have a ministry to run. You know what I'm saying? I have a ministry here to run. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to gain money. I don't want to own anything. I just want to go on the road and share the gospel. I'm telling you, I already said if I could wash my clothes once a week, I'd never change my clothes ever again. I don't need another set of clothes. I'm fine with what I got. As long as it's a black top and a black pair of pants and black socks and black shoes, I'm good. I'm a Scorpizzo. I need black. This is what I wear. Okay. I don't feel comfortable in all these weird colors as long as they're somewhat, you know what I'm saying? I don't care about vanity. I don't care about owning anything. So there's nothing here for me to gain. I don't want to take, you know what I'm saying? This is stupid. You know what I'm saying? Who is Charlie Kirk? I keep hearing of Charlie Kirk. Who is that? Who's Charlie Kirk? Who is this? Is that guy who sits there and talks to the kids, you know, or the people and talks? He's one of these Trump supporters. I think he's is that guy? Is that who Charlie Kirk is? If that's fake, that's bullshit. That's I ain't even seen it. I can tell you already. They've been saying that last couple of days too. They've been coming in and talking about Charlie Kirk. Is that who that is? He sits there and he disputes he's a Zionist pig is what he is. He's a fake Jew. I'll call it like it is. I'm only here one life, and if I get in trouble, guess what? Father will cover me for my sins of the world. Remember, not my own shortcomings, but the sins if I stand up to this nonsense. He's a PDF file too, okay? He is. He's a PDF file. Guarantee he is. Kirk, Captain Kirk, Nanu, Shazbot, Captain Luke Picard. All right, there. Captain Spock. All right, brothers, sisters, appreciate it. I'm going to get up here for a minute, and I'm going to go, hey, our phone's at 100%. We can get up and go take a tour around. You guys want to take a tour around the ministry? We can go look at the shelter. Oh, my gosh, I said that. My dog jumped up from a dead sleep. Holy crap, guys. I said shelter, and that dog jumped. Oh, he was just watching to go to the back. He just was the dad. He just was his dad. Oh, you heard that, didn't you? You just whoop your dad. You were the best dingo I ever did have. Did somebody, where it happened to the baby Jesus? Did you eat the baby Jesus? Uh-oh, somebody put the baby on the windowsill. The dingo ate the baby. The dingo ate the baby. All right. This is Mr. Pants. He's my buddy. He's my buddy. He's my buddy. I love these dogs so much. I got to be positive for my dogs, guys, too, right? My buddies and me, we buddies and me, we like the puppy dogs. I love these guys. All right. Oh, he's going crazy. He's crazy like his dad. He's a crazy boy. Oh my gosh, we're gonna put the puppy on the Ritalin. We're gonna put him on the Ritalin. He's just going too fast. Where'd he go? Where's the puppy? Where's my boy? You're a crazy boy. This is a crazy guy. You're a crazy boy. Do you love the dad? He is the best ever did this. I love you, buddy. My biggest guy, you're the best. You're so big. You're a big guy. All right. I got to actually, there's a bush out there that needs to be watered, and I have to go water it. So you guys can guess how many eggs that we have at the farm today. We'll go out there and, yes, I love my buddy. You're my guy. You're my guy. He's my best guy that ever did best. You know, that ever did best. Look at him being a good boy. He's got the prettiest ears in the world. Do you see that? Aren't those ears amazing? That's the dingo. He's a hybrid. I'm a dog breeder. This is my epitome of what I breed. Oh, this is a good boy. He gave me his paw. I put my paw out there. Said he's a pretty boy, and he gave me his paw. Oh, such a good boy. I love you, buddy. You're just the best ever. Best. Oh, she my good boy. No kisses. No kisses. Okay? I love you. You're my best guy. What? You want me to give you lovin's? Oh, he's trying to pull Dad over to give him lovin's. You're the best guy. You're the every single best one ever did best. What a cutie pie he is. What a cutie guy. You guys hurt my dogs too. I mean, what? I don't mean to go there, guys, but sometimes that what bothers me about what they did that day. You know, this guy stayed here with the kitties to make sure they were taken care of. Make sure the kitties didn't get outside of the cabin because they left the doors open because of the tear gas. So. Nice. Exact. Good stuff, Michael. Yeah, you see, my dogs are my life. So, all right, we're gonna get up for uno momento here, and I'm gonna put the heat to this beef here. Heat on the beef. Maybe we get up, walk around a little bit. All right, we got onions. We're gonna have to make some chicken tacos, huh? Gonna make some chicken tacos. Get our onions. All right, there we go. You ready? Ready already? Oh, so beautiful. All right, got our onions on there. Onions. Same thing here. for making McDonald's cheeseburgers, but not with kids. Man, that's crazy how good mustard is. I didn't eat mustard my whole life. Really didn't like mustard until I got an adult. I'm probably in my 30s when I ever ate mustard. I remember when I used to go to McDonald's. I don't eat fast food. For a long time since McDonald's. I don't know how long, but 10 years or more probably. But I was younger. I really only like meat, bread, and cheese, maybe ketchup or mayonnaise or something. I didn't like all the extras on a hamburger. I'd only get no lettuce or tomatoes, not all that rabbit food. Now I love it with all of that stuff on there. I don't know what the heck. So what I'm getting at is I grew up and I didn't like mustard because it's so strong. You know what I'm saying? If you're not used to mustard, it just seems it's, you know, if you eat it your whole life, it's not that strong. But man, I used to taste one drop on a burger and it used to just like, no way, I didn't want to touch it. Just didn't like the taste of it. It was super strong. And now I like mustard, like a McDonald's cheeseburger. You know what I'm saying? It's awesome. I don't know why I missed out all these. So that weird taste of the, I remember I used to get one and I'd wipe all the mustard off and I just eat it anyways. I could just taste so much of that mustard, even one bite of it. I just put a whole packet of mustard on that thing. It's yummy because I didn't eat it my whole life. So this is single cow, not 1,000 cow burger. So I know mustard's so awesome. I'll make some cabbage. I'll figure something out. I'll put mustard and cabbage. They're good together. But we got my McDonald's burger here, but at home. I don't eat fast food. And I haven't been eating any bread or pasta. Very little. Trying to cut it out of my diet almost altogether, but I wanted some hamburgers. I did them a while, you know, but I didn't buy buns from them. I just made them without. But I could even put more mustard on there, bro. I'm serious. I could put more mustard on there. Yeah, my brothers like mustard. I didn't like it at all. You know, actually, the only thing I would eat mustard on was a Wiener Schnitzel kraut dog, a sauerkraut dog. That's why I earlier was saying, you know, put it with cabbage, kraut. But it's weird how our taste buds change. That mustard on there is so good with that ketchup. The way they blend together. Oh, I couldn't stand that flavor when I was younger. I'm like, pretty awesome how we yeah, kind of. And what I like about things is, Arena, when you don't eat things when you're younger, maybe because you're picky. I don't know anybody who like Brussels sprouts, and I think all of us like Brussels sprouts now, right? That's kind of an adult thing you grow into. Not like a cilantro thing where you just don't like it or not, but it's kind of cool not to eat things when you're younger and then eat them as you're older, because it's like being a kid in a candy store. Like, man, this is like brand new to me. and you got some circus going in your mouth. It's like, oh my gosh, this is amazing, So it's okay to be a little picky, I'm saying, when you're younger, because I have mustard on there. That's why I want more mustard. Not enough to overpower it, but the ketchup, and it's kind of sweet, so. It's awesome to eat things as you get older that you didn't eat, because it's like brand new. Like, wow. What the hell was I thinking? Texture's everything. That's why I didn't like tomatoes raw. Cooked fine, ketchup fine, stewed fine, but not raw. It was the texture. And it's not a tomato as far as now, because I'm talking like that store-bought tomato that's kind of pasty, chalky, if you will. You know what I'm saying? It's not, because it's wet, but it's like that chalky, pasty. Get a beef eater or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Those are good. They're all red. There's none of that little. That was a texture thing for me. That's why I didn't like tomatoes. I didn't like the texture. Tomatoes don't taste like crap, hardly anything. What do tomatoes taste like? Not a lot. I mean, they have flavor, but good beef eaters have some, Then I'd eat cherry tomatoes, or the pear tomatoes, but I didn't like, big, because I didn't like that. Like I said, that kind of gritty, chalky, restaurant style tomato. That's kind of, it's almost pink. It's not red, right? It's kind of got that. You can see it when you cut. It's like almost like an apple texture when it's soft. So sometimes taste has zero to do with something. It's everything about the texture. I can't agree more. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Not McDonald's here. That burger's so good. It's single cow burger. You know what I'm saying? One cow. I'm going to shut that door. Man, it's cold today. Guys, I think I must be getting cold or old, man, because I can't do this cold this morning, man. It rocked my world this morning getting up, man. Really did. And I mean, I knew it was coming, but I got out of bed. It was cold. I'm like, damn, Oh, I can't winter here, man. I'm not going to be able to winter. I'm getting weak, I guess. I'm getting old. I mean, I make it, but winter comes hard and fast out here. It switches. So it's not like the winter will be that bad either. I don't think the winter will be that bad. I don't want to do this cold, man. When you said, pray your flight be not in the winter. So, what I've been thinking about is if they're not going to drop this case, what, like 10 or 11 days or something now? that I'm going to tell my attorney I want a delay in this case. You know, a delay on the case for like 6 months. I already violated my right of speedy trial, so I'm going to fucking leave. Yep. So we'll see what happens here in a couple weeks, man. Thank you, brothers and sisters, for being here for me. I get split in half every day wanting to leave here because I know it's not safe and it's probably the smartest thing I can do, but Father made it to where I have to stay here. I'd so much rather leave without, having a record, because I don't have a record, than to leave and get a warrant for my arrest and then just give it to him after all this time. I've waited 16 months to try to get this taken care of, and nothing's been done. Remember, I've given all this money to the attorney, and still nothing's being done. So if he ain't doing anything by the 12th or nothing's been done, I'm going to say, give me my fucking money back, man. Love you. Thanks. Appreciate your time, but you can take for whatever time you got, but I'm going to go down in South America, get the fuck out of here. I'm not staying in this country. So hopefully we don't go under lockdowns. 9/23, it's totally possible. This whole ritual, the 9/23, we probably will lock down. Don't. I'm not a day picker, but don't be surprised if, after 9/23, I can't leave. So we'll see. My court date's the 22nd. So I told you that's exactly what it'll work. I'll be able to leave. They'll drop the case, and I won't be able to go. That's the way it's going to work. Probably. So no worries. It's all in God's timing. He's perfect. He knows it. I just bitch and moan all the time that I don't like his timeline. Because I'm impatient. All right. I'm impatient because I wait 16 months to try to report my son and daughter dead, and they won't take them. So I just, that's impatience. I should just keep trying, right? Keep getting thrown in jail. Keep getting threatened to be thrown in jail. Be more patient. So, anyways. Take some of my medicine here. It's not feeling it today. Charlie was a Zionist pig, okay? And a Satanist. And I don't like, over somebody's dead body, but I don't even think he's dead. I think you guys are idiots. So check your sources out. The guy was a Zionist fake Jew, so fuck Charlie. Charlie's got us surrounded. Remember Vietnam? Man, those aren't patties. Those are just Chicanos, man. Oh, never mind. You never watched no Cheech and Chong Up in Smoke, have you? Charlie's got us surrounded. I'll take the flank. You take the rear. Remember, he goes right in the telephone booth. So. Fuck all Trump supporters. Fuck all Democrats. Fuck all Republicans. Apologize. I don't do the donkey or the elephant show in here. It's a big circus. Stock up on the lamb. And Tucker Carlson, all of them, everyone, all these rich people, they're going to hell anyways, so don't worry about it. Father's already has a plan for them. Oh. Chosen, right? Goats, those are already vessels of wrath from the foundation of the world. The chosen are the bride. So they're not chosen, they're bound by the law. That's why he sucks. He's a Zionist pig, puke, probably still alive, and I've heard this now multiple days, so. Already told everybody when this happens, when you start seeing a bunch of famous people unalive themselves or be unalived or disappear, it's because they're going under the ground. You're just an idiot. They're going to do it right before it happens. I told my son that for 15, 20 years ago. I told him that's how it's going to go down. So when you start seeing a lot of people just kind of disappear out of the spotlight, that means they're going to their safe spot. They might put their doppelganger up there on that's what some of them do too. Some of them just straight go. Kobe, gone. You know what I'm saying? So what video did you see? What did he do? Whack himself? He still supports Trump. He's still a Satanist. He's still a Zionist pig. I rebuke him, Satanist swine. Anybody who supports this warp speed and the whole system's a puke. I hate them. No, the sin they commit, not them, the body themselves, the sinner, right? No, the sin they commit. So who would ever support a man who's a PDF file? Charlie is a PDF file himself, remember? So fake or not, that's for real. That's a real deal. So remember Nimrod, the one with the bow that talks on? These people have been veiled. Yep. Supporting the system, another system supporter. Oh, so smart. Why wasn't he, trying to legislate to have the constitutional republic returned? Because he supports the corporation. He's a Zionist pig. Just like Mr. Warp Speed. So, idiots supporting this man who decorates himself with. Why do you think he paints his face orange? To look like the sun god Mithra. That's why he paints his face orange. Period. Mithra, Satan, the sun god. Orange face, bad man orange, taco, Dorito, bend you over, say one thing, do another. Yeah. So anybody supports that is my enemy. So there you go. And you'll be judged by that. Father's going to judge you, not me, as far as you're going to be condemned for supporting a man who decorates his house with Satan. Are you that ignorant? Seriously. I mean, it's okay. Remember, you can't turn goats into sheep, brother, sister. These people don't want to listen to it. They just want to go after a man who lives in a 58-story tower decorated with Satan. You're not going to convince anybody of that. They're not. They're a goat. Father made most people to go to hell. Vessels of wrath fitted for destruction from the foundation of the world. They enter through the wide gate. He tells us to enter through the straight gate. Straight is the gate that leads, right, to eternity, but you have to go through the narrow way. They're in the broad way. They're not willing to narrow self. No, he can't sin, right? He's the chosen one. Remember the Gentile Messiah. These people are idiots. So, Kirk, listen here, Spock. Take your space balls, your nanu Shazbot somewhere else. You're like a damn android. Yep, like a bot. Oh, maybe you're an Apple iPad. You can take your pad, your Tampax, or whatever your bleeding body somewhere else. Bleeding a bunch of crap out your backside, and you got anal syrup or something coming out. I'm not sure what you got going on. Too many Diddy parties. Too many trips to the island. Charlie's an EpiPen Island boy. Yep, a PDF file. So, don't support it. Pizzagate. Broadway leads to the wide gate. No wonder they called it the gate, huh? Mm-hmm. Like the Arch of Triumph, Al-Qaeda, the entrance to hell. Now we got ISIS, remember? Al-Qaeda. Mujahideen, remember first? Mujahideen, Clintons. Oh, that's back with Trump back then too, huh? Oh, he's been in this a long time, huh? Me love you a long time. Me sucky. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead there, Nimrod. So, keep all your pole worship at the big slobber knocker festival called Christmas. So, they support all that crap, bro, sisters. So, I don't believe anybody's dead yet. You don't know. They can unalive you. I can unalive you right now. I get your IP address, bring 5 guys and with a van and tint the windows of limo tent and come disappear your ass off to the woods and waterboard you. So you should shut your mouth. I don't say things, people. You don't write a check your body can't cash, huh? You got any credit? 010101. Paper payments, right? No, digits on a screen. Remember droids, androids? These people are viruses, brothers and sisters. They're programmed. How do you go after a man who decorates his house with Satan? Satan had a 58-story Babylonian tower, right? So is Trump's, decorated with Mithra. So it's not hard to see, remember? I've already done all this for you over and over on the stream, showing this is why he's revealing this 7th king is being revealed as the 8th king. The 7th king is the king of Revelation. 9 and 11. President 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. He's like, quickly, let no one take your crown. You know what I'm saying? So your crown, you have to have that crown to set at the feet of Shiloh. If you're going to receive your inheritance and you don't have no crown, then how are you going to receive your inheritance? You're supposed to, he said, let no one take your crown. You spent your treasure here on this earth, didn't you? By letting this world rule you. You didn't stand up. You weren't crucified. You weren't hung. Remember all these. You're like having a wife. I got 2 wives. I love you. Oh, I know. You love Dad too. These guys love me. Say you love the dad. Say you love the dad. Oh, you're the best guy ever. Now, there's no barking in the house. There's no barking. All right, gotta let him out. He's my weasel. He's gonna weasel his way in and out of there. Look at that little weasel. It just weasel his way in there. Look at, he's gonna weasel his way in there. He's gonna weasel his way in there. He's gonna weasel his way in there. Oh my goodness. He's gonna get in there. What are you doing? You're a crazy boy. You're the craziest kid I ever guessed. Oh, there he goes out the hole. Oh, he's getting back in the rabbit hole. Oh, here he comes. Oh, here comes the weasel. Here he comes. Oh, what was that? What was that? Oh, here he comes. Oh, he made it in. Oh, I love you. All right, let's take you guys outside. Your brother wants to go outside. He wants to go outside. Outside? All right, all done. All done. All done. I love you guys. You're the best guys. You're in and out like trout. Like trout or trout. I love you. Be good boys. Start the clock. I want it in less than 10 minutes. It's like having 2 wives. They come in here every 10 minutes to ask me if this dress, honey, does this butt look big in my, does my butt look big in this dress? Remember? I already told you. Honey, is there a right answer? It's like having 2 wives. I got 2 of them here. So in and out, always changing their clothes. You know what I'm saying? You ever have one of those wives? She always wearing 5 different things a day. So I don't know, honey. If I answer anything, I think I'm going to end up on the couch in the doghouse. So, all right, moving on. I got dogs. Anyways, they need out of the house. Just stop it. Stop it. Leave me alone. I'm a weirdo. I know it. I'm not like anybody. I don't want to be like anybody. I'm supposed to be set apart, remember? So my dogs are a little strange too. Strange clouds. All right. Speaking of, I go and take a BH. Then we might get up and go take a walk about, get up off this couch for a minute. Thank you for your support, guys. The regulars that come here, appreciate all the changes we're making to the channel where we're really, Kill Bill, right? Broadway Wide Gates. Wasn't that a movie, Kill Bill or something? Didn't that have the guy from Caddyshack or Bill Murray? Let's go. That's Groundhog's Day. Bueller. Never mind. I'm mixing it up. I'm like a jukebox, but for movies and television or television. I'm on a Mexican radio. I wish I was in Tijuana, smoking homegrown Acapulco. I mean, eating barbecued iguana. Oh, my back. Let me get something to, I'm going to get some of this coffee that I had earlier. Got some cold coffee. Cold coffee. Haven't had caffeine in a while, so bought a thing of cold coffee. I quit making coffee. I was drinking coffee every day. Should be drinking coffee every day. That's not good for you. Too much caffeine. A little bit of coffee's okay. A little bit of coffee's okay. All right, there we go. We got our coffee. Frappuccino. Frappuccino. Mocha. Is it mocha or is it mota? Maybe it's cocoa, mota, and caffeino. Cocoa mota. Oh, that's the Dutch, huh? The Dutch chocolate. Never mind. My bad. My bad. Right. So what are you puffing on? The magic dragon lives by the sea. The autumn mist in a land called Harmony. I just have to be here because YouTube kept me alive. So if you're mad at me, just take it up with YouTube. If you can, probably not file a restraint actually or a complaint with YouTube because it's actually the Father that's kept me here. So be mad at Father. I get mad at him sometimes for keeping me here too. Don't get mad, get glad. In a trash bag. Bodies on top of bodies. Speaking of Bill Gates. Carbon copy, Illuminati, John Gotti, body. That sounds like some FEMA coffin liners, doesn't it? Watching, I know they're watching. I don't blend in with nobody. I guess I'm a scapegoat bin Laden. Rick, the party. I hope you're not celebrating. I'll find you in the other life. Oh, never mind. You guys are crazy. Everybody in the world is crazy. Or you guys are all sane and I'm the only one that's crazy. You tell me. Remember Noah was crazy too for 126 years. It had never rained on this rock. Remember, not a drop. You ever read the book of Luke? And then it rained. Oh man. Ooh, that's hardcore, man. I wish I could grow my own tobacco because then I would smoke a cigarette. I haven't smoked a cigarette. It's just I didn't want to give my money to big tobacco, but man, that's a hard one to quit. It is. Lots of stuff in there I don't think they're telling us. Not just the chemicals when you like fire it up, from the carcinogens, but okay, we're all crazy. All right, the man's nuts, grab him. Remember Noah? Keep your hands to yourself until the ride has come to a complete stop. This is spiritual nuts, okay? Remember, put up nuts for the winter. I told you a chipmunk got a brain the size of a pea. Who's nuts now? Remember, the man's nuts, grab him. All right, stop it. It's spiritual nuts, like Noah. And then it rained. I'll make it rain on these hoes. Remember, Santa? Ho, ho, ho. You want to know where all the hoes are at? Ask Santa. You know, Krampus, eat your kids. Like a lollipop. Oh. Like a Tootsie Roll. Remember the center of a Tootsie Roll? No, they're a Tootsie Pop. We're going to have to add that to the arsenal of suckers. You hear what I'm saying, dum-dum? Okay, hold on. Okay. I just confirmed that from a source that Charlie Kirk has been shot. So Father already chose his destiny, right? Or fate. That's not for us to choose. So, you know, what can you say? It's already written. Your day of death. What are you going to do? Are you afraid to die? Well, then get the fuck off here and go live a little bit. What the hell are you doing on here? Seriously, go run to the woods. Go catch some fish or something. Go hunting. Go see a waterfall. Go see some ruins or something like that. Why are you here if you're afraid to die? Lick like a lollipop. How many licks does it take? Kind of like, I want to lick the rapper. No. Boy, you're all over the place. I know. I'm like a jukebox. Don't rock the jukebox. Remember like tilting the pinball machine? Remember? What was that? Who was the pinball wizard? Remember all that? All right, tilt. I'll turn you back to 0. That's not a number. It's 1 through 9. Stop it. Oh, wait. 9, 1, 1. 4 plus 5 is 9. 4 plus 7 is 11. Oh, that's tomorrow. What do you know? Joe, the 7th month, right? 7 scepter. So September is the 7th month. I don't want to make sure I get caught in that time loop sometimes that people are think it's what they say, November. That's right, the 9th month, right? I was born in the 9th month of November. I get caught in this time loop, man. Like, oh, it's a stick. Let me see your decimi, right? 10 decimal decima. That's the December is the 10th month, right? Not 2025. I get Mandela affected in here sometimes. It's like a false reality or some kind of, they say the Matrix. A Matrix is a woman's vagina. Oh, I'm in the Matrix. I know, you're a child. You're an idiot. So it's not 2025. God's not in the sky. What kind of planet are you living on? What is oh, he's a pinball wizard. Speaking of balls, what kind of pinball are you living on? Remember wizardry, sorcery? They'll be fooled by pharmakia. The big farm guy, remember? He put you on the script so you get the side effect so they keep farming you out. Yes, record earnings, boys. Thank you. Did you get the Jabadooski? Did you bow to the altar of Jabba? You know, Anakin Skywalker, or Sky Daddy Jab, little sticker, little Boba Fett or whatever that was, little wing fighter. The bat suit, remember the bat suit in the laboratory or out of a market? You tell me. I think you've been merchandised. You've been tokenized. Yes, you're going to be a tokenized digital blockchain communism. You heard it here first. Only one. Not one world religion, never says that once. Not one world order, never says that once. And not one world currency, never says that once either. Remember, you can't celebrate any one day, not one single day, or you're a Satanist. You can't add a single jot or you're a Satanist. Yep. Satan means the adversary. He said, don't add a tittle, not tickle. Remember, if you want to tickle your ear, you know what a tittle is? How about halakha? Sound like caca in here. Huh. Outstanding. Because they were not million cow burgers. You know, pink slime, eat your kids. 3 counts in the parking lot of rubbing it. Oh, never mind. Oh, hey, what are you doing hanging out in the parking lot? They thought you were smoking a cigarette. You were chooching on some what? Electric dragon dick? Oh, you called it a vaporized pen. Oh, you had something in that pen, didn't you? Yep, embalming fluid. See? You're embalming yourself. Zombie effect, frontal lobotomy. Eat your kids. That deaf, dumb, and black kid sure plays a meat pinball. Ryan comes in. That would have to be Ryan too, because he's an artist. I don't know if Ryan's willing to share. You should go see Ryan. He's an artist. He's a musical artist, so you should, if he's willing to share. We've got more in here, but man, I didn't get that. I just got, I don't know, this meat suit with the quantum brain computer attached to it, but that's about it. So I'm programmed to do Father's will. I'm his slave. I'm a master. I'll do whatever he tells me to do. I'm programmed. These people are programmed androids, you know, to go after the earth. I've been programmed to declare the line. Remember the age. Share the gospel, man. We're all programmed. I hope you are programmed for that, man. I can't even control myself. So, but thanks for coming in, Ryan, for knocking it out of the park with some lyrics. You're a lyrical genius, man. So, but Ryan plays music, and something I didn't get blessed with the instrumentation, or I believe he said musical, plays musical instrumentation, had some lyrics to it too, but didn't mean to disclose everything about you. All right, there we go. Good stuff, man. I ain't pulling your strings, guys. This really, you know, remember the Harper's Harp. Charlie Kirk was a Zionist puke, okay, and he supported Trump. So fuck Donald Trump and fuck Charlie Kirk, okay? It sucks that he died, but at least he ain't going to suffer to see what the hell his PDF pile buddy Trump's about to do to this rock. So go somewhere else. Come on, get out of here, red team, blue team. Go lick your lollipop somewhere else there, dum-dum. We don't go for that sucker. Goodbye. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. Death? Hey, we all die. You afraid to live? Then go die or something. We're supposed to die to self daily, not physical death. You afraid to live? Or are you afraid to die? If you're afraid to die, then get the fuck off here and go live. What the hell are you worried about? Somebody's already died for. Goodbye. I don't support people who sup with vipers and their PDF files. He's a PDF file. We all know it. So I don't want to hear it. That's what happens. Father created every death that's already written from the foundation of the world. So he didn't die yesterday or tomorrow because he was supposed to die if he did today. if that's what's the truth. Maybe he's went underground. How do you know? You think JFK got shot? You think we went to the moon? You know, all this nonsense, Sandy hoax. You just lame stream media, aren't they, huh? Fake. Donald's fake. Don't ever say fake. Say lame. Call him creepy Donald and creepy Joe, not sleepy. You went to sleep at the wheel. You were changed in the twinkling of an eye at the last thump, chomp, drumph, shofar, ram's horn shall sound. Come on. The final Trump 2028. That's what scares me more than anything. Seriously, almost as much as the fake robots. To think people that lame stream media been mediatized, remember? Broadcast, they've been sowing seeds to their eyes, television, verbal, and visual voodoo, poking at them. Remember the creator of the jab? So maybe Mr. Charlie, Captain Kirk, took too many jabs, got too many boosters. Does anybody know if he got the update? A lot of people seem to be unalived after that. Mr. Warp Speed brought that to you, right? The creator of the king of the #1 drug on this rock, dealer, Mr. Moneybags, DuckTales, woo, Mr. Scrooge. Remember? So why would I support somebody who supports somebody who decorates their house with Satan? Point out the obvious. We all die. That's what we do all have in common. No matter if you're a red or blue, or if you support it or not, we all pass through the book of judgments and we all die. Isn't that beautiful? Oh, they think they can escape death. We're going to upload your Starlink to the, come on, damn thing, to the web, right? To your interweb, worldwide net, your conscience, your Jiminy Cricket. Remember? Crickets. They said we were like grasshoppers to them. So anyways, we're just keeping it real in here. Man, you're brutal. I know, aren't I? Not supposed to be nice. That means to be stupid. Come on. Who did he support? A man who was a PDF file. I bet you'll find him on the list. Charlie's on the list. Charlie's on the EpiPen list. Nobody wants to talk about that. Why don't you want to talk about that? He's an EpiPen island boy. Yes, they're island boys. They bring the ladies there too. Remember Billary and Manshell? Reggie. Remember Ivan? Or is that Melina? Ivan? Isn't that a male's name? Alina. Leave it alone. I'll lean it alone. Lean. I think you're on the lean. What are you smoking? So the guy needs to be pointed out who he was supporting and what he was supporting. This fake bullshit. Fake Jews. I don't support anybody. Israel is not in the middle of the desert in the book of Revelation. And we're in that book. So anybody supports that's an antichrist. You're supposed to point it out. Do not partake in unfruitful works of darkness. Shine the light. Rebuke them with light. So that's how idiotic this world is. Everybody's going to freak out. This sounds like some fake news to me. So it's like another one of these distractions. Dude probably went underground. That's his body double. It's a big show, facade. Oh, I saw it. Yeah, were you there? So I'm not saying that it didn't happen. Maybe it did, but he still supported a man who decorates his house with Satan. So why would you? These people all with prayers and Bibles and books. Look how close they are to the Hamashiach. Christ would never stand for Kirk, Captain, whatever the hell you want to call him. Charlie's got us surrounded. Those aren't petties, man. Those are just Chicanos. All right, we did a little in it. We did a little Cheech and Chong up and smoke too, right? Remember, we've got to throw something in there. It can't be all business all the time. So, right? I really did get cut off. All right. Oh, you're so brutal. Well, whatever. I'll take place. I'd rather die right now than I'll take place. He'd come here and fill my spot, right? Since he's such a media head and he's giving you so much blessing and abundance of news and all his disputing. And he couldn't dispute. He don't know who Christ is. Remember, he's one of those who doesn't believe in the forgiveness of sin. He's a liar and a demon and a distributor of fortunes and an idolater and famous. And all famous people go to hell. So I don't want to trade places with him. All rich people. Remember, he said it'd be easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than a rich man through the gates of heaven. He said, if you were loved by the world, you'd be hated by my Father. So all rich and famous people go to hell. That's his word. It's not me. You don't like it, take it with Father. Don't shoot the angelos, angel, messenger. So everybody, nobody else probably know their channel's putting this out today. Everybody's going to be all, well, whatever. They hung Christ from a tree. Anybody want to hang you? No. People die every day. One day closer to the death. Remember? Roger Waters. Welcome to machine. Are you afraid to die? Go live a little bit. Get off the internet. If you're worried about him dying, then you probably haven't lived enough. So, seriously, go throw a fishing pole in the water. Go take your kids out to go camping or something. Go take yourself. Go somewhere and get into nature where there's no telephone, tower, poles, microwave, radiation, 5G. Get away from the noise. Get into the natural ether. That's where you're going to find Father when it's nice and quiet. Remember, never was the way. Down some little country road or down some forest road, not some big city, Broadway, Cloverleaf. You don't hear Father there. You don't feel him there. He's not. Father hates cities. All of them are going to burn to the ground. And I'm going to say, ha ha, or whatever that dude's, and I told you so. No, I'm not. I already told you now. You know what I'm saying? There you go. Go see a waterfall. Go see, some ruins. Go see some antiquitech. Go look at our past and see how far we've come. We're so advanced, right? No, go look at the past. Look at what we've been able to do. Collaborate. Think about what I'm telling you. There's pyramids all over this rock. That means there was a collaboration. Whether I agree with what they were building or not, that means they were unified. So go collaborate with Father is what I'm saying. In nature, you'll find him there. You're not going to find him in no city. You're not. He hates cities. He hates capitalism. I hate cities. I don't care if they all burn to the ground and everyone in them. Father chose their day of death. I'm not wishing for their death. I just said I don't care. It's mind over matter. I don't mind, and they don't matter to me. If they live in a city, that's convenience. You know what I'm saying? So some people can't get out. That sucks, brothers, sisters. That sucks. So people have caretakers to people who are, I don't wish that upon anybody. I'm not saying that. But we kind of all should have been out in the city anyways, right? Out of these cities, growing our own foods and saying, the hell with this system. We're our own system. Like I keep pushing on you like a pushy car salesman, but with Jesus, right? Jesus said, right? They'll be given the wings of an angel. She will flee to the wilderness where she'll be given safety. That's not in the city. How are you going to find? You get convenience, right? In the city, strip clubs, pot dispensaries, whatever. The tire shops, whatever, how you rolling, try to get me riding dirty. All those cops that just don't care about anything but their safety. That's not a safe place to be. People that are conveniently hooked on, phonics. No, they're hooked on the convenience store, like the Piggly Wiggly or the Hardee's or the Carl's Jr. They couldn't even feed themselves. 3 generations ago, a man could walk or a woman into the nature, woods, and feed himself. Now they're lost in space. Remember? Charlie Kirk, Captain Kirk. Fuck off. Seriously. Your head is up your ass. You seriously, you don't want to learn nothing. You don't have a skill set. I said you couldn't even tell me what you could eat in the woods. You're going to die and you could eat your arm. He don't want you eating masses, eating the human flesh. I mean, how retarded are we? Meaning restrained. You've been throttled down and screwed and where you can't even use that full capacity. You can't even, like you've been frontal lobotomized. Yeah, 3 generations ago, a woman or a man could walk hunter-gatherer, agrarian, into nature and not starve to death. Oh, they need that, Starbucks. The one thing that sells more than anything is the insinuation of sex, not the actual event, the act of, but, a low-cut dress. We used to think, hey, man, I wonder what's under that dress. That skirt line is all the way up there. And you can see it all now. Dong, da, dong, dong, dong. They got bars that serve coffee in near nudity and whatever. I don't care, but you know what I'm saying? Sex, the insinuation of sex sells more than anything, not the actual, but the convenience sells second to sex. I know. I'll sell you the damn shirt off your back. I sell pond water to Eskimos in Alaska. Careful. People, man, you got a forked tongue. I wasn't going to buy anything, but here I am writing a $3,000 check, and I kicked every other guy that was in your business before out of here. Why? Just give me the air. I'll take the check. You don't want it. Here, I have your check back. I ain't making. Now I'm leaving. I'll go give it to you. No, I want it. All right, shut up. Go get to pack it up. All right, pack people. Now you pissed me off. I'm on a time clock. I got to go. No, I'm not pissed. Just I got to go. I don't care if you throw it in the trash. Remember, I'm just here to help the company out. That's what I do. Not here to try to turn a buck on you. I turn my buck on the company. I've figured out how to beat the system. So here you go. At cost. Cheaper than I get it. Kind of that's where it pisses me off a little bit. You're getting it cheaper than I pay for it. Put it in my freezer. So anyways, moving on. Careful. I told you I'll sell pond water at Eskimos in Alaska, so I'm like a pushy car salesman with Jesus in here. Whoo! He's always trying to sell me that Jesus juice. They got the snake oil, but I got the Jesus juice in here, brothers and sisters. Woo! I'm on it every day. What's this guy on? He's on the Jesus juice. little bit of cannabis to help my back, but that's all right. Caffeine. I could be dead asleep and do this in my sleep, brothers and sisters. I want to beat this into you like a push car salesman until you're saying it in your sleep. Holy gas. Good. So good. Take your skill set and use that to your advantage, because they can take everything you own and then you're what? Like a turtle, get her on her back. She's screwed. No, a lot of women have a lot more skill set than most men. Actually, they do. Well, in a sense, in the back, they used to be more of the gatherer. So they knew the berries, they knew the roots, they knew they knew all these flowers. They knew. It's not that a man couldn't go out into the woods and hunt, but he was more of the hunter. His was the meat portion of the, not that he couldn't pick up a shiitake or a chanterelle or something if he knew, but the women definitely were much more. Seriously, they were the ones that had to try the mushrooms. Okay, you try this, and if she starts flipping out and acting like she's having a seizure, we'll go get the Catholic priest and sprinkle some holy water on her or something. She looked like she got a demon. Remember they used to sneeze and say bless you. Don't bless people when they sneeze, brothers and sisters. They thought there was a porthole opening up, and that's what you're blessing somebody because there was some demon. That's a bunch of bullshit. Don't bless people when they sneeze. You do it, and you do. Don't do that anymore. So, anyways, moving on. Your skill set is everything. Everything can be taken from you. Can you set a fall trap? Do you know how to set any kind of line trap? There's all kinds of different traps to set. To try to, get a cat. They'll bring you home food. Cat's a great animal, but now you got to look after it. But there's lots of ways to survive. But surviving off their system, eating their crap, they just poison us to death. So they are, and we pay for it. Box, bag, and canned poison. So isn't it better to be in the woods? Instead of you're fighting people for your last thing, and CM's over here fighting a grizzly bear. He's armed not to shoot anybody. He's armed to shoot a deer to eat. And never had a recall on venison, have they? Huh. Imagine that. Moose, caribou, elk, never heard of no venison being recalled in the... Oh, never mind. See, that don't happen. Oh, he's out there fighting for the lions and tigers and bears. Oh my, and you're fighting your neighbor because he wants to steal your shit because he's motivated by empty mouths weight at home. Yeah, you're so close to your neighbor, you can fart and he smell it. And now he's over at your house because he smelled something you were cooking over there. You smell what the rock? That guy's a PDF file too, is cooking. I got to set it straight. Another island boy, him and Oprah too. There's another PDF sorcery wizard, all of them. Remember, just be careful. You see, none of these people matter in the woods. The whole world sucks when the internet's on. It's fucking horrible. It's disgusting. It's deteriorating. Everything fucking on the internet sucks pretty much. But when you go into the woods, everything's awesome. The world doesn't suck at all. It's a beautiful place and nothing's wrong. Everything's perfect. Go try it. Remember, turn this internet off. Get away from the cities. Go out to the country. I can lay down in my driveway. Nobody's going to come down it for a month or two. If somebody does, it's like, oh, hey. We notice who that is. They're not from around here. Blue lights in the rear view mirror. I ain't from around here. Deep off in that dirty, man. Good people do dirty things. You do you, and I'll do the same against the grain. Way I came. A whole lot of people did the same. All right, never mind. Get to the woods, brothers and sisters. Get to the country. Narrow is the way. Broad is the way that leads to hell. So if you ain't figured it out, it's in his word. He said, come out of her, my people. Okay? Tell me you don't feel at home when you go into the woods. Just sit there with nothing but the birds and the bees and all the insects making noise. And I love there, lay there, let the insects crawl all over me. Feels good. Nothing better than just laying in the woods, becoming one back with source, taking your shoes off, putting them in the dirt type of, oh, you're just one of them organic hippie. Yep. That's me. So go back to source, brothers, sisters. Go back to the old ways, or you're going to be screwed, and you're going to go into the new system. That I can guarantee. I guarantee. You ever see that? He was a cook, wasn't he? Oh, that was he was a chef, and he cooked Cajun. The Cajun cook, remember? I guarantee. Everybody watch Cajun cook? Oh, a little bit for the drink, a little bit for me, a little bit of wine in the sauce, a little wine for. Nobody ever watched Cajun Cook? See out there fighting crawdads, trying to set crawdad traps, and you guys are in there eating Big Macs. Eat your kids. You're rubbing it. All right. Okay, hold on. I'm going to take a pause for the cause here, guys. We're working for the ministry today, so doing what we can here. I want to work, but I don't. I don't. It is what it is. Man, would you stop showing me that? YouTube keeps putting something of my ex that I dated like 4 years ago up on my feed from TikTok. You know, stop doing that. They're harassing me. Stop harassing me, TikTok. Yeah, you know, there's just, and the woods isn't for everybody. Woods isn't for everybody. Country isn't for everybody. Not everybody's fit to be in the country or in the woods. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Listen here, Johnny Taint Man Chowder Breath. Johnny's sucking on some pole god over there. Careful with his, remember? He's a Native American, right? Oh. Satanist. But try to remember, if you have everything taken from you, all you have left is your skill set. You can have everything in this, you know, on this rock, but that's not going to do you anything if you don't know how to use your skills. You know, you can have a bunch of survival gear, but it can all get taken from you. You can have a huge, you know, underground shelter and all these things, but all that can be taken away. Now, what are you worth then? Can you skin a buck? Can you, without cutting the piss sack and ruining a bunch of the meat, turn it into a big bunch of, what are these, like giblets? What is this? They look like a damn hamburger. What the hell? You don't know how to quarter, you know, you don't know how to cut out the piss sack. You don't know. People don't have no skill set. Can you run a trout line? You know how to catch more than one fish at a time. Can you, like I said, can you set a, you know, a fall trap? Can you, you know, what can you do? You know, your skill set is going to make you valuable. Remember Operation Paperclip? They just whacked everybody except for who was worth something and brought them here to America. Remember the top Yahtzee Nazi scientists? Yeah, Operation Paperclip. Look it up. So make yourself more valuable than dead, then they won't want to kill you. How about that? Oh, I never skinned an animal in my life. Oh, okay, whatever. They're dipshit. I live on a fucking farm, idiot. I'm off the grid. You wouldn't know your ass from a hole in the ground. Take your intestine lining and stick it up, go reverse, and goodbye. So, you don't even have animals. So get out of here, child. You got no mindset. You don't even have a skill set, let alone the mindset. You got the wrong mindset in here. Oh, you don't know how. You'll never see me. That's wrong with society, brothers and sisters. These are the kind of people that you need to get away from. 100%. People want to resist. They don't want to help. That's okay. That's what I'm saying. That's why you need to unite, community. You need to find people that are not resisting you. People that actually want to do something about it. So we got moderators to take them right out of here. You know, we don't have that rebellion attitude in here. We're trying to unite, become our own supply chain, not fight. Black and yellow, whatever. Pittsburgh Steelers, they're fucking stealing you. Little pigskin show. Come on. We're doing it for real in here. He said he'd come like a thief in the night. So we're trying to be ready. Remember, if your lights are out, he said, don't go to sleep. And there's 3 houses on that street. This one's got the lights out. This one's got the lights out. And you're the only schmuck with the lights. Oh, wait, this one's got the lights on. This one's got the lights on. Oh, wait, you're the only one with the lights out. Where do you think the old robber's going to come? So don't go to sleep, idiots. Aren't going to listen. They're going to fall asleep at the wheel, crash, and bada bing. There you know. It's not for us to worry about. Just have extra oil, remember? He said don't go to sleep. So their heads in the clouds or somewhere in the dirt. It's not for me to determine, right? Can't turn an ostrich, you know, whatever, into a sheep or a goat, you know. So no worries. The best thing you can do is get away from people. I'm telling you, the number one killer is going to be population density. I've said that probably 5,000 times in the last 10 years. more people around with no skill set, unprepared, are going to come if you have anything and take it from you, because they're just hungry and they lose their mind. They don't think with their head anymore. When their mind is gone, they used to say people think with their stomach. Because when you got up in the morning and you didn't have no fucking job and there was no jobs like that, you got up, what were you thinking? God damn, I need to put something in my belly. And I need to figure out some fucking shelter for the end of the night so I don't freeze my balls off. I slept in a dish last night, man. I almost froze my balls off. Remember? Cheech and Chong? Man, I wouldn't have stopped if I knew you had any balls, man. That's false advertising, man. All right, never mind. So, but anyways, seriously, that was your mindset. Bang her over the head, bring her in the cave. These people act like a bunch of cavemen. They have no skill set at all. They don't even act like cavemen. A caveman could fucking survive, remember? Go into the woods, feed himself. These people are, it's so easy a caveman can do it, right? No, a caveman's got more skill set than the modern day man or woman at this point. I told you how more women were extremely well versed in agrarian lifestyle, gathering, all those things. And they hunted too, but, it takes a team to make a tribe. It cannot spell community without you or I, correct? So you better unity with people who are like-minded that don't want to fight. They're like, hey, we're going to fight the system by telling the system to kiss our ass by growing some extra food and having some extras for somebody else. And they don't like that when you know they want you to be dependent on them. Get you poor enough to where you just get thrown in a FEMA cage now. Remember? So better get with the times here. Too poor, you're going in a cage. No skill set, you're probably going in a cage too. Seriously, maybe a box because you can't take care of yourself. How do you make a water filter without having one? Do you have any idea how to get even started? So you better start. You got a few days. You don't go that long without water. Nope. Maybe just sit there and wander in a circle. People get lost, brothers, sisters. Go look at survival. People who do, scouting out people who've been lost and go and do land nav and people just walk in a circle until they die. It's crazy to see. Go look what I'm talking about. You will just absolutely be blown away. People have no skill set for land nav, how to hunt, gather, nothing. They just walk in a circle to their death. It's crazy. It's nuts, but that's what most people do. If they have no skill set in the woods, you throw them out there, they're just going to go in a circle. Keep coming back to the same spot thinking they found that, and they just end up doing a big circle, man. It's nutty. It's so crazy how many people do it. That's sad. You should slow down, stop for a minute, start looking at where you're at. Even if you got to go stay the night there, the stars are going to tell you which is north. There's a North Star. You should be able to figure it out with the sun and the moss growing on a certain side of the hillside. All these things that would give you some indication, but nope. Bumbling, wandering idiots. You know what I'm saying? So don't help those people, brothers, sisters. They're already out lost in the woods doing circles. Sad, isn't it? But true. This is just the way it is, brothers, sisters. There you go. Slow down turbo. Somebody like me, it's hard. No, wait a minute. Slow down. Like I said, even if you have to stay the night, start thinking away everything. Okay, the North's here, the South. Okay, now I figure I know way a lot of these North roads are this way. You just keep going, and you're gonna get yourself depleted of nutrients, thirsty, especially you don't have nothing. Slow down. Okay, wait a minute. I got to worry about water now. Hold on. I could be here for days. I might be lost, but I'm not going to make sure I don't die first, and then I'll focus on getting the hell out of here. No, it's pretty sad, brothers, sisters. Think about that. People are afraid of the dark. Nobody was ever afraid of the dark. I told you stayed awake so you can. And this was in the desert. Remember, they fished by the nighttime. They navigated in the desert. It was much easier to travel by night than it was during the day. It's so damn hot. So of course they know how to use the calculator, but the compass above their head. Oh, it's a compass and a calculator. Oh, and a clock. Huh. Yeah, imagine that. You can navigate by the stars, lost in space, brothers, sisters. Remember? So just try to help people right now, like I said, that are moving towards the direction to help themselves, that can fight themselves out of a paper bag without, You know, like most people can't. They can't. They wouldn't even know where to start. So throw them in a big hole. They just sit there and think it was the end of the world. They wouldn't even try to dig a stairwell out of there. Imagine that. Oh my God, I'm locked in this big hole. Really? A hole, huh? Okay. You know, like a trap. You know, just don't even try to dig a goddamn stair. You can start stacking, right? Start putting, you know, you'll find your way out of there eventually. You better start digging. Oh no, I'm not going to do anything. I'm just going to sit there like a bump on a log. Yep. Oh, I'm a turtle. Flip me over on my back. I'm screwed now. I can't do anything. Can't wiggle. Can't do nothing. I'm sitting there. Somebody save me. Somebody come flip me over. Oh, I'm just going to die here. Hold on. Let me spin that turtle around in a circle. Can you see that? Poor. Turn that turtle over, guys. That's not very nice. And it's sitting there spinning around like a top. I can see it. The turtle spinning around, right? Remember the tortoise and the hare, brothers and sisters. You might fall in a hole, but remember who wins the race. Come on, dig. Dig deep. Tuck your bootstraps in. That's the time to dig right now. This ain't some time to sit there and stay in a hole and bitch and whine. That's why I keep digging. I'm trying to do everything I have. Father keeps pushing me down under the water. I ain't even barely see the light, let alone get a breath. I ain't even remember the last. It seems like it's been decades since I've had my head above water. And I still keep fighting every day. Don't give up. You can do it. Dig stairs, right? Work harder. Nobody cares. No, I care, brothers and sisters. I do. And I know you guys care too, so I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Damn, my nose today is just terrible. It's too cold. This cabin's still cold. Got that damn leaky nose. All my respiratory nonsense. So I'm trying to get some cannabis. Sometimes it helps it. So, yeah, I didn't shave in 2 days ago. I shaved. So that's right. We have to endure to the end to be saved. So you have to die to be saved. You have to die to be saved. There's no such thing as being saved. There's no such thing as being saved. You can have your name blotted out of that book by self-will, but you have to die, girded in his service, then be raised at the seventh shofar, the last horn, the final trump, the great and dreadful day of the Lord, where he raises in that one judgment, then you're saved. It's called redemption, okay? Remember he said, look up, for your redemption draweth nigh. If you've already been chosen, that means predestined, those he chose, those that he bought, not vessels of wrath, then you're already bought. He's just come back in to pick up what he already paid for. He paid the bride price. You better get with the times. You got to know what predestination is. You got to know what, agape is. Agape love, not phileo. I'm not asking you, Peter, if you phileo me, do you agape me? So it's 2 John 6, walk and follow his commandments. I'll make it simple for you. Oh, we'll cut off all that religious nonsense. We'll hack all that religion off. He's the word, not a religion, brothers and sisters. He's the word. He doesn't dwell in a temple. He never did. He used to just visit one day a year, just a visit with the perfect sacrifice at the altar, remember? And now that altar is the tables that are on our hearts that he wrote that on, fleshy tables of our hearts. So the law has been fulfilled. Now we're not under the law. We're destined, chosen, purchased from the foundation of the world, vessels of wrath and vessels of mercy. Remember, most people go to hell. It's not for me to decide. He's the condemner. He's the separator. He said, I am the horizo, not the light. I am the horizo. I'm the separator of the dark and the light. You must be born from above, not again. So, again is once. Believe in Jesus is a thought in your head. No, it's not. It's an action word. He said, have your loins as a bird girded in my service until I return. Extra oil and have your lamps trimmed. So if you want to die and be saved, you got to die first, be resurrected, and then be picked up because you were already chosen. If I come back 2 days later, something I already bought, that's called redemption. 2 years, 2,000, 2,600 plus, it don't matter. He still has not done preparing that place. So I will go out there and get prepared because Noah, 126 years. Hold on, let me take this call. It's the neighbor. Did we end her? We didn't end her, did we? Apologize. We're trying to get some more updates here. Oh, we lost our live stream chat filter. Oh, hey, we got messages. Okay. So, okay. And anyways, that was a neighbor again. Apologize for the interruption there. We're just kind of update on that same thing you guys were talking about. Honestly, he was just saying the same thing. Hey, did you hear what happened to Captain Kirk? So, um, you know, so don't wish no harm upon no man, no vengeance or nothing. But I don't know the whole situation. I know, that they can put a body double, as I was just discussing with Kevin. I do 100% now feel like there are robots living amongst us right now. 100% have been already integrated with society because they already have had this advanced tech for thousands of years. Anti their technology, ionosphere capturing the whole current technology, transfer of power without wires, wireless, all these things that the John G. Trump has held back from us since the 1800s. There's no denying that. You understand? You deny that, you're just an idiot. So this could be a body double. This could be some kind of droid that can spew blood if he was shot. We don't know. They have totally blurred the lines between what you see on a screen. Like 100% for sure. How the hell are you telling me when there was 3 separate, casing resonant sound? If you went back to nobody talks about that. I don't even know anybody who knows that, right? Speaking of people getting shot, service to air missile. Remember? He called in, he asked Joe Biden, hey, I want protection. And Biden said, okay, I'll give you everything protection except for the Air Force. You guys have lost your minds. There were 3 different shooters that day with the whole ear brigade. Remember, they all wore those stupid little squares, the cotton bandage on for you and your mind and your eyes. So you're telling me for sure this is real? How do you know that? I'm tired of this world that I live in now where it's so blurred. You can't tell the 30-second meme if it's the real. Is this selected, by the Fortune 500, 40, 45, 47, 9/11 president? Is he really here? Is he some body double? Is he some, they all have that, you're not using your head. They blur the lines on what you see on television. Oh, Joe auto-pen this stuff. They do that to you. It's called the Mandela effect. Well, they do that. It's called deception. That's Satan, the adversary. He does this. So they know what's 30 seconds real or not anymore. And a 30-second clip, because their AI is so farther advanced, called advanced, not artificial. Advanced intelligence is all it is. This stuff has been around for thousands of years. You have one family that's holding it. It is the Trumps. I mean, you'd have to be blind as a bat once again to hide. It's not hiding anymore. That's what's so absolutely hilarious. They're still doing their Epstein nonsense. They're still doing now this Captain Kirk nonsense. And I'm not saying maybe he did. I'm not trying to take, but do you even question anything anymore? Was those images? Where are all those guys in that boat? We've already debunked the whole shooting the boat out in the ocean. Didn't take you long. That didn't take you long, boys. Thank you. I love you, boys. You guys are my best guys. But like, how do you know that those 11 Trendella was that computer generated? That looked like a damn video game, and that don't make no sense. We already debunked that. Many of us, who decode on this channel, we do the same thing here constantly. I'm a decoder. Okay, many of us do this. Casey, go look at his. You don't put 11 people on a drug boat. You put 5 or 6 people. Every one of those people weighs 150 pounds. It's like $150 million worth of drugs. Bullshit. That's garbage. So you should question everything like this now. Stop getting this mainstream and feeding whatever this lamestream media is feeding you. You should discern all these things. People like me, others have been trying to tell you about this. You know what I'm saying? You see one thing, but that doesn't mean. I'm telling you, I'm 100% certain now that we have full-grown, full robots integrated in society already. Probably just some acquaintance, just integrated right now in society. This isn't coming. It's already here. Did you realize there's whole societies that live under this rock below your feet that have been here for thousands of years? Societies under your feet, out of sight, out of mind. all the chasms from the cycles. It's a whole lot easier to build a castle underground than it is to build one above ground. But nobody sees them, so they don't talk about it. They got all that going too. Elon Musk with his boring company. Come on, you're just, you let these people deceive you. You're a surface dweller, and that's all you see. So you don't see what's going on below your feet, nor do you see what's going on up above your head. Tango, all done. Tango, all done. No. So let's be real. You don't even know what's going on right on the surface, let alone do you know what's going on below your feet. No, do you understand what's going on above your head? They've got everybody convinced that God's in the sky, heaven's in the sky. That's not true. That an alien is a word, that's a real, alien is not, alien is a word. A virus is not alive. Oh, now computers are alive. See, now they're already in society. And they're going to bring them from above. What do you think they keep dropping them up from above? They're going to have robots that they brought up there being dropped off, coming down on balloons, satellites. Oh my God, it's Armageddon. That's just a bunch of satellites, falling back into our atmosphere. You put enough of those in the sky, people freak out that it's Armageddon. That's them. They've got this plan to the T, brother, sister. I keep trying to tell you there's an event coming because they're already doing it. They're already integrating. Oh, we're going to upload your conscious to the Starlink, to the web, to the cloud. They're telling you what they're doing. They know what's coming. Remember, again, if these people could leave and get out of here, they'd been long gone, and many of them already have. So maybe Kirk is one of these people who took his doppelganger, or he's got some robot that looks just like, can spew blood. I don't hear it. You don't know about technology. I'm a veteran. We sign disclosures. We're not supposed to talk about this. Shut up. My oath is to Father. I'm a soldier of God. I'll rebuke anything I did ever in the past that I didn't serve properly. He said, come out over my people. So they had their chance with me, and they still, whatever. It stuck me with everything under the sun and jabbed and all this for top security. You got to do, look at whatever, People are, now they got that triple gender comet up there with its phallic thing pointing towards the sun. Oh, the tail's pointing the wrong way. It's stupid. Just stupidity. Space is a childish thing, George Jetson, meet George Jetson, his boy Elroy. You're already eating the 3D printed food. Chicken is all 3D printed pretty much. Printed by the mile. You eat the bugs. They spray your vegetables and your fruits with bugs, so they look pretty for you, all shiny and waxy. Oh, I don't eat bugs. Yeah, you eat your kids. You eat McDonald's. Come on. So how do you know that Captain Kirk there really, I already told you he's a Zionist pig, followed Trump. Anybody who follows Trump is my enemy. He decorates his house with Satan. So why would I support a man who supports a man who decorates his house with Satan? Mithra, the sun god. Are you that lost in space? Oh yeah, Space Force. He's got to, like we weren't raping these nations already enough with the, NASA. How many billions of dollars is spent for NASA? When was the last time we supposedly went to the moon? Try to remember that Richard Nixon called fucking Neil Armstrong on the moon from a landline phone. You guys are stupider than all get out. You know that? Oh, Nixon called him from a landline. He always says he sends two witnesses, right? And he declares two. He warns about, those two idolatry and imagery. Are you that lost? Did you hear what I just said? Remember Richard Nixon? Americans do not believe anything until they see it on television. Oh, how about the World Wide Web? Come on. Remember, the shoe print doesn't match the boot, brothers, sisters. And we don't need to go over this. So if Charlie is dead, then we landed on the moon. I don't know. You tell me. Have you been there? I told everybody already. I just told this to Kevin. I told this to my son. He's 25 when he was probably 7 or 8 years old. I said, son, you'll know when this is definitely happening. Where we're getting into the later days, because, the armies will surround Damascus, all these things, it's the 7 nations, Wesley Clark, and all these things that I said. But, they'll see these people will go underground. They'll have their body doubles. Kobe's an example. I know Kobe went underground. I know they did. I know these people. They have doppelgangers. I already told you now they can have a robot that looks just like them. People think they cloned that sheep Dolly. So I don't want to hear it. You're falling for some nonsense. And these people could easily disappear into these chasms where there's a whole societies of people who live underground. What do you think all these homeless disappear to? The children of Lahaina, San Francisco. Remember, Xi Jinping came. How many people disappeared then? You know, there's never been a trace of anybody found that day. Not anybody, even the tow truck drivers. There were literally cities were lying filled with shit. Do you know what I'm saying? So Captain Kirk was a Zionist pig that followed Mr. Warp Speed. So I never follow a man who's a fake Jew, right? They're all spiritual Jews anyway. So Captain Kirk was a PDF file, definitely an island boy. So all these people who God bless, you know, you're less. You can be less yourself out of here. Don't bless anybody. Nobody's souls are opening up and they have a demon. Get out of here, Daniel. You're disgusting, filthy swine. Why would you support a man who's a fake Jew and a PDF file? Oh, he's not? Well, he supports a man that does. Remember, if he didn't go to the island, but he's supporting people that do. Never support Kitty Touch. Uh-huh. Was that really what happened to him? See, we're having a real conversation in here, not God bless. His day of death's already written if it was real. But maybe he's just underground. Huh? You think you see something, you're going to go spreading a bunch of nonsense. The dude was a pig, swine. He went after all this celebration and all this supports a man who decorates his house with Satan. So don't come in here with your nonsense. The truth is what you need. It's what sets you free. There's no free will or freedom. No such thing as free will. His death was already written. So how come and spend some nonsense to you? Can you make a complete sentence for me? I'm not normally the spelling police. Make a complete sentence for me there, Daniel. I mean, I know you're excited. You're telling me he doesn't follow a man who decorates his house with Satan, myth, or the sun god, lives in a 58-story tower in Manhattan, as Satan had a 58-story Babylonian tower? Do you know anything about that? Are you one of these Trump 2028 people? Or you're for the Kamala Allah Akbar? We don't do none of that politics in here. There you go. He's already been seen, brothers and sisters. Have you ever looked up Shakur? He already came out and has been seen. You know what I'm saying? There's all these people. That's what I'm saying. Robin Williams, come on. Skippy, whatever the hell that, come on. You're not fooling. You can't doppelganger like you can't doppelgang me. Robin Williams cannot be doppelganged. You couldn't play. No, yeah. Do you know who I'm talking about? Who's that, brothers, sisters? Who is Robin Williams? Is Robin Williams for theory, poor Robin Williams, suicided himself, or who is he? Who is that? Do you know who I'm talking about? Is he still alive, or did he unalive himself? Oh, Mr. We gotta win. There's a race. Remember? Yeah, the race to Diane, remember? And the race to, yeah, the underground, under the same things I'm talking about. Baron, the time traveler. Oh, Dead's on it. You ain't going to turn him into elephants like peanuts. I don't think he's playing the donkey or the elephant show. Elephants are pretty smart, remember? They really don't forget much. Like a woman, you're like, honey, and she's like, you ain't getting none. You remember that time 4 years ago? You're like, 4 years ago, honey, are you serious? Hey, whatever, you should have talked to her back then. You let it fester. Elephants don't forget anything. So, all right. The man's nuts. Grab him. Watch it. Yeah, who is he? Do you know who I'm talking about? Mork from Mork, Satanist pig, Nanu, Shazbot, Pedo, another PDF file, another Hollywood PDF file. Who is he? Who is that? You guys don't know who do you know who that is? Come on, one of you guys look this up and then go look and you tell me that this is not this same. Who am I talking about? Skippy? What is his name? Come on, guys. Go look this up. For years, this guy's gotten away. They all do this. That's what I'm saying. This is the same thing. You better start questioning what you see. Many of them lead double lives. I don't take everything that Tyler Hansen, but you might go see Tyler Hansen on Facebook. I don't know if he's here on YouTube. He might have a YouTube channel. And I don't agree with everything that guy says, but he is a reconstructionist and he does things where you can't dispute. When you start pointing out moles, 3 and 4 moles in the same locations and ear shapes and jaw lines, and these people can make modifications to their bodies, but some of them don't make any. And they just put themselves right out and rebrand themselves. Some of them lead double lives right here. They're like making fortunes off of two famous bodies. So who is Robin Williams, brothers, sisters? I think Dead Peanut might know who I'm talking about. Okay, also looks like right now Tyler's saying that that's Ivanka. And see, I don't know if I agree with that. That's a little far, but boy, that's what I'm saying. So do you guys know who Tyler Hansen is? And I'm not 100% on his work, but he has a lot of things you can't. Okay, you got me. There's no way, but damn, you got me. Because there's too many overlays. It's like I said, you can't change ear shapes and mole, even if they cut them off and, do things, they still have the little, when you got marks here and here and here and all these little things that he's matching over perfect from somebody who's supposed to be gone years ago, or somebody who's been like, we gotta win this race. Elvis had blonde hair. Elvis had blonde hair. The king, remember the king of the Jews? Remember? Remember the king of Israel? Remember the Gentile Messiah? I don't know if I agree with that, but you start looking at some of this stuff, and then you look at Frederick Christ Trump and Mary Christ or Mary Trump. His hair was blonde. He used shoe polish to make his hair black, brothers and sisters. Elvis had blonde hair. Elvis didn't have black hair. Elvis had golden, great again hair. There's all this. That's what I'm saying. So I encourage you right now to go look up Robin Williams and look up Skippy. I think his name is Skippy. Oh, come on. Somebody help me, guys, with this. This, I'm telling you, it's just an indicator of what I'm trying to show you. You better start discerning what you see, because sometimes what you see is not what you think. Most of the times it's not. Devil is allowed to change times, seasons, mirror all these. Yes, bars. Yes. See, that makes sense, huh? And then if you honestly, like I said, don't take all this with a grain of salt. Go look at Baron and then look at Princess Diana. Oh, wow. That's starting to look more like, their child. I'm telling you guys, there's so many things that are just, take all of it with a grain of salt though. Okay. I have to do that with everything. I don't like looking at any sides anymore. It's all hard to look at, both the left and the right. It's hard to truly distinguish the forest from the trees with all this imagery they put in front of us. Like I said, is Donald Trump actually making those tweets now? Or is that, Jared Kushner, his son, writing them? Is it Barron? Is it, that's not him, is it? That's what I'm saying. You don't know what you're seeing. I don't think that he has enough time to be writing tweets, or whatever his True Social or whatever. I'm not sure if he posts or on there or whatever, but please, like I said, discern this, go back and see that. So I want you guys to look at this, because I want you guys to see it. I don't care if just one of you go do this. What is the name of, Also, will you do me a favor? Will you look up for me, look up Skippy Robin Williams, I think, and it'll come up, and then go look at that for a minute and tell me what you see. Like I said, you ain't going to doppelganger me. You ain't going to robot me. And I think Robin Williams is one of those people. You can't hide somebody, brother, sister. They can try and try. Somebody can have surgery, and this guy didn't even have any. That's what I'm saying. He didn't. Theory, whatever. Look this up. Go look that guy and come back if you could, Elsa. Do me a favor and get me the name of that. And then I want you all to go look at this. This is what they do. These people lead double lives. Oh my God, they passed. I don't want to take away. Robin Williams died because he was depressed and was suicidal and all. Please. And go look and then tell me what you see. That's just a doppelganger. That's what I'm saying. As I try to make a point here. Really trying to pound this in. I'll sit on for 15 minutes on one single point, go around. Remember, we did it about the Frogger thing last night. I'll go for half an hour on the single point. We'll talk about 5 other things. So I'll still get to my point. So I appreciate if anybody can give me some help. Go look up Robin Williams and look up Skippy, I think it is something, and find that name. He's got some other, if that's him. If, maybe. Probably not. Oh, poor Robin Williams died. Oh, poor Captain Kirk died today. Old Charlie. Charlie's got us surrounded. I'm not saying he didn't, but just hear me out for a minute. Before you think you know what you see, did JFK really get, JFK? Did Epstein really Epstein himself? What about the missing video? Oh, there were people there. Okay. Did you see some robot get shot that can spew blood out or whatever? I don't know. I didn't even look at it yet. I know there's some validity to it as far as there was an event. I'm not saying there didn't. If he passed, well, God rest his soul. His G-O-G God, his G-O-D God, the God with breast and horns, his horny God. So his Yahweh, not Elohim. So one Trump has his house decorated with his, when he says God, that's what he means. Baphomet, the tree god Moloch, Apollyon. He has his house decorated with it. It's not even hard to figure it out. So did I lose my chat? Darn it. They don't want you guys to get this information. All right. Does anybody know who I'm talking about? Does anyone? Bueller? Whoa. Sugar. Wow, sugar. Whoa. Caffeine. Boy, as soon as that enters my body, I can feel that caffeine. Wow. All right, we're waiting for the answer. We're in a stalemate, like pond water. Come on, soldier, you're moving like pond water. It's I don't drink too much sugar or caffeine. I quit drinking coffee because I just put that darn red creamy crap in there that's got corn syrup, and that's horrible for you. So I just quit drinking coffee. So I forced myself that I won't be drinking that. So I go months. I think it's been months since I had any caffeine. So it's a cappuccino, mocha, something like that. Looks just like chocolate milk, though. Your eyes are not deceiving you. I don't drink milk. Yucky. Oof, milk's gross. My stomach don't like milk at all. I cook with it, but I don't drink it. I don't eat cereal, so I don't eat milk. The only time I used to drink milk is when I eat cereal, but I don't eat cereal at all. I don't want it. No grains. No, I don't want none of that. Nope. When you, like I said, Peanut, when you don't drink it a lot, like for example, if you hadn't had it in like a year or something, you had no caffeine, right? And you woke up and let's say, honestly, I mean, seriously, like maybe you even had like a hangover, right? Maybe you had a little too many, you got an extra beer or something, your body's not, you woke up or your head, maybe not, you were just really groggy and you had a sip of caffeine, man, that would make that, and you had a bad headache, that headache would go instantly away with caffeine. I've done it before when I didn't, what I'm saying? And you in the military, you use it as a field, almost like it has medicinal purposes. And I'm not giving any, Skippy. Is that who it is? Is that who did you look through that, Elsa, and see him play? He has whole kinds of, like, he does a whole light. He has a whole separate channel now. He's always hanging out in the lily pads and doing this. And he can't even hide it. He didn't even hide it he's just putting on an act. It's just disgusting to think he's making all this, he made this getaway and now he's leading this whole double life. And if that's not the case, it's just somebody, but you can't hide it. That's what I'm saying. You can't doppelganger me. You can't clone me. And I know when I see something, what I'm saying? So I think it's quite ironic that we need to take everything with a grain of salt. Was that his name? Skippy the Magnificent? No, that wasn't what it was. No, maybe it is, but anybody else know what I'm talking about? Would you do me a favor and look up again, maybe another one of these persons, Okay, but did you look at what I was talking about, Elsa? Did you go see any of his okay, well, okay, hold on. I don't actually. Well, see, now what's so crazy? Also, remember, somebody else can look at it, and it's gonna. They're out. We don't look up Murray Lawnmower and all get 3,576 results anymore. We all get a different metadata. So you can look up something now and get one thing. Remember, this ain't that web that we all got when they first came out with Google and search and all this. You know what I'm saying? That no, we come a long way from. They've been metadataing us, so they'll hold stuff back from you or me, or you know what I'm saying, or somebody where somebody just gets pages of, you know, there are none, whatever. They just put it right in front of them, you know. But anybody else in here know who Robin Williams is, who I'm talking about? The actor that unalived himself. And there is some speculation theory that he is a named Skippy. I think it's Skippy something. Will you look on your Google search bar, DuckDuckGo, Yahoo, whatever search engine you're driving there, and see what you find, because I'd like to get the name. Because once we get it, the right name, I think we'll all be able to look it up, and we won't get, you know, it's kind of crazy, this world we live in. That's why this is the same thing. What you get in your feed might be something that, you know, different that somebody else gets. I mean, that's why we should all be collaborating with each other. Is this really, did Captain Kirk, you know, pass here? And, or is this some robot? Is a body double? Is this a big stunt like some Epstein and an Epstein himself, or, you know, or whatever, EpiPen Island, or, you know? So I'm looking for the name of the somebody who looks like Robin Williams, who hangs out in these lily pads and is not Robin Williams. Wink, wink, right? Theory. And we'll do that's kind of how Tyler Hansen does it. I don't know if Tyler's ever done one on him, but it's not hard to find for me. I actually, once I found it, he puts out a video almost every day. So it's like, oh, he's unalived, and now he's just got this whole, and he does this redneck voice, and you just can't get away. You know what the hell you sound. There's some people who can't be doubled, okay? Just cannot be doubled. And Robin Williams is one of those. I'm telling you, I can go. You name another person, I'll wait, because I can keep going. George Carlin. Come on, I'll keep going. Hurry the fuck up. You guys are slow. Apologize for cursing at you. Come on, there'll never be another George Carlin. Father, why'd you have to take him so early? I keep going. Come on, hurry up. You know I got you there. There'll never be another George Carlin. Imagine what he'd be saying right now. Imagine what he'd be saying about Trump. Imagine what he'd be saying about Kamala Al-Akbar, Biden. Oh, we got the slow crowd in here today. That's all right. No worries. My moderators are here to make sure we keep it straight. Miss Doubtfire. Okay, thank you. Yep, that's not who I'm talking about, Bars. Appreciate it. Hope you're not behind bars. They're trying to put me behind bars. They want to throw me in a rape cage, but that's okay. I have no fear. Father will cover me. I believe in you, locked up, your only friend in there, Jesus, like him, destined to die at the hands of my enemies. I'm in drop tops like John F. Kennedy. You can catch me at the red light. Sitting still. You can catch me at the red light. Gripping on the wheel. You can catch me at the red light. Aim for my head. You know, like one. Never mind. That I said. All right. So, not Miss Doubtfire. Thank you, Bars. What I want you to look is there's somebody, it's Skippy. Look up Robin Williams conspiracy theory. Go for it, guys. Just go the other direction. Sometimes my son taught me how to search like this. Sometimes you got to narrow it down and be simple-minded, and sometimes you got to take it to the other side. Break on through to the other side, right? So there's an actor, maybe somebody who looks like Robin Williams. Wink, wink. Okay, because poor Robin Williams, unalived himself, and he's not alive still, and we feel bad that he had depression and all that. Like Charlie Kirk just got whacked by please look this up so we can move forward in this conversation. When do you guys got to get it? I'll put you on pause and look myself, but normally I look it up on the YouTube. That's where I'm at now, is where I find it. So appreciate your, and that, see, Bars got something else. We're all going to get different metadata processors. We feed the hive mind. You put in shit, it's going to put out shit. Input good, it's going to. So I'm saying it's a computer. It doesn't learn. Apologize again for my cursing. I'm not sorry. I do apologize. Sincerely, I do. I'm trying really hard to stop cursing. That's what comes out of a man that defiles us, remember? So, okay, so now that's cool. So now what I'm telling you, Bars, is that we're doing a search now because there's somebody who looks just like Robin Williams. That's not, hint, hint, Robin Williams. Okay, and I want you to look this person up. I think it's Happy Skippy. So, fat people need loving too, man. It's okay. Don't worry about it. The jab didn't matter. It just affected everybody. Rich, free, poor, bond, skinny, fat. It's okay. You're a human being. You're not less or more of a person than anybody in here. You're not below or more above. You're a person. Maybe you should check your thyroid. I'm not giving any health advice. Attack your thyroid with iodine. I'm not giving any health advice. Consult your doctor before making any changes in your diet. Iodized salt, pink Himalayan salt, nascent iodine. Okay, cool. Yeah, me too. Don't worry about it. You're never alone. Remember, Father's promise, he'll never leave you. Where there are 2 or 3 gathered in my agape, my name, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, not Catholicism. That's the 3-in-1 God. Remember, he destroyed the physical temple. So he's with you, Christ in you. Don't worry about it. You're never alone. I know it's lonely. I live by myself too. Oh, as long as you've gone without ever talking to a human being at all. It's like 6 months without talking to another human being. It's a long time to go without talking to somebody. Another fleshy breath. So, anyways, man, this is taking a long search, guys. That's fine. I don't care. Jimmy crack corn. I'm retired, so I have a bill to pay in a couple of days, and other than that, bill to pay the next day after that, I'm good for a whole month. So, figure it out. Don't worry about my bills. I'm asking you. See if you guys can add some. All that religious shiz doesn't unload me. No, I'm not religion. I rebuke religions. So, sucks, man. You're supposed to be set apart. That's what Father does. He enslaves his bride, separates them, imprisons them. Set apart. I knew you before you were in the womb. I set you aside. So, Uncle Pappy, thank you, Peanut. There we go. Look up Uncle Pappy. Thank you so much, Peanut. You rocked it. Okay. Elsa, go look up Uncle Pappy now. You know what I'm saying? Elsa, go look up Uncle Pappy. Now go look up. Oh, thank you, Peanut. Appreciate that. All right, Peanut's getting his wrench. He's willing to produce fruit here. Anybody's willing to produce fruit, continue in here and try to do something to make his shit instead of standing around like a bump on a log. Like every woman I ever got her on her back. You know what happened. Like a turtle, screwed, right? All right, moving on. Thank you, Peanut. Appreciate that. Keep putting that meat in here, producing fruit. That's appreciated. Okay, Uncle Pappy. Listen to him now. Go listen to him. Go listen to him, though. Go listen to that. I don't care what you see. That's dead obvious, but sometimes you cannot clone somebody. Thank you, Peanut, because I'm telling you, there's people who are one-off. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy, you know, and this is happening. So this is a long thing to get to the Captain Kirk. You know, Charlie's got us surrounded. You know what I'm saying? I ain't playing. Homie, don't play that, remember? I want to rock. He's the rock, Petra, remember? Freaky, y'all. You getting freaky with some other Uncle Pappy? Who's your daddy? That dude's out there floating in a lily pad. What are you going to do? Kiss a frog and turn into a prince? Come on, guys. The demeanor, that's what I'm saying. Isn't it crazy? And this guy gets to lead a whole double life. Okay, so now you're starting to see. Elsa's one of my, it's been here for a while. Appreciate it, Elsa. You see what I'm saying? And I don't want to go there. So do you think you can make a doppelganger for George Carlin? Here, we'll move to my next, we'll move along here too a little bit, Do you think you can make another George Carlin? You think somebody can come out and act just like George Carlin? Fuck no. There's nobody could be George Carlin on this rock. There's nobody who can even copy that. He can't be duplicated. He couldn't be cloned. I say the same thing about myself, not because I'm special. So, you see what I'm saying? So be careful. It could be anybody. You know what I'm saying? Elsa, you get attacked more than anybody in the stream. Why do the people always fall on you? You got a magnet on you, Elsa. You do, Sister Elsa. You do. People are always, they want to be your friend. They just go after you. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's your picture or something. I've never seen you in person or anything. I don't know what your picture looks like. I don't look at anybody's pictures. I just know your spirit. Remember, I can even feel your husband's spirit and your children. Your family. I feel the presence here. So, but anyways, everybody's always. The guys, all my moderators, people always want a friend, Elsa. They do. They a lot of the time. Oh, she's fake. I remember when I first came in, they kept telling me Elsa was a bot and don't trust her and all this other. She was attacked the moment she came in here. I remember that, Elsa. I do. You know what I'm saying? She did. Everybody's always. But thank you, Elsa. So, isn't that crazy, Peanut? And the demeanor, dude, you can't change that. You know what I'm saying? Even if he does this little, because he's done, like somebody said, Mrs. Doubtfire, we know this person could obviously. So that's that, you know what I'm saying? Oh, we'll say it's not, but man, come on. I'm calling the tea kettle black, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, Elsa. That's cool, man. I ain't going to forget anything from the moment you got here. I don't know what it is, your presence, as soon as you came here. I don't remember what the first thing you said or the first time you came in here, but your presence was felt as soon as you came into the ministry. And I know a lot of people really, that reminds me, people like hate me as soon as I walk in the room. I ain't even opened my mouth yet. Remember we talked about that. Now I can understand when I open up my mouth, right? That's a different kind of whole animal there. Now I've done pissed them off, but when you piss people off without opening your mouth, that's a whole different kind of aura. And that's what I'm saying. Some of us have we can't be duplicated. You can doppelganger us, but as soon as we open our mouth, not even a clone could be programmed to speak as we do, because they're just you can't be duplicated. We're one off, separated, So Charlie Kirk is a PDF file. So I don't like talking about people who are PDF files or support people who support PDF files. So go somewhere else, monkey. You're sick. Anybody who supports somebody who supports a PDF file is not welcome in this chat. Get out of here, snake. Captain Kirk. How do you know that? See, you weren't even here for this. You go, oh, see, they're buying into the narrative already, brothers, sisters. Is that what happened? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not saying if that's what happened, but the dude is a stupid, supporter of this president who decorates his house with Satan, who is a PDF file. So you're not welcome. Get out of here. Go away. You're a sick individual. Anybody who supports people who touch kids is not welcome in this ministry. Goodbye. 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 Don't say anything else. You're sick, man. You support somebody like, remember, okay, he's not a PDF file, but he's protecting people who are PDFs. Yeah, he is. So, goodbye. Thank you. I won't ban you. Go away, Jezebel. Don't go away mad. Barrel full of monkeys. Remember, don't ask no questions, tell no lies. So, the PDF for the win, huh? That's what this is all about, isn't it? It's crazy. A dude that protects the PDF files. And we all already know that his phone was pinged from his tower to PDF Island, EpiPen Island, and back. So we know he was there. Irregardless, it's been on the dark web for decades. You're just an idiot. You just came into this because you didn't know. Oh, wait, you're not. Now you figured it out. So stop lying to yourself. Everybody knows he's been to the island. His phone was pinged from his tower to the island and back. So I don't want to hear it. There's no doubt. This has been out for decades. You're just coming into the light now. Oh, the COVID this is all a scam. Well, hell, some of us have been telling you this for decades. Remember, you stupid motherfuckers. You think the goddamn computer's not going to turn from 9 to 0 and the whole world's going to end? I've reached the end of society. This is the stupidest fucking society ever. Nope. It got even worse. Now the computer is verifying if you're a human being. You're a stupid fucking generation, just in case you know. Apologize for my cursing, but you have, no, it's going to get worse. People are going to frontal lobotomize themselves. Remember, even more food flavored poison. What kind of food flavored poison? Fucking drug addicts. Oh, he's a drug addict. You eat sugar. Shut the fuck up. Sugar's a drug. Tell me you're not a drug addict. So that's all I'm saying, guys. I just want to call it like it is in here and apologize for my cursing. As soon as I get out of America, I won't curse not one single sentence. And I'll come back. I'll be back like John Connor, Terminator. I pay this ministry off, so I'm not banning the people in America that can't leave. There are people who can't get out of this country. I'm one of them right now. I don't think I'm going to ever be able to leave this country. I think I'll be completely locked down with the rest of you. I'll be stuck in this golden dome with you. So I'm not going to ban it if I leave. It's just because I need to get a break from this place. It's hard to live when you watch people, as a veteran, I thought I, defended the right of the people to wear a mask or not. It's like, if your mask works, shut the fuck up. Why are you worrying about somebody who doesn't? See what I'm saying? Freedom my ass. What about the right to choose? So I'm a constitutionalist, not a sovereign citizen. Okay. I don't do none of that. I don't even claim citizenship, state nationalist. I'm a man of the organic man of land and soil. I was born of this corrupt dust. I'm going to go back right to where I came from, including you and everything that came in front of you, behind you, your wife, your dog, your cat, your car, your house, your side by side. It's all going to the dirt. Hell, your job will be filled before your obituary is printed. Nobody's going to care about you in 100 years from now. Don't act like you're that damn special, because I ain't. Okay, I ain't trying to be above anybody, but I know what I'm here to do. I hope you have your purpose. Remember, he said, give that shekel to the rich man if you don't use what you're given. So be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Choose your battles wisely. Don't be fighting people for the last bag of, box, bag, or can flavored genetically poison. Or maybe the last roll of TP for your bunghole. Oh, aren't you glad, honey, we listened to that crazy dude on YouTube? He kept telling us just go buy a little bit of this 36 rolls. Now we got, here we go again, honey. Toilet paper, tobacco, 2-0. Oh, I know, honey. Just shut the closet. I know we got toilet paper coming out the closet. We've got our survival apocalypse, man. We got top ramen and teepee, baby. Honey, we're going to survive the apocalypse. That's the American Prepper Pack. Top ramen and teepee. Oops, you forgot the water filter. I don't get any royalties from Life Straw, Sawyer Mini, or Life Straw, but if you want to help a brother out, you can hit my Cash App or PayPal if any of this is valuable. I don't want to make money off of you, though. Don't worry about that. I'm not trying to take from anybody. Help some people in your area. Please, brothers, sisters, tithing is with the word charitable like I'm doing now. So hopefully this is bountiful and you'll have blessings and abundance of the word, and you can glean and share that with others. Go share it right now. Tell everybody the king is nigh at hand. Jews and Gentiles, go now. Not call now, go now. Tell everybody, what the hell are you doing here? Do you have a water filter? I don't know why you're here. Go now. They won't be thinking straight. They won't be thinking with their head. They'll be thinking with their gut. I'm motivated by empty mouths waiting at home. All right. You ready for your old, give me that name again one more time. I want you to look this up too. I'm going to take a break here in a little bit. We've gone for a country minute. I can afford to take a break. I think I'll get up. Maybe we'll go take a tour or something. We get a few more people. We'll spark the algorithm. Stop beating the algorithm to death. The algorithm is a dancer. Oh, who you dancing with? Tiptoeing through the tulips? You dancing with the devil? The devil went down to Georgia. It was looking for a sword. Whose fiddle are you playing here? Whose flute are you? What are you strumming? Whose pan god are you blowing on? Whose pole? Well, Peter Pan. Peanut butter. We got Peanutty in here. Thanks for coming in, Peanut. Welcome to my house. Welcome to my house. Right? This is my house. Our house in the middle of the street. Our house. You guys remember that? I'm a jukebox. Don't rock. I don't know. We're going to do that one. We'll do the pinball wizard. That we repeated that. Don't repeat that. You're stuck on dumb. Da-dum, dum, dum. Hey, so it was, well, I'll go back up there and get the name. It was Pappy. Damn it, I can't remember the name. I don't care. I'll find it. I'll go back up there. I just remembered it. Maybe if I took a bong hit, I'll remember. How about that? That's what I'm going to do. Or if I stop thinking about it, that's when I'll remember. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you guys are that. Like, if I can't remember something, what I'll do is I'll say, okay, let me take a stop thinking about it. And then it comes to me. So I'm just saying, everybody's different. I'm not trying to get you to be me. So do you and I'll do me. Remember, I ain't trying to get people to be me. So damn it, how come I can't remember? I get a little mental block sometimes like that. But anyways, go look that up. Go what I was talking about. It was hold on. I'm gonna take a BH and I'll stop thinking about it. No, remember, it'll come right to my brain skull. Maybe it's the caffeine. I'm not used to caffeine. I haven't had any of that in my system in a while. Caffeine. But it's very important because I want to keep this conversation because we don't know what they just put in front of us. And I know that something could have happened to Captain Kirk, whatever is Charlie's got us surrounded. But I want you to encourage you to not believe everything your eyes see. Because believe is an action word, and you need to put legs on your faith. And belief is an action. So you need to use more than just the first thing you see. And I don't think it's you know what I'm saying? Right for us just to accept what it is that we're seeing at face value, especially in a time where we have, you know, this AI imagery, and we were warned of imagery, things we see, you know what I'm saying, and things we see. You know, we need to have discernment, you know what I'm saying, and use spiritual discernment. And we were warned about what we see. You know what I'm saying? So I really want you to discern and just take this. I'm not trying to, you know, take away if somebody was, you know, killed today. I'm not saying if they were or not. All I'm trying to ask you to do is start to learn some more discernment, and don't take everything at what you see at face value, because who's controlling the narrative? Do you know what do you know what Operation Mockingbird is? You know, the media is controlled. Do you know what continuity of government is? You know, they control because of national security. That means they can control the media to control and sway the public's attention away from things like this. They can create a Charlie Kirk, Captain Kirk, Nanu Shazbot type incident. Really? Did Robin Williams pass? Remember Uncle Pappy? You know what I'm saying? Uncle Pappy? I mean, are you serious? You think you see something, you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to get you to start. Brothers, sisters, put a 1 in the chat if you think there are fully automated robots, maybe controlled by joystick, maybe not, amongst us. Put C3PO in the chat. There's already robots living amongst us. C3PO. If you think they're already here. How do you know? That's what I'm saying. You can mail order one of these things and have sex with one. Pretty much. Have you seen one of these things? You can't tell me they don't get that skin, right? That's just oil, brothers, sisters. They love their masters at oil. Remember? Baby oil parties, Diddy, Mr. Warp Speed. I'm just trying to get you to open your mindset. If Charlie Kirk is passed, God rest his soul. I'm not trying to take away if he died today. I'm not trying to be brutal and belittle. I don't support the guy because he supports the president. I don't support anybody who supports people who vote. I don't want to support anybody who needs to be policed. Can't you police yourself? You need a master, your own overlord. You're voting for your own enslavement, and you think that's going to get you anywhere? You ever heard of the Selectoral College? Fortune 500 companies selected Abba Donald John and put him in office. Not your vote. Oh, yeah. Remember Al Gore? Hillary was going to get the presidency. No, they already have it selected. Okay. It's a selection. You got to speak widespread of all these candidates, but it ends up being red and blue, both related to the Queen. All of them. Never been a president that wasn't related to the Queen. I don't want to hear it. So moving on. Fuck Charlie Clerk, piece of shit, Zionist pig. He's a PDF file and he supports these PDF files, and I don't want to hear it. So move on. Stop supporting people, who don't know what the hell they're talking about. Don't even discern anything. Just take it lamestream. Operation Mockingbird. This is a great sidetracked from, oh, well, we're just going to keep rolling into all 50 states. We'll sidetrack them long enough with these actors. You know what I'm saying? So it's okay. That's right. They are. They do. They go to the same schools, the Masons. Good stuff, man. Keep producing fruit in here. I want to give people the wrench in here. I want to add to this chat, okay? And I want to number 10 socket your ass, the rest of you, and get lost, okay? That's why we give you the wrench. We do it here a little differently. There's not another single YouTube channel anywhere, and I don't care how big they are. Size doesn't matter when you got the magic right inside. You know how to use the tool that you got. You know, sometimes too big is not a good thing. Ask some of the ladies. Whatever. Oh, okay, some big old fucking 30-foot tall fucking giant's gonna shove his magic school bus in some 5-foot fucking frame. Get out of here. Fuck off. That's what I'm talking about. I don't want none of that shit in here. That slime ball, space ball farce. Get out of here there, jerky. Frank Rizzo. I'm going to fire you off the top of the roof. Remember the hot mops? Anybody remember Frank Rizzo, the jerky boys? All right. R-I-Z-Z-O, Rizzo. Yeah. Come on, guys. I'd like to add a little bit to it. You know, a little comedy every once in a while. I try. Can't be all business all the time. This is a fucked up world we live in. We need to try to be there for each other and point out the obvious. It's not always fun to point out the obvious. You're not going to be the fun guy in the room. You know, mushroom like left in the dark, fed a bunch of shit. Fungi, you know, mushroom. Never mind. Moving on. People, what's this guy on? Not the world, I can tell you that. I hate this world so much. Not the people, but the sin they create. I hate that. Not them. I don't hate the sin, right? Yeah, I hate the sin, not the sinner. Get it right. I'm not hateful. Oh, why are you so mad? I'm not angry. I'm passionate about what I do. I'm only going to be here for a country minute. You're here. You think death is something that's the end? Go away. You haven't lived enough. Come back again or something. Actually, see, I don't want people here like that. So thanks for coming in. Remember, we don't want your subscription here. We'll moderate you out of here. We moderate more people. We've had it on this chat. We moderate hundreds of thousands of people off this chat. And always have. We're not going to change. Nothing's changed with the weather. But except for now, we give people the wrench because we want people to wrench people out here that talk about, hey, would you like to see a Negro or, you know, push drugs on you like the government? We keep talking about the same things. Okay. I'm not sure. YouTube, you're on a shadow banned channel. I see it. What's your question? You call it how you see it. Yeah, there's somebody I want to talk to. Call the tea kettle black, right? Black's not a color, and neither is white. There's no such thing as race. One race, the human race, cultures, customs, right? Ethnicity, but no race. Well, one race, the human race, right? Well, an alien race. See, there you go. Alien's a word. So tell me how you see it, because I see you loud and clear. Lima Charlie, Hotel Mike. How me? How copy? Is that a good copy? How copy? Got a good copy, Roger? Roger, over. You understand or you overstand? Which mile marker you at? Yardstick coming in from behind. Breaker 19 coming in from behind. Anybody got the ears on now? Come on back here. I need a commo check. Mike check. Mike check. Charlie Mike. Captain Kirk. Captain Charlie. Captain Kirk Mike. Pedophile pod with pedophile Don. Abba Donald John. 2 pedophiles in a pod. 2 cheeks to the same hole. 2 wings to the same dragon. Is that true though, Elsa? Are you playing into that? Oh, Space Charlie. Oh, slime creatures from outer space. So dispute the narrative is all I'm asking you. Use discernment. It's called discernment, brothers and sisters. In here, I'll call it a spiritual calculator. People run from math because they're on meth, American cabinets, Adderall. They want to put me on Ritalin. It's not drugs. It's called, you know, you're only going to be here for a country minute. So why waste time, you know? Why? Ask why. Try, bud dry. Bud, wise, who's wise here? You wouldn't want in my head. You'd be asking for a padded room. It'd be like One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, you know, like Jack Nicholson. Never mind. You wouldn't make it a moment in my mind. You would be screaming for the exits. You would. You think you got voices in your head, huh? But that's okay. Remember, Pappy? I ain't leading no double life. You're getting the real me. I ain't being no fake. Remember, that's what people are actors. Everybody you know is an actor. Do you think that lady in the store, when you walk up there, she's like, how you doing today, sir? She's like, I fucking hate this fucking job. I want to go home. Fucking get this. I'm tired of getting paid. Fucking feed. Yes, would you like, what kind of cigarettes would you like today, sir? And she's like, I fucking, I don't know. Yeah, Everybody's like that, walking around. The president's a PDF files. Everybody like, America, everything is awesome when you're part of the team. Everything is awesome, right? Red team, blue team. Everybody's an actor putting on a face front. Yeah, masquerade. Oh, it's okay to just shut off aisles, say, hey, you can't have none of this shit, can't buy none of that. Push your buggy down the aisle this way and you won't get the bug. They could do that tomorrow to everybody. 6 feet, motherfucker, get away from me. Do it to a cop today. Just do it for fun. Already told you that. It still works on people. I'm serious, dude. Motherfuckers look at you like you're crazy, but they will back up, even a cop. I'm not crazy. You're crazy. Remember, either you're all crazy or it's just me. And I'm okay with being crazy because only crazy people are crazy. So, remember, the man's nuts, grab him. Somebody must have taken his marbles away. Crazy, loco in the cabeza. Toys in the attic, I am crazy. Truly gone fishing. Remember? Little Pink Floyd for you. Toys in the attic, huh? How's that act going on up there? Is it at the game to you? A little wind up, little ticky tacky up there, little wind up toy, little clacky teeth, you know. What are you saying? Like dentures, you know? Hello? You got anything to say? You see what I'm saying? Okay, maybe we don't have the same taste in music. I don't know. Maybe my dialect's alien to you. You know what I'm saying, right? You're an idiot. That's okay. Love you. Now, if you're an ass, piss off. Okay? Take your donkey piss somewhere else. Like a monkey. There we go. Bang, 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 bang. Thank you, Elsa. Woo! That's what I was trying to get that one in my head. The monkeys. It wouldn't come out. I was trying to do the wind up teeth, and then she got it. Elsa, love you, sister. Man, your husband is. You guys must have a great. You know, that's awesome. You know what I'm saying? To have a lady with an open mind and stuff. But your children, I hope you talk to these things like I did to my son. I hope you've told your children, as I told my son, that I'm not going to be or they're. I don't know how old they are. You don't need to disclose that here, but tell them I ain't your mother. I ain't your mother. Your mother is this word right here. There's your instruction. That ain't your father. That's your daddy. And I ain't your mother. I'm just your mom, you know. So much blessings. Love having you here. Monkey see, monkey do. We got to do the clanging monkeys from now on when we do the monkey, right? We'll add that to it, right? We just keep adding beautiful lessons here for us. We use these worldly phileo to agape, Father, remember? Because we don't phileo, we just use this phileo. Remember, we don't deny him. If you deny me in front of your friends and your family and your social modern day media, I'll deny you in front of my Father, remember? Fucking, I hate this job. It's fucking, you know, that's how people are just a bunch of actors. Like a wind-up toy, clacky teeth. There they go out the door. Remember, exit stage left or exit stage right. Stand on the X. Rapture, Indiana, remember? All right, what a blessing this is. Dang, Father just blessed us. 923, brothers, sisters. 923, 923, 1223, 623, right? 1223, right? That's the base. That's the bottom of the 323 in the spring. I've already taught you this. Remember this equinox? They got these people go round and round. What comes around goes around. I've been meaning to do Rat Out of the Cellar, baby. We hit the attic and the cellar. We hit the top and the bottom. Up on the roof. We raised the roof up here. We edify. Remember, he says, glorify, edify, like raise up as he raised Lazarus from the dead. Hallelujah. Good stuff. A little ticky-tacky. Here we go. Little house is on the hillside. Little ticky-tacky. All right. These guys are all cracker box. You know what I'm saying? Cracker cracking the whip. Remember, he cracked the whip on the money changers. So where are you putting your treasure? Ooh. So don't listen, Elsa, Linda, it's already there. It's already there. Remember, we're in the 9/11 is 9/23. 9/11 is 9/23. 9/11 is 9/23. Max, we know that. He supported the president. That's a PDF file. I'm sure you'll find that Charlie went to the island and is an island boy too. We know that. Captain, Charlie's got us surrounded. Man, those aren't petties. Those are just Chicanos. Kirk, like Captain Kirk, like Spock. Yeah, we know. He's a PDF file. More than likely, just like all of them. Rich and famous. All rich people go to hell. All famous people go to hell. Thanks for the update. We know in here. Appreciate it. We don't support anybody who supports a PDF file. The president's PDF file and drop 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes so they can touch your kids at the airport. Remember? Tammuz married his mom, had sex with his sister. Muslims, Catholics. I can see the signs. Can you see all? Go look up man, I did on the channel. Yosemite signs. Elsa, write that down. Thank you, Elsa. You can always remember that barrel full of monkeys. Remember? Monkey see, monkey do, monkey pee all over you, piss on them. It is okay. This guy's full of piss and vinegar. Nuh-uh. It's passion, not anger. They ate them. Your kids. There you go. See, Father doesn't want us to eat your kids. They always did this, brothers and sisters. That's Satanism. Moloch. Remember, he killed Esau. He killed his brother Moloch. Eat your kids. The tree god. Satan, Mithra, Apollyon. Josh knows something. You guys keep doing the same thing. You're Jesus, Cracker, Christ, triple gender god with boobies. That's why the guys go after him, the booby Jesus. Guys love boobies, remember? He's got mange, though. They don't care. Sheep, remember? Bah, no, goats. They're goats, not sheep. Get it straight. Father declared him the lamb. That makes, well, through David, remember? The Father created all things from the house of David. David was from Bethlehem. Christ from Bethlehem. Declared him the lamb. That makes Father the ram. Oh, man. Yosemite, S-I-M-I, signs. Look that up, guys. Good artists. Good lyrics there. Good. You gotta have a break, man. Sometimes we take a break right in the middle, and excuse me while I call time, because I'm gonna take a few hits in the middle of this rhyme. Got that Chiba. Chiba. That's a song, Tolo. We're going to blow the house down with smoke. I'll huff and I'll puff. Careful, Brother Wolf. You got a place away from the rocks falling from the sky? Well, frozen water, stones, hailstones. Hail, water, frozen rock. Tonga, Hunga. Not Donkey Kong. I got it going on. To Donkey Kong to the break of dawn. All right, never mind. Let's get back to what we're saying. So Yosemite, yeah. If you use good cannabis, you don't do drugs, you can keep a straight mind. So don't do drugs, children. Oh, wait, there's no kids in here. We don't do drugs. Drugs kill people. Remember? Cannabis. Now you've changed it and turned it into this autoflower, genetically modified it, and that's not cannabis because I'm a medicinal cannabis grower. So anyways, well, they always hashish and never mind. This compression and all that. Yabba dabba do. Let's hold on a minute now. All right, whatever. They just call it homegrown. Let's move on with the subject. Why do you keep talking about it? The government's patent. You can't patent a plant that grows about the dirt. It's my favorite flower. Not peace, flower power, not peace, peace and safety, sun destruction, come all those. We should have been medically. Let's not talk about medical. We'll get a medical strike. And I've already been stricken more than once, twice, 3 times. I'll probably be out of here. There has been on this channel, so for medical, talking about medical. So sometimes when the subject come up because they want you to not kick anything you say can and will do see against her, right? You. In a court of law, so that's what we've been stricken for. The can, like Cain, can you see her? So that's what they strike me when talking about that. So I start talking about acidity and alkalinity and get stricken. So there should have been research is all I'm saying. Medicinal research, that's it. So we're not giving any medicinal advice. Consult your doctors and the 2 snakes up a pole because they love you. It says they'll fool by sorcery, pharmakia. Snakes up a pole. So, remember? Let's go back to the lyrics. Yosemite. What's this guy on? Jesus Juice. Yosemite. Look it up. Ryan, you ever heard Yosemite? Yo-S-I-M-I, I think it is. Signs. He's got a couple really good songs, but go check that song out. I love it. I played it. Used to play it here on the ministry. And but we got strikes for that too when we were predestined for light. For playing music strikes. So I'm sometimes worried about my singing that I don't get strikes for it. So what spirit is influencing me? Shiloh, the scepter shall not depart from Judah till Shiloh returns. The one that says I have to endure to the end, to be died, saved. I have to die, take my last breath, wait until he returns, be resurrected from the dead at the last trump. Then I'm saved, redeemed. That Shiloh. Hulkadesh is the word spirit, or the word ghost, if you know what you're talking about, but probably not. That's okay. God is a title. Which God? Deity, little g God. Remember they used to have burnt offerings to their little g gods, deities, ancestors. They had a burnt offering of a man that had sex with a man. It was a bestiality orgy ritual. A beast too. Beast, man, and woman. Oh man, they used to marinate this man. They got him ready like a rack of ribs, ready to eat, like a burnt. Remember offering of flesh? The mass, hey, Jesus Christ. Yeah, Jesus Christ. Satan. I'm going to go see Standing Live Warrior after today. I need to go. There's nothing wrong with that. I just be careful of large gatherings, Max, okay, is all I would say. I got to get away. That's not a problem. Just be careful with large gatherings. Remember that concert, whatever that guy was, they started rocking around with people and killed. I forget what that rapper guy is. Another one of these cultist Satanists. I forget what his name was. But they ended up, a couple of people got, smushed. I remember that concert. But just be careful. Be careful around large gatherings is all I'm saying. It's not safe right now. As Travis Scott. Thank you. So you guys know what I'm saying. Just be careful. You got to enjoy yourself. I totally dig it. Father's got to have to guard you. Meant to die and get smashed that day. Hey, at least you got to be here to see the rest of what's coming. It's not going to be good. That's not what the book does not say. Great again. It says, do not think that I came to bring peace and safety is what he said, right? Those who call out for peace and safety, sudden destruction. It does not say it's the end, but the beginning of sorrow. Sudden destruction will come out. Those who call out for shalom or the word peace. Destruction, sudden destruction. He said in the book of Matthew, do not think that I came to bring peace. I came to bring a sword of division. A man's enemies be the one of his own household. That's you. I am my own worst enemy. Nightmare, you are your own worst. That's called idolatry. Careful. Enjoy yourself, but large gatherings. Careful. Music's good. I like a little rest. I got to get away. I hear you, but go armor up. You'll probably be all right. Most people don't get smashed at concerts, so well, they do a little bit, but I get everybody in the club getting tipsy. All right, never mind. Good stuff, guys. It's good to take a break every once in a while, I'm saying. So thanks for taking the time to, like you said, peace. Don't say peace, but I hear to see with that too. So I just wanted to give you a little bit of a lesson on the word. So, but it's good to take time sometimes to just stop doing the world and enjoy like a good, a lot of it. Careful what you listen to. They beat it into you like a chant, like a mantra, we listen to music that, we like, but then sometimes we might pass through. I know people don't have a dial or whatever, but they got the button, and go past a genre or something they don't like. Maybe you don't like Tracy Lawrence beat his wife, and so I don't like country music, but some country music songs and every word to them. How is that? It's just because they do this to us. I'm right. They can do that. They can put stuff in your head, and they do that by schooling you and beating you with these algorithms. And they do this with a flicker rate. When we were, younger, they did this by imagery and and you'd sit down and they put so many frames. They put, a thing of popcorn and chocolate or something. You're like, sitting there and you're watching the movie and you're like, honey, go get me some chocolate. You're like, honey, you don't even like chocolate. She's like, shut up, honey, just give me some chocolate. Watching the movie, they do this to us, okay? They can put this in us. Green needle, brainstorm. Are you in good hands? Anybody know what I'm talking about? Careful what you see. We're going to stay on subject. I don't know where you're at over there in left field. He said, don't go to sleep. The enemy came and sowed seeds while you're sleeping. Well, to another. Yeah, like darkness, to another black sheep broadcast. Remember, broadcast means to sow seeds. So it is what it is. Some of us aren't that, that sheep in the family. White is just a color, right? And white's not a color, neither is black, but set apart, if you will. One of these things are not like the other. You're supposed to be conforming to his image. Okay, whatever. The Lion from the tribe of Judah. Just remember that Leo in the celestial firmament, that dark star markers, when the lights go out, you see this, this clock above your head. You can't go into the clock. We have any clock people can go into the clock in here. Can't go into the clock. No aliens up there. I don't know. So let's get back to the subject. Was Charlie surrounded by space invaders or space balls? Did anybody actually see the incident? I hadn't really looked at a time. I've been live streaming since this whole Charlie didn't Epstein himself, or maybe he did. I don't know. You tell me. I didn't see it. So what have you seen? I know that it keeps coming up. So it looks like somebody was there or something. He was at one of these events where he was, because he's around a lot of people. I mean, that's and whatever. They got, crisis actors is what they're called. And they do them through all these events, seen at the same. So is he live or gone? And I thought something, I didn't get the whole thing. He's been no birthday next year. So, okay. So I don't want to be, like I said, I want to be cruel, brothers, sisters, like I said, but I don't support his work at all because of who he supports. So I don't have any. He said, don't sup with vipers. Father will condemn him. I'm not trying to condemn the man. I just want you to question what you see, because you see the same thing like I had, old Pappy, who looked at Pappy, who went and looked at Pappy. So, they could stage things, brothers, sisters, right in front of us right now. I already told you they could have done that to a robot. They got him walking around us right now. That's why I'm trying to really get you to question things. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to take. That's cold-hearted. No, it's not. All I'm asking you to do is question. Father, all our day of death's already written, brothers, sisters. You know what I'm saying? Our day of death's already written, and it's already written in the book. Remember, the Lamb's book of life is when you'll return, to your maker your creator, and he will stand you if you are blessed enough to have Shiloh cover for your sins. Then otherwise, the wage of sin is one death. So we've all fell short of the word. How many sins have I committed in this stream? How many times have I cursed? So, I've defiled his testament. But it's not what goes in a man under this testament. It's what comes out of us. So I'm not some kind of, perfect saint. Don't claim to be perfect. Not at all. But at least I'm trying to discern what we see. Don't let us just, take what we see. This vision that they put in front of us is so hard to tell the difference. Remember, because I don't do the AI crap, but what they're showing you is, remember, I'm a veteran. This tech is old. This tech is thousands of years old. If you think this is the first time we've had computing, quantum is a number. A computer is a flipping number. It's all a computer is a 0101. But you got this whole idea in your brain that it's something else. And that can computers learn. And now they've given them rights. And they're going to put them in the computers, in the robots, and they're going to whack you. Coming soon to a neighborhood near you. You better get under the golden dome. They're going to save you. The government loves you. So don't act like I didn't tell you. Okay? Don't be foolish. You know what I'm saying? He was born again. Do you contest that? Absolutely. There's no such thing as being born again. Not he. He was born again. He was raised. Remember, as he raised Lazarus from the dead, as Jonah from the darkness, he was 3 days entombed in the resurrection of the neatly folded veil, as they veiled his face like they veiled America. She had declared that, Christ had risen. Hosanna, raise in the highest, edify his name. That says edify in the Lord's Prayer. Edify is Shem. That means lift up, but I'm not sure how well versed you are. And you're supposed to be born from above. He, again, is one time. So I'm not sure what you're referring to, because you said he. He is who? He is Shiloh. They rebirth him every year on December 25th. His birth of the sun god, Satan, Jesus Christ. Is that who you're referring to? Birth in the middle of the winter in a manger. You got to know who you're talking about. I want to make sure we're clear here. So ask the questions, right? Remember? We're gonna add that. Thank you, Elsa, for that. We're gonna add the clanging monkey balls. No, monkey soup. Barrel full of monkeys. Oh, I thought it was bat soup. Oh, it was a flying monkey. I'll get you and your little dog, Toto, too. I don't think we're in Kansas anymore, Toto. Remember, he'll come just like that in the sky, it says. Just so you know, I know what Father is. He is I am. I'm not wrong. It defines, remember? Eyes of fire, feet of fire. Hair is fine, right? White is wool, not woolly. White is wool. That is snow, right? Not woolly. Stop changing the word. Fake Hebrew Israelites. We crushed that Hebrew Israelites that came in here yesterday, didn't we? Woolly. Stop it. White as wool. Change a jot or blot. You know what that means? White out. Gone. You've been snowed over. Drifts. You catch one of them? Catch my drift? Okay, there, Yeti. You can get out of here, our Yeti. You can take your abominable snowman somewhere else. You're whatever, your albino Bigfoot. Take your 2 big feet out of here. Here we go again with this gods in the sky. Chewbacca had Wookiee with an Ewok. Maybe it was Anakin Skywalker was in there too. They had a threesome. They did. Anakin Skywalker and Chewbacca had a Wookiee with an Ewok. Now we got big feet. Remember, he's a man who's walking around, a hairy man down here. So we got to make sure we add Anakin Skywalker now to the... Father's just blessing us today. Thank you, Father, for adding the Anakin Skywalker. Use the Force, Luke. I am your father. Remember? So, the land of Anak, that is Gaza. You're an idiot. Go away from me now. Girl, don't go away mad, Jezebel. Just go away. Gaza, the Philistines, the champions, David slayed an Anaki. Not Anakin Skywalker. He didn't slay Anakin Skywalker or some Bigfoot giant. Ahab married Jezebel. That didn't have anything to do with giants or anything from the sky either. What the hell's that all about? Oh, the sons of God coming to the women of men. Traditions of men, you idiot. She taught her these traditions of men. Baphomet worship. 3-gender God. The one that Trump has his house decorated with. Satan, Jesus Christ, the Son God, birthed on December 25th in the middle of the winter. Hey, you sucker. See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, huh? That's the new Jesus. Do the Jesus. We even got our own little dance, whatever. Thank you, Elsa, for adding that to the chat. Remember, he said don't add a jot to my word. Oh, blot. Remember the whiteout? They got snowed over. Do we need to go over it again? You catch my drift? We won't do it again there. Hey, we went to the abominable snowman at the top Disney. Oh, I hear you. Did your neighbor hear you? No, I have no neighbors. Are you so close your neighbor can hear you fart? B flat. Oh, I see your one and raise you one. My 2 witnesses. Oh. All right. Sunday, one day, fun day. Come on, sit down, Jesus. Come on, sit down, Jesus. Sit on your ass and buy some belief for only $3.99, Jesus. You can believe today and you can set me on a shelf and forget about me, Jesus. Because you believe you could be born again right today, never be born again ever again, and never worry about being born again. Because for one day, Sunday, fun day, sit on your ass, Jesus. You can come in here and believe and you can be saved today. Come on in here and get saved by the letter J, Jesus. Hell yeah, we got you hooked on phonics. Work for me. Ha ha! A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, L, M, N, O, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, and Z, J. Remember, Z wasn't the last letter to add at the English alphabet. Romeo and Juliet. Oh, sorry. My bad. They're trolling our chat. See, now they're just trolling the chat, guys. That's okay. Don't address it. Just anybody just violating my eyes. Remember, he said don't sup, don't cast your pearls. So please just moderate anybody now. I might go in and moderate any. Hold on. We might just moderate the word Captain. Charlie's got us surrounded. Spock, Nano, Shazbot, Kirk. It shows you guys. Come on. And they go after a pedophile. who's a president, right? A pedophile. So no wonder I make you see why Stevie had to wonder. Remember? Is it a fiction or is it a myth? Nah, I'm just a dope rapper, you know, Tone Smith. Every time you hear your song, your hands clap. The chosen one putting LA on the map. Remember where I'm from? Los Angeles. No objection, I plead my case. I better stop right there. Case dismissed. And I'm out. The record is already over. No, just kidding. I didn't pause for the cause there. That was just me. There wasn't a lag. Somebody didn't hit the lag switch. Oh, no. Do me, baby. Remember? Blue Roofs, Mountain Dew, Lahaina. You got to get Lahaina. All right, number 7. See what I'm saying? There they go, trading lightsabers on their ice holes. Charlie and got us surrounded. Oh, that's the old, just the tip ritual again. Yep, do me, baby. Remember? Like Mountain Dew. Code red, code red, code red, code red. Code blue. No, Mountain Dew. Like Maui Blast, baby. Up on the roof. Remember? Hey, when you speak about that cover, brothers, sisters, listen, all cheeks aside, 2 cheeks to the same dragon, 2 wings to the same hole. Oh, 2 wings to the same dragon, 2 cheeks to the same hole, huh? He must be as esteemed as the potter's clay, turn their works upside down. The magnetosphere, brothers, sisters, we need to talk about this. We need to talk about this. We need to talk about this. They know this magnetosphere. There is going to be a day in the near future that the sun crushes our tech, our modern day technology. Don't listen to Harlow, Halo, bend over, band can't, ball can't bend. Discern all his things. The sun is not going to micronova. That's a stupid idiocracy, bend over, earth tilt, heart, but discern all he says. There's no such thing as a pole shift. I already taught you guys that in here. That means that the compass would be pointed to the south. That's a pole shift. That happens every 11 years on the sun. That happens every 22 years on the moon. Ben knows that. He's a fucking sellout. What was he observing in his mobile observatory? Remember, I couldn't even get, and I'm not trying to grift you, you know, he got hundreds of thousands of dollars to go on the road to get that RV. Remember, I wanted to try to get on the road and just get a Forerunner and go or something, remember? And he had people donate a whole motorhome. And I want to ask, since it was suspicious and he's not suspicious observer anymore, he's Space Weather News. Hey, spaced out of his mind, remember? Space balls. He's floating on a ball. Mr. Ball Camp, okay, we're going to go to space. Just so you know why I give this Harley Halo, you know, we remember what happened to the Harley. Yeah, they went woke and went broke, didn't they? All right, 2-wheel autonomous, self-driven. They drove themselves almost like Cracker Barrel right into a, never mind. So if you're spinning on a ball, then okay, whatever. But he does discern and knows about magnetic excursions. A pole shift means your compass will be pointing to the south. And I hold Ben to that because he's so smart and he's got a camp and he's got all that. Remember, Silver Rock Ranch was here before he ever formed his ranch out there next to the FBI and the CIA and all that front in Colorado, NORAD or whatever the hell he's at. Okay, his in the new Valley of the Sun. Okay, I've been following that guy since and shots with our star wind maps and shots of our star to close. He cut all his show. Remember, he went out onto the road observing. What the hell did he observe? Hundreds of thousands of dollars he took through his GoFundMes or whatever the hell he supported, and that's fine. I'm not telling you to not discern what Ben is saying. I'm just saying because he does put out a lot of information about the magnetic excursion, not pole shift. A pole shift just means our compass would be pointed to the south. Happens every 11 years on the sun, every 22 on the moon, okay? Focus, I know about this. Remember, it used to happen like a clock every 300 to 360,000 years, like through the paleoclimatology records, through the strata data, through the rift core zones with the isotope data at the magnetic rift zones in the pottery. You can see this, brothers. This is not, I can't stand people who come in here. Remember, oh, I got a degree. Okay, well, I'm going to make you look like an idiot. I learned what you know what's in a box, and I'm going to show you what's outside the box. So I'm going to try to show you something again that you need to pay attention, because our Earth just took a pulse from the sun that we didn't see, that didn't show up on any of these Helio viewer, Elasco C3, stereo ahead, stereo behind. You know any about these angstrom filters that are on these satellites that have been set up, that are up there? Remember, I don't do this fake ball camp nonsense, but there are little images, and it's still an animation, which I've been trying to tell everybody, you're really only seeing their filtering and putting it back into your, but there are things that match up, because you have such thing as tell-lie scopes, okay, like Columbus, you know, okay, whatever, that are true. I mean, you can see and debunk all this crap with your own eye. Get a damn telescope, a decent one, then look in your books, and why doesn't it match what you're seeing up there? Because they're lying to you. Okay, so I don't like Ben, because he's a deceiver. Tell 99 truths and a lie, it's still a lie. But you should, like Alex Jones, go ahead and take his 99 truths. I used to sit there and listen to 99 somebody's bullshit to get the one truth out of them. I don't have the patience like that anymore. I really don't. I'm being 100% with you. I'm not trying to be somebody I'm not. I used to. I do spend a ton of time. You know what I'm saying? It's still a lie. So discern everything Ben says. But I am really on his ass, because I know his content creators mock. I can watch his videos, and when I do something here, I've documented it, because we're all on YouTube. I've been doing this nearly as long as Ben. I mean, yeah, with shots of our star to close, wind maps, and I have a channel that's like 12 years old, okay? And I was doing this content collaborating with other content creators before, okay? On other platforms too as well, or whatever. But just hear me out. He has information there you should glean, okay? He does the Earth's going to tilt. It says this place, it's not the Earth. Remember, it says this rocket cannot be moved from its foundation. You know, there's not, it's what it is, brothers, sisters. I don't want to talk about shapes in here and balls in here. Remember what that does? It distracts people from the narrative, what they want people to be distracted by, balls in the sky. So there's a clock above your head, space weather news, go there. And my son, I can't remember, he's like, Dad, I thought you want to subscribe to him a couple times. I cannot believe he mocks the channel. Look, Elijah, dude, I have to look at this, whether I like, and you know that I've always said that. Okay, I remember that, Dad. You have to, you know, oh, he's a sellout, Dad. Shill-spicious. Remember, you kept telling me he's shill-spicious. Why do you subscribe to him again? Listen, you should be a little suspicious about all things. It's called discernment, correct? Put a 1 in the chat, or discernment. Let's move on with this conversation, please. Seriously. The pole shift, brothers, sisters, it means your compass would be pointed to the south. The polarity of the magnetics, okay, would be completely reversed. In between that point until it does a complete reversal is called an excursion, okay, a magnet. It's what we're experiencing. We have been experiencing that since 1859, over 166 years ago. I'm going to be more versed on this than anybody on this rock, or up with the people in the top 3 to 5, 10 at the very least. Bring them here. I know what they're doing. This is why they're preparing. It's the magnetic canopy has failed already, and I'm trying to bring your attention. That's why they're digging in. You guys need to think about what I'm telling you here and take it with a grain of salt. Remember, I have a place for this. Remember, I have a shelter. And I don't want to go in there and save my life. I'm going to run outside and see if those hailstones will hit me. And I will. I'll walk right through it, all around me. I'm not worried about death. My day of death is already written. Remember, it's to protect the word, you know? And maybe if I don't, I'm not trying to save my life. That's not what I have. The shelter is not, it's an ark, okay? It is a shelter. It doubles as many things. Storm, fire, wind, hail. You got a hail plan? Probably not. I'm trying. He said, die, right? Girded in my service. You got to endure to the end. So that means you need to die trying. You can't just lay down like a turtle on your back, get flipped over and have no kick, right? And you cannot be like, you know, a bump on a log. You have to have your loins girded in my service. You know what I'm saying? Just find a place, McNevin. If you can find an overhang, there will be hailstones eventually from the Honga Tonga eruption. This isn't something you're going to run from anymore, and that's why these people know. I'm talking about the failed magnetic canopy, okay, that we have over this rock. We're not talking, because I say sphere, I don't mean ball, it necessarily about a spinning ball. Listen, We have a magnetic canopy that covers this rock, above and below. This is what Tesla was, these whole currents. Let's not get all conspiracy theory on me. Now listen, that's a CIA term, and they coin that term to get you to look at and say that, so nobody will look at, oh, well, you don't have a degree, you're a conspiracy theorist. Oh, shut up. You don't want to participate in what the conversation I'm saying, then please be quiet. This is 100% what all governments are getting ready for. All of these governments provide money to what is known as the Hadron Colliders. And these are not smashing atoms. They do their tunnel rituals because that's part of this occultic, but they use these whole current technologies, as Tesla did, to blow up our atmosphere, because as our solar energy decreases, the bubble or sphere around our sun either blows up from regular energy, plasma, ionized and deionized gas, hot, blows up that our atmosphere, or ionosphere, or stenosphere, or heliosphere. We live in the troposphere. We have a ozone. You probably don't even have any idea what's going on, and you don't have to have a degree to talk about it. So I'll crush any that open up your mouth and think you know anything about our atmosphere. Tell me where this Honga Tonga layer of 14% of the moisture that was never there, like an on-hold skeezer, like ice, ice, not no Easy E said, remember, frozen. It's still up there. I don't think David's, I've told you, follow David Devine at DAP 2030. He's covering and has covered this Honga Tonga eruption. Okay. Where we literally had on, they dorm, the dormant, it went dormant. It's not going to go off again. It's a submarine volcano in the southern, hemisphere in the ocean. And they said they had a ceremony on the 2022 on February 12th. They said it went extinct. It was dead. It's never going to go off again. And then bam! Like that, it rose 3 days out of the ocean like Jonah out of the belly of the whale, out of the sea, as he was spewed out onto the land to warn of the coming of Nineveh, the destruction in 40 days. Don't listen to Pastor Revelation. He don't know what he's talking about. I gave you the sign of Jonah. Remember, I told you that's exactly which makes Revelation 16 and 21 come to pass, because I'd studied the cycles of the compression events of when the sun stops emitting all this energy and blows up our atmosphere. From heat, ionized gases. Remember, when it rose, it pushed 14% of moisture froze in our upper atmosphere. Okay, the mesosphere. Okay, that's a layer of our atmosphere that is cold. It's frozen, and it went up there again. Not like Easy this time, but like there's a freezer, and now it's starting to just ring out. Yeah, Jonah rose after 3 days. They deemed it extinct, and then that somewhere later we saw that it pulsed before that thing went off. So I don't care if it's real or not. That moisture is still sitting up there. You wonder why you're having all these rain, 1,000-year, 100-year, worth of rain in one day and all this. This is this moisture that was shot up, and it doesn't matter, kind of like COVID. Stop talking whether it's real or not. This will have real world effects. The largest hailstone I'd ever seen was basketball, and you can't find that documented in record that's easy to find. The records, because I've done videos on this, is 8 pounds on multiple channels for multiple years. So I've warned you. I have enough to already be prepared for this, for my hail shelter, right? To protect the word. I don't want to get pummeled by 130-pound hailstones in Revelation 16 and 21. Are you telling me that's not going to happen? Put a one in a chat if you think that the Revelation 16 and 21, I just told you how it's going to happen. There wasn't never that during a compression, brothers, sisters, that in the 1800s when we had a liquefaction, when this atmosphere was crushed, this rock with the waters below, as it says in scripture, and the waters below above the firmament, right? A waters above below, it smashed and it literally shot, not magma, hot molten lava, but literal the rock, the earth, right, is not below your feet. But we'll call it for that sake for conversation. The dirt mixed with this hot liquid came out and made mud volcanoes. Not magma, not spewing, but literally in the liquefaction, like taking a toothpaste tube and opening that tube and squeezing that out to this rock out on the land, and literally filling 2 and 3, 20 and 30 feet. There's still buildings from the 1800s that they have not dug out. They just knocked a new door in that level and went from there. They've dug this out. This is something they buried the records of the 1800s. Most people have no idea what happened. And this was a compression event after, once again, we were in a minima from our sun where it could pushing out as much energy in our atmosphere, and then that brings us closer to our sun, which starts melting off, which creates more. Listen, the sun has solar energy. That's radiation. When that solar radiation comes in and penetrates that magnetosphere, that excites, like creating fusion. It fuses like creating the hydrocycle of how a hailstones form. It goes up and it fuses. It creates a whole nother layer, brothers, sisters, of moisture, a separate cloud layer, as well as more moisture in our atmosphere. That's how I found that there were hailstones the size of basketballs, not this 8-pound that I'd found. And these records are hard to find. That's like, the loser gets left out of the history because he gets the spoils and gets to write the books. You don't get to hear his side. Right side of history, left out, he writes it. Shut up, loser. The victor gets the spoils. So you really need to be able to read between the lines. And I put out videos on this over and over again. Now, I've studied this cycle. I'd only ever found basketball, which leveled wooden cities through these records, and they're not easy to find, and they're still out there. Remember, I used to scrub the dark web. I used to go anywhere. I didn't care about if the government was watching me. Christ is inside of me. Father's inside of me. He sees what the whole world doesn't see. My intentions, you know what I'm saying? So I'm sitting there going through these records, and I'm finding that there is records, again, of the 1800s where, again, this, there were basketball-sized hail that leveled wooden cities just to the ground, okay? But I couldn't wrap my brain around how we could go from basketball-sized hail, you know what I'm saying? So because I'd found what was called like the cycle of what now we noticed, because I noticed the hail cycle is increasing through these compression events, okay? And what happens, very simply again, like we are now in solar cycle 25, which we have a little bit of a spike, but the last solar cycle, 24, 23, and 22, every cycle, which is an 11-year cycle, like I was telling you, that cycle that, like a clock or whatever, there's an 11-year cycle on the sun. That has a lot to do with Jupiter, okay? But again, this cycle of this sun is part of this magnetic cycle because the sun has a change in the polarity as well. You really need to start thinking about the mechanics of what it is that I'm telling you. So when the sun is emitting energy, that, like a balloon, very simply is going to blow up that balloon, is which we call many layers of our atmosphere. Heat blows up, okay? So can cold, you put ice cube in there, you don't have room, and it'll push out too. But heat creates expansion, so it's going to blow up our atmosphere. So solar cycle 22, 23, and 24, the energy from the sun just kept stepping down. Do you understand? Kept stepping down, which meant that our atmosphere, which means that we have now come closer. That's why the sun is not yellow. Just have a hearing ear. Listen, if you light a torch, and anybody ever weld or use a plasma cutter or a torch cut with a torch, if you turn that on, there's a lot of particulate, carbon, and that's, you got me else on this too? Okay, yeah. So this is blowing up our atmosphere like a balloon, okay? And then when it doesn't, it's going to shrink down. So solar cycle 23, 24, 25, 22, 23, 24, okay? This is how it happened, brother, sister. So when we were younger, think back now, 3 solar cycles ago, about 33 to 36 years ago, the sun was what color? Hold on a second. Let's slow down. If you were a kid in school, slow down, stop. Don't say anything else anywhere. I'm serious. Slow down. And they gave you a like that coloring book picture. They didn't have anything, just the lines were on it. And there was a picture of the house, right? And you see the picture of the clouds. There was the bird, right? And maybe a little doghouse. And then there was the sun. Okay, your choice. It's going to tell me a little bit how old you are. I want you to think back. And they gave you a crown. What color would you draw? Which color would you choose to draw the sun? Tell me your answer, please. You're a child. Remember, they have like the 24 box, crowns. Okay. But what? Because I want you to think about 36 years ago, three cycles ago, in the solar cycle, when you were a kid. I'm thinking most are that age, or I can tell what age you are because I know I've followed this for a long time. Okay, thank you. And it's not a wrong answer, guys, on this one. It really isn't. So it does tell me a little bit. Okay, thanks, guys. So, everybody wanted the, remember, it's like these kids today, I don't know where they're at the Sega, or it's not Sega, or it was Pong or whatever. Wait, hold on, it's PlayStation, right? Are we what up at PlayStation 50 by now? You know what I'm saying? And PlayStation 50. Remember they had the box of crown, like whatever, you picked your color, man. All these guys want the Sega 50 or the PlayStation 50. I just wanted the 50 box of crowns with the sharpener on the side. That was rolling. Remember that box, guys? You know what I'm saying? So you could pick any color. I always talk about the 24. Yeah, it's 24 box of crowns, right? You guys remember the one with the sharpener on the side? Dude, now that was a high roller in my, I'm telling you what, if you had that thing, you remember it had all the, it was like, dude, it was like taste the rainbow of fruit flavors, all that silly nonsense we did when we were kids. But anyway, so all right, good stuff, guys. So orange or yellow or now listen, okay? Thanks for your answers, guys. I know this is a silly channel. You just have to deal with me. Man, my eyes bother me today. So, though. Had 48. Okay, so do you guys remember the one with the sharpener on the side? You know what I'm saying? That was like high class. That was like a Mega Million or PlayStation 50 or so, whatever, iPhone 90 or whatever that. You know what I'm saying? I don't keep up with this stuff anymore. So that's what we wanted, man. They wanted their PlayStation or their whatever. I wanted that 48 box of crowns with a sharpener on the side. But I don't know. We all have different strokes for different folks, brothers, sisters. So moving on. Yeah, they did get that one, but all right, moving on. Let's continue on this conversation. So 3 solar cycles ago, brothers, sisters, the sun, you're correct. It was obviously very orangish yellow. And if you were older, I'd be able to know how old you kind of were because you would say, well, the sun was orange. That's definitely the generation a little bit because I'm in my 50s before me because these are cycles. And if you remember the sun, in the spring, it used to be very orange. It didn't get white until the hot summer sun, the heat of the summer sun, when it apexed its, peak and its, equinox at the top of the sun. There you go. Thanks. Appreciate it. I mean, you don't have to indulge your age, but this does tell me, you see what I'm saying, on kind of how old somebody is according to how that sun, because it was remember it was orange, then it had to get white at the top of the summer sun. July, dog days of summer, but then the fall would come and it'd get real orange again. And it doesn't do that anymore. And I'm going to tell you why, okay? This is not rocket science. Oh, you're going to have a PhD to talk about this. Does everybody track it with me now? Okay? You see what I'm saying? The sun, does everybody remember when the sun wasn't what it is now? Because what color is the sun now? So you drew it was yellow or orange. What color is the sun now? What color is the sun today? Right? Some people, oh, you're not supposed to look at the sun. I know. They get a lot of people with that. Don't look at the sun. Oh, we're not supposed to look at the sun. Do you realize how many angstroms of filters that they have around the sun? You can use this Lascaux 2, 3, stereo ahead, Okay, Jeremy, thanks. So, okay, cool. So obviously something's gone on. Watch, I'm going to explain to you what's happened, brothers, sisters. They're going to tell you something's wrong with the mechanics of the sun. Oh, there's a second sun and China's built a second sun. Shut up. Stop all this nonsense. Even their silliness about how far it's away and how close it is. Please just hear me out for a minute, okay? Because I'm telling you, I'm trying to give you some basic mechanics anybody can understand. Like a balloon, heat expands our atmosphere. Over the last 3 solar cycles, brothers, sisters, it quit putting out as much energy on like a stair step down. So obviously this atmosphere has shrunk. So now I want you to think about 33 years ago when our atmosphere was blown up. Now turn the torch on, lots of particulate in the atmosphere. We're further away from the sun, okay? Everybody tracking? Put a 1 in the chat if you understand what I'm saying. Because we went back 33 years ago, now we're blown out this big, right? 33 cycles, the sun was shooting out more energy in those prior solar cycles. Okay, so now we've decreased. Now, if I lit a torch, think about a torch and all the carbon that's in a torch, and you lit that torch on fire, the higher the heat turns up. Now our atmosphere is shrinking. That means we're getting closer, which is the sun. Now listen to me. If you took a magnet, like this is a neodymium magnet right here. Here's a neodymium magnet. We got a lighter here somewhere around here. Okay, look, we got a magnet here, right? Neodymium magnet. This neodymium magnet right here, okay? Right? If we took this and we put this in a fire and exposed it to heat, it would lose its magnetism. If we put it in the wood stove, not on a fire because I don't need firewood, but if I put it in there and I let it for in there a couple hours, it's going to lose its magnetism. It negates. It cancels the magnetism. It wouldn't be a magnet anymore. Were you aware of that? Yes, I need them. Okay, put a 1 in the chat if you understand. Magnetism is heat makes magnetism negate or dissipate, or it loses its magnetism, which means not going to anymore. Heat makes it go away, negates, cancels the magnetism. Okay, so this magnetic canopy, remember, part of our canopy that protects us from the solar energy coming from the plasma, the ionized and deionized, it's electric, bro. So it's just like a plasma cutter where you can literally, a torch, remember a torch that you can cut with a torch, but if you know what a plasma cutter, you cut right through steel like it's butter. Now listen to me, because that's what the sun is shooting at us, is plasma. It's not a hot ball of fire, brothers and sisters. It is an ionized, deionized gas that is, man, I got to put on a different, take this, we're finally starting to warm up here. Thanks for following, brothers and sisters. I appreciate it. You know, if I have a hearing ear, I'll keep going. You know, I thank you, Father, for the hearing ear and the seeing eye. All right. We gotta take some of this cover off. Okay, so plasma cutters are awesome, right, Ryan? They're amazing. You cut right through a big thing, you know, just beautiful, right? That's what they make all these steel stuff with now, right? You see all these beautiful, and it gives it all that rainbow essence. You know what I'm saying? All glory to Father Jeremy. You know, Father has given me just an abundance of time so I could research this for decades. I've been watching this for like 30 years. No kidding. I mean, I've been doing this plus. I mean, I'm not saying I'm the master at this, but I know I can get you the right information. Have others. I tried to tell you, go watch Ben's show. He has good information, but some of it's very false, and that's why you should discern everything I say as well. Everything is supposed to discern all things, okay? So, there you go. So the sun is basically like a plasma torch, guys. I mean, it's shooting. So thank you, Father, for that magnetic canopy. You guys are worth it. We got eyes to see here, ears to hear. Because it looks like a donut. This is the same shape, brothers and sisters. If you took, like I said, again, if you took a magnet, if you took this magnet, okay? If you took a magnet, come on, brother, give me some of the right colors. I put all those over there, didn't I? Oh, don't use the marks a lot. Okay, we'll just use this. This is dark enough. If you took a magnet, brothers and sisters, if this was a magnet, if you took a round magnet, okay, I want you to show you real quick so you understand kind of how all this relates. Yes. Now hold on, because I'm real quick. I'm going to get right back to that. So I don't want to lose you guys. Okay. But if you wrap this, if you took this and you wrap this magnet, brothers, sisters, if you took this and wrapped this magnet with copper, just like this, okay, and you wrap that with copper, because you've seen this before. This is 1800s technology, which has actually been around for a long time. They had compression and pneumatics in Rome, okay, and you spun this around. There you go. That equals electricity, and it makes what is known as a toroidal field. Okay? This is what makes a toroidal field. Okay? You guys are getting it. Nathan's got it. Okay? So this is old technology. This is a generator that makes what is known as, remember, the Torah was the law. It's all spoken into existence. Okay, brothers, sisters? They try to complicate this. You can't talk about this. You don't have a degree. So what it's doing is it's making what is known as like a donut, a toroidal field. This would be the sun, okay? If this was the sun has what is known as the sun's heliosphere. Heliosphere, okay? I'm going to do the sun before I do this rock, and I'm going to use this stupid model so your eyes will, well, that's off. Boy, that's like some ladies. One's bigger than the other. That's okay, ladies. We still love you. Still love you. All right, close enough. Good to know for the girls I go with. All right, better straighten that out a little bit. Doesn't have to be perfect. Oh, she's beautiful. Okay. So anyways, this is known as what is your toroidal field. Notice Torah. Okay. So if we do the rock that we live on, and we're going to do the ball camp just because I don't want to do it, but we're going to do it just because. Okay. We're going to do it just because. This one time in band camp. Okay. Our rock has the same toroidal. If you look down from the top of it, it would be round, and everything would be going towards the center, towards the center, towards the center, towards, you know, like a donut. Okay, everything going in through the top. This is why the toilet spins this way, right, in one portion of the hemisphere, and the opposite way in the other portion of the hemisphere. So this protection, this distance between here and here, like two magnets that stick together, remember they stick together, and you can't pull them apart. You pull them together, right? You take two magnets and they stick together, right? You take two magnets. I'm going to teach you something about how this magnetic excursion works and what you need to look for, okay? Now, if you turn them around, right? Now, if I had them turned around, right? And now they won't stick together, right? They're, right? That's that protection. That is reverse polarity. Polarity, magnetic pull, magnetic polarity. Come together, reverse, right? I should add another phone. If I had a phone, I could better illustrate this. I wish I had two phones. But if I take these two now and I take and reverse this, oh, there's a magnetism, another magnet on my phone. If I take this, right, and I turn this one around, remember, which opposing force, and push it up against this one, it goes, remember? Are you getting this? Remember? Now, if I turn these ones around, they don't stick together. Take this one, put it too close to this one, and yeah, it rights itself, right? Everybody understand how it rights? Remember magnets? You can take one and flip it over, opposing magnetism. Remember when you were a kid on the desk, you can take it and push that magnet around? That's opposing magnetism. Remember you push the magnet around on the desk or whatever? Reverse polarity, there we go. Thank you for using the correct. So that is called polarity. Polarity, okay? You know what I'm saying? So, do we understand what I'm saying here? What's going on there? What are we doing? What do you guys, what's going on here, mods? Hey, slow down, guys. What are we doing here? Nobody said anything. I see her. How are we going, Elsa? What's going on here? Okay, hold on. Okay, listen. Hey, Martello, listen. Martello, hold on. Martello, you guys are allowed to do caps. Slow down, Martello. Hold on. Martello, just hold on a second. We already know Charlie Clerk is a PDF file. Everybody keeps coming in here and hit the chat with this PDF file. Captain Kirk, remember what I'm saying? We're aware of it. Thank you for coming in and letting us know. Okay. But we have already saying in here, you know what I'm saying? Martello, stop talking for a minute, man. Stop talking to Elsa. Stop talking to Elsa again. I want you to talk to me for a minute. You weren't here. We've already undone the caps thing, and there's been some changes since you were here. Just hear me out, okay? Everybody slow down just for a minute. Appreciate you guys modding. I know this isn't an easy chat to mod for. I put some pretty crazy, you got to come in here with a red clown nose and wear a rainbow wig and a big pair of floppy shoes, because this is where our establishment, where we sup, right? There's a certain dress code in here. Remember, a business owner in America can do that. Yep. So let's all just bring her down one second. Let's moderators will, you know, we're not going to agree, but we can get this back under what's going on here. So Martello, everybody keeps coming in here and talking about it. Okay. So they're just kind of, because we wanted to just try to keep it to a minimum is all. And that's all they're doing. Because I told them to ban, okay, cool. All right, Martello. Thank you so much. That's okay. We appreciate it. That's a good thing to say. Goodbye. Okay. Easy come, easy go, I guess. Martello's been here for a minute, so no more Martello. we're moving on, guys. So magnetic polarity is what. So don't worry, it's all done, guys. Martello's gone. You're not welcome back here. He can come back again, but you know what I'm saying? We'll just get rid of him. Obviously, I think he's a little drunk. I think he must be drinking. Why is he implying that Elsa has been drinking? Guilt by association. Maybe the guilt's coming out in him. So, so don't worry about it. See, look. Is it because you guys were told not to do that? He just couldn't slow down. So, bye, Martello. You started this live and all that. That's okay. Let's move on. So, this magnetic polarity, brothers, sisters, when you have this reverse polarity, as Nathan says, if you take two magnets, and I'm going to give you another content creator, and I ask you to discern all things. Now, he's not giving out his pole position, as he calls the magnetic pole position, which was Gene is his name. He is a scientist. Gene is a true scientist. He has a degree, and I don't care about no stupid degrees. Gene's been to college. Gene can talk about it. See, that's Gene got it into it. Listen, guys, Gene got into it with Ben from Suspicious Observers, okay? Because Ben has been trying to kind of capitalize on this pole shift when he's not putting out, he doesn't have what is called a magnetometer, the trimeg system, where he is actually literally sending out, he created a system with this. So he built these magnetometers. Yeah, Scott, they just turn into a tester, almost like children now. They really don't teach anybody how to learn too much anymore or think. Remember, college was disputing the known. Remember, that's what college was about, the scientific method, the scientific theory. You always dispute the known with theory, right? Basic science, you know what I'm saying? People have forgotten, no, it's CO2, we're all going to die, and the ozone and chlorofluorocarbons, they always got the answer. No, the only thing that's constant is change. There are cycles within these cycles, as I've been telling you. You know what I'm saying? Right. Nobody even disputes anything. It's CO2. Scott, we're all going to die. Global greenhouse effect gases, runaway, Michael Mann, hockey stick, 150-year theory. Your children are never going to see snow again. All the polar ice caps are going to melt, and all the polar bears are going to die. Remember? It's chlorofluorocarbon. Your wife was using Aquanet. All those chicas, damn, what do they call them? Call it a vato. Remember all that? They got their hair like peacocks. The Latino girls I grew up, man, they'll beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? They got hair like all that Aquanet, man. It's that hairspray is going to kill all of us. The styrofoam. Oh my God, styrofoam. We're all going to die. The ozone layer. So, are we off this? You guys okay? We back on subject here? Everybody good? Don't worry about what Martello came in here. Obviously, I think Martello must be drinking. Chola, thank you. Chola, thank you. There we go. Good stuff. I love you, brothers and sisters, so much, man. Appreciate having this conversation. But remember all this fear. Come on, guys. These are cycles. The only thing that's constant is the change. You know what I'm saying? But there is cycles within the cycles, and these people ride these cycles. That's all these elite are doing right now, brothers and sisters. They are so far ahead of these cycles. All right, Scott, we're going to give you the wrench. Thank you for coming in. Keep putting in, and you just got to rub us the right way. But you see, we'll take your wrench away and kick you out of here if you start coming in here and causing shit like Martello just came in here and just stirred the whole pot for no reason. So keep putting in fruit, Scott. Please, appreciate you staying over the target here. You're taking flack when you're over the target, right? They didn't used to have instrumentation. They didn't know how'd you know where your enemy was at? You were taking flack. So if you ain't taking no flack, you ain't over the target. So appreciate you. Keep dropping those truth bombs in here, and that's what we want. This ministry is growing by people who put fruit in here. Okay. So, but remember, turn into a Martello. That was sucked, but whatever. Martello is just Maybe he's having a bad day. We didn't permanently ban him. I took his wrench away. We gave him the number 10 socket, and he lost his. Remember, that's how we'll do. We'll give you the number 10 socket in here if you. Oh, hey, put number 10 socket in the live stream if you know what I'm talking about. That's a good. Hey, Father gave that to me the other day. I'm gonna keep using that. I'm gonna put that in my toolbox. No, you're not. It's gonna get lost. Where to go? So, so. Whatever, brothers, sisters, we want to keep this, you're supposed to go back and refine, like we're just saying, right back into what we're saying, brothers, sisters, the scientific method, brothers, sisters. You got to dispute the no. We're supposed to go back and reproof the word with each other. That's what makes iron sharpens iron, so we can be refined. We keep putting ourselves through the fire, okay? So maybe Bartel will come back, man, hey, I was drunk. I'm sorry, Elsa. I'm sorry, Linda. I hit that whiskey, I was caught up by the spirits took over me, remember spirits were Alathea or Hokadesh, but obviously he was on some other spirit today because we've never seen that from Martello in here. So we will number 10 socket your ass if you get out of line in here. Anybody, that goes for anybody, even our moderators. We got to hold ourselves to this standard, brothers, sisters. Iron sharpens iron. Try to remember that. You hold me to the same standard. Don't you guys, does anybody ever remember, you guys remember prank calling people? You guys remember prank calls before *69? You can call somebody and do what was a prank call. Hey, your refrigerator's running, You have Prince Albert in a can. You better let him out. All that funny stuff. And you guys ever remember the Jerky Boys? You remember that they did prank calls? There was also Rick Dees. You guys remember Rick Dees? Your uncandid phone. Ha 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 ha. Before anybody could tell. You couldn't *69 people. You could prank call people. Not very nice. The things we did when the phone was still attached to the tone, the time will be, everything was a cord. Why do they not make these cords as strong as the ones that we had in the 80s? How come I go through these? Yes, Frank Rizzo. Okay, good. So because we're going to fire somebody, you know what I'm saying? Well, number 10 Saki, my wife got up there on the roof. I fired her off the good stuff, right? So, you know what I'm saying? That one phone cord, that thing never stopped working. You could tug on that thing and your mom would lasso that thing around and beat you with it. Beat you with a phone. When did you ever replace the phone cord on a phone in the 80s? This crap is garbage. I hate this world I live in, brothers. Those things last about a month. I don't care what I buy. 2-3 months. Now I'm hard on them because so I want to go back to that time, man. We're on a cord. I mean, whatever. It is cool that we can, but what a different time we live in. So anyways, your refrigerators run. You better go. Yeah. So, you know what I'm saying? So the refrigerators still, some of them are still lasting. So yeah, there's still refrigerators are working today. And your refrigerator gets a dent in it, and it reports to the NSA. Remember? They got refrigerators that are reporting to the NSA what you're eating, what you're not. Oh, he went in for another piece of cheesecake at 2 a.m. Take him off his health care. The AI is going to decide for you. Don't worry about it. That's why your microwave reports to your refrigerator about that microwave popcorn you ate, too. It's such a crazy world, a smart meter, huh? What do you think that meter is doing? It's sending that signal to the NSA, you dumbasses. You need the smart meter so it all communicates. No. Oh, pastor's out there off the grid. He's not on a smart meter. He don't even have an address. What's wrong with him? He's a crazy. I'll be crazy, and then it's going to rain. So, no, that's what I'm saying. Remember, at the tone, the time will be 411. You on the 411? Remember, collect calls. Collect call from Mom. This is Elsa. I'll be home before the lights go out. I'm at the roller rink. Remember that, Elsa? We talked about that. That's what we used as our pager system. It was called a collect call. Didn't even take a dime or 2 dimes. Remember, it was a dime per phone call? A dime? Remember? Payphones? Anybody remember payphones? That's how we made a call. Remember? I'm at the roller rink, I'm at Jenna's house. What a good life we had back then, man, where you can call and get the time. Remember, at the tone, the time will be. Remember an answering machine? Answering machines? Hello? All right, leave a message. Nope, just kidding. Hello? We did all those prank calls. So I was talking earlier with about these prank calls, guys, and if you ever have a chance, because it's good sometimes to just go back and look at some of these old times where times were different, you know. They record. Nice. Yeah, there you go. Crazy stuff like that. David, you know, and I don't want to be like that because you're crazy. We should be a little more adult, but you know, we used to TP people's house. Remember, I remember that towards the thing. I was like, you remember TP, how hard it was to get them? And this stuff used to be prevalent. We used to throw this on people's, you know, on their trees and stuff. And now they're, you know, people are fighting each other over this stuff, man. This is crazy. You know, the different times when the TP in people's houses, and man, we were terrible. I was not a good kid, I'll tell you what. You know, but anyways, you know, like I said, you know, if you go back and look at how different the times were and how we were just so, you know, we truly used to just go play outside. We didn't have these iPhones and iPads to babysit us, and our parents told us children are not meant to be seen or heard. Go outside and come home when you're done. You know, everything was so egging. And I was trying not to go there. Oh my gosh, I would have paid for that. I took out some little girl's eye when I was young. We lived in a second. I got to be honest with you guys. We lived in an apartment. It was in Encinitas, and I was up in the second story window, and I threw an egg at somebody, and I took a little girl's eye out when I was young. I was a bad kid. I already told you that. I did stupid shit all the time. I just wasn't a good kid. I'm telling you, my brothers were good. They didn't get in trouble. I was getting in trouble all the time for doing dumb shit like that. So I threw an egg from the second story out the window, and it took her eye out. But so that's why I didn't say anything about eggs, because I knew about egging houses or whatever. But it's kind of a bad, you know, subject with me. I'm sure that maybe someday that her parents could, you know, they have a lot of amazing surgeries, but I was real young. I mean, I was real young. And then my dumb ass went out the next day and got up real early in the morning because I knew I'd made a big mistake. I mean, it was a real big thing. And I went around walking out to everybody and made some bullshit excuse that I didn't have eggs. And I think I collected like 3 or 4 dozen eggs, you know, and brought them and thought that was somehow going to make it all better. And my mom was pretty pissed. And then I had to go return all the eggs to everybody. So I did stupid shit all the time. I was always getting in trouble, jumping, doing things, breaking bones all the time. None of my brothers ever. We all did the same stuff too. And I actually messed my brothers up multiple times, but and either of them ever had stitches. It's so crazy because we all did the same things. You know what I'm saying? We all did the same things: rode motorcycles, surfed, boogie board, skateboard, ride bikes and all that. But I was the only one to break bones and have stitches, and every time I came out of a cast, I'd cut it off before it was even done, and you know, I'd be in another cast before you know it. I cost my dad so much money. I could show you pictures. I don't have all of them because our house burnt down, but I do have some where cast after cast after cast, you know, stitches after. Man, I cost my dad so much money. God, I was not a good kid. But anyways, what a different time it was. You know, we used to go outside and play outside and be crazy. Some of us were a little more crazy there than others, but it was a different time. You know what I'm saying? And we were, you know, not strapped to an iPhone, and we would, you know, go smoke sagebrush and sniff Fun Dip and, you know, whatever, make prank calls. And back to what I'm saying, my bad. And I'll be all right. You know, like I said, I'm not losing my mind. I know where I'm at, but we would make prank calls and stuff. So if you ever get a chance to go watch, because it's like an 80s things, go back and go watch or listen to Rick Dees. Okay. There's an album called It's a tape. I had it on tape. I don't know if they have an album, but an album. It was on tape. I don't know if they have a CD. Look, I just went back in time to an 8-track. Yeah, back in the day, we didn't have no, you know, we walked uphill both ways to the school in the snow to school. You know, come on. So, anyways, you know, like I said, what a different time we live in, you know, now. And, you know, we've forgotten that we used to be able to do things in a little bit of an innocence, and we were just being a little rebellious, And I do remember when the time of extreme came in, when that all changed too, brothers, sisters, when we started getting like being funny and like, you're on candid phone, ha 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 ha. That was Rick Dees, right? And he did that morning show, and he'd do prank calls, and he'd call up and he would say somebody from, so I was referring to earlier, Nathan said something about he knew, and I was originally, this whole was brought up about 15, 20 minutes ago, because I brought up about Frank Rizzo Jerky and the Jerky Boys, remember? Have you been taking any notes? I take mental notes. Lids? No, I had no lids. Wish I had some lids. No. That was some Cheech and Chong we just threw in there real quick. Man, I didn't know your name was Alex. Remember at the Roxy? All right, we're doing multiple. We're multitasking here. So, Jerky Boys, remember, was talking about firing the number 10 socket out of here. You guys, you know what I'm saying? Hey, remember the socket, Martello? Did you guys, I think people think I'm crazy. Remember, I am. I'm crazy. You guys are all sane. And I'll socket y'all out of here. No, just kidding. Love you, brother, sister. So, okay, from the sockets to the firing you off the roof to Frank Rizzo Jerky firing his wife off there with hot mops. So I suggest you go get the tape, or you can find it. I'm sure they have some versions on it on this worldwide net, and you can find it here on the interweb somewhere. It came on tape when I had it. It's called Jerky Boys. I don't know what it's called, but it's funny to have a bunch of different ones on there with the snake guy and the flute and it bit me in my eye and I played the flute and the serpent, whatever. All right, Scott. Yeah. Okay, so you remember Jerky Boys? Remember they do prank calls. Okay, obviously Frank Rizzo was one of the skits that I originally popped all this off, firing out hot mops and firing sockets. Okay, it's where my brain went, guys. I told you, you would ask for the exit. You would ask for the padded. Please put that straight jacket on me and give me a padded room. I can't stand all this noise in here. I'm thinking about other things too. I know you can't think about that, but I'm still thinking about my son. I'm thinking about I should be working right now, and just because I want to get out of here, I don't need to have the income. I don't need firewood, all these other things. I have a phone bill too in 2 days, and I don't have the money for. You wouldn't want in my brain. So, but anyways, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Okay, and then the other one that I was telling you about, which I really recommend you go, is get the Rick Dees. The snake performer. Yes, the snake, and it bit me. I played the flute and it bit me in my eye. Ah. That's a pretty good one, huh? The snake performer. And the hairdresser. There's a hairdresser. And then, hey, if you go watch Rick Dees, there's another one called Put It Where the Moon Don't Shine. Does anybody know about that one? Because, man, I used to love that one. I used to listen to that one a lot too. I had a Walkman. Remember a Walkman? I had the original Walkman with a leather case where you could put this was the metal one. This is the original Walkman. I mean, this was the original Walkman where it had both sounds. You could turn each sound up, and it had the pause so you could listen. Anybody remember that Walkman? Anybody remember that Walkman? The metal one? Which one I'm talking about? Remember that one? That one's pimping, dude, still to this day. Man, I wish I had one of those. It had the 2 levels, so you could tune in each ear, and had the button where you could hear the microphone and put the music off. It was a Walkman. Guys, remember that one? It was metal. It wasn't plastic. They came out with other ones, but that was a fully metal. It was black and silver on the top. And those were so nice. And I had a leather case for it. I should get one of those, dude. I really should. Just have some tapes, man. It'd be cool to find some tapes. People give away all kinds of tapes. You can go to garage sales, give tapes away all the way. The Sony Walkman, the original Walkman. That was the original Walkman, guys. That's the OG Walkman. Man, that one was big pimpin'. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, fanny pack. Remember the boom box? Remember the boom box? The big old boom box? Remember? I like my Walkman, but you know what I'm saying? Because I could just disappear from the world with my Walkman on and not care. I could turn one hair off. I need to hear. That thing was so ahead of its time. They very seldom came up with a good as one as that. Man, I had a couple other ones after that, some plastic type ones or whatever, but that one outlasts. I actually had two of them. I remember I had a second one at one time. I got two of those. But anyway, so if you have, I'm going to get on the point here, what we're talking about. If you have the chance to get because you can, I'm sure you can find it on the web as well, but if anybody will answer me on this, do you guys know Rick Dees? He used to be a morning, remember Rick Dees in the morning show? He used to do prank calls, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, remember the boom boxes? Yeah, that was like Run DMC. Walk this way, talk this way. You know, Aerosmith and rock and roll and rap all that time when they came and collaborated. And man, Rat, I sang some Rat out of the cellar earlier here. I did. I sang some Rat in here. That was awesome. But anyways, has anybody ever heard Rick Dees? The tape, because it was a tape. It's called Put It Where the Moon Don't Shine. It's called Put It Where the Moon Don't Shine. And he was another prank caller, or he would call businesses and act like he was somebody else. He wouldn't like be, like that. He'd call and say he was from, like in this one, he called the Sports Center in LA as Michael Jackson, and trying to book a show at the sports arena, I think it was. And he called, this is, I'm Michael Jackson's, and he calls up, oh, okay, this guy, and he totally bit on it. That's one of the better ones ever, dude. That Michael Jackson spit. You guys got to listen. That show will make you laugh. I mean, it's hilarious. It really is, he does this whole spit about Michael, and the guy goes on it, and then normally he'll come back on like, your uncandid phone, ha, 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 ha. And he does that, and then they go kind of like, the one of the ladies, she ran over the dog. He said, oh, you ran over the dog or something. He had that lady going to pay for the dog, like the dog died or something like that. And it was hilarious. There's a really lot of good ones on that too that are just hilarious. There's some really funny on that particular there you go. Have you ever heard that one, guys? That one is excellent. There is some hilarious prank calls on that. So it's a good time, guys. Like I said, I love to I'm probably going to take a pause here for the cause for a little bit and put this thing down and kind of relax here. But that's kind of, I love going in, and sometimes, because I really don't like messing with a whole bunch of crap, guys, this modern world. If I want to mess with something, I go back in time. You know what I'm saying? I like to look at things when time was different. Not that I'm not paying attention to what's going on right now, but, sometimes it's good to, like I said, look at a different time when it was so different and just kind of, escape, listen to something like that. And it's kind of like a time machine. Music is like a time machine, obviously. And so sometimes things like that are very like a time machine. You go back and just, when it was such a different time when, like, for example, I'm not saying that it's right or wrong, but, there we go. Hickory dickory dock. The clock struck 2. I dumped on the next block. Oh, end of story. Little boy Blue, he needed the money. So then my dad liked Andrew, so I better not do Andrew Dice Clay in here, right? Little Bo Peep fucked the sheep. Blue horse licked its feet. Ate his ass so very nice. Tongued his balls not once, but twice. All right. Man, that was raw. I just did some... There was an old lady. She had so many kids. Her uterus fell out. No, I'm going to do them all. Don't make me do them. I will. My dad used to play those, and man, he was Andrew Dice Clay. My dad liked Andrew Dice Clay. There's a time and a place for everything. I was just going to go say Delirious, and you threw up Andrew Dice Clay, man. Come over to buy a house. The fish stopped moving. Remember the Bus Boys, the band, so there we go. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, you could still listen to that Johnny today, right? I mean, today, we don't care, Matt. So anyways, what a different time, where you could say things like that, guys. I mean, it's crazy how far we've come, and I apologize for it. It is what it is, man. You know what I'm saying? Whatever. If that's the worst thing, I'm already probably, it doesn't matter. I'm either chosen or bound by fate law. So it is what it is. I've defiled his law over and over again. So, I did great works too and cast out unclean truths as well. So don't matter. Just trying to kind of, try to bring you a different time, where just things were completely, brings us back to a different time. My dad he's a crazy, crazy guy. I only got to spend 8 years with my dad. He told me some of the stupidest things I ever heard. I don't know where he picked things up, like great big globs of, and you probably heard some of this before, greasy, grimy gopher guts, mutilated monkey meat, lots of bloody birdie feet, French fried eyeball swimming in a pool of blood, all belongs to me. Where's my fork? Where's my spoon? What's for lunch? Great big sandwich with pus on top, monkey vomit, camel snot, put it all together, and what do you got? Breakfast, lunch, or dinner at your nearest hot shop. Yeah. Why did he tell me that? Why did he teach me that? Why did he tell me that? I come before you to stand behind you to tell you something that I don't even know about. Next Tuesday, which is Good Friday, there'll be a mother's meeting for fathers only. So wear your best clothes. If you don't have any, admission's free, so pay at the door. Take a seat, sit on the floor. Doesn't matter where you sit, because the man in the gallery will surely spit. Thank you for your very unkind attention. And my next act will be the four corners, north, east, west, and south, the four corners of the round table. Why did he teach me that? Why did he teach me that? I don't know why. And he was stricter than hell. He would whoop my ass every time I was out of line. And I needed it. He was really a good dad, you know what I'm saying? So why did he tell me all these things, I could go on. I won't bore you to death, but some of the stuff was, I don't know. Like I said, he told me that I was not from this world, and that I wasn't like my brothers, and that he loved me like my brothers, but I wasn't even from here. I was from, he said like space, but he said, that's not what, you're not from here. You're not, he said, I know you're not, like your brothers, I don't know why you won't do anything, you're from somewhere else. Your brothers, their heads are in the cloud. Your head is somewhere else in space or something. Hello. He used to say that to me. Tune in, Tracy, tune in. Hello. Mark for Mark. Nanu. Shaz. He used to tell me all the time that to me. Nanu. Tune in, Tracy. Hello. Come back to Earth. Hello. Is anybody in there? All the time. He used to say that to me. I mean, if he was telling me and instructing me, I had to listen the first time or he'd whoop my ass. I'm not saying like that, and he wouldn't beat me, but he had some leniency, because I told you I was very tuned into another, and I heard every word, and that's what he used to not like. He's like, I know you hear me, and I don't like whooping your ass, because you make me go to that point, and you make me do it. And he's right, I did. So, but he used to tell me that, and I'm okay with that. He told me that I was in some, you know what I'm saying? I was in some other dimension. He's like, he's like, I told you, I do remember every night he put me to bed, and many nights, even when we were teenagers, he'd come in and say prayers with us or whatever. He used to tell me, you know what, you don't never end. He used to tell me that, and I used to watch him, because my younger brother was right there. And I could hear, he didn't never said that to my younger brother, and I could hear my brother in the next room, and I used to go over there and just watch. Sometimes my brother get his butt ripped, or he'd get in trouble too sometimes, but he always get perfect grades, never missed no school, so I never got in any kind of trouble like that kind of trouble. But he never told him that either. So I know my dad knew I was quite different than both my brothers, and I didn't want to be either of them, and I'm okay with that too, because like I said, I wasn't trying to be special. I just didn't want to be like them. I looked a lot like him, you know what I'm saying? I looked very much. I could go to my older brother's classes, and my younger brother could go to my classes. We looked that much alike. People used to think I used to take on my brother's name. I got called my older brother. My younger brother got called it was crazy. We could literally go to our classes. I was 11 months from my brother. There's actually a time where we all turn, 51, 52, 53. We're all that close together in age. So everybody saw me and thought I was my older brother, and I don't think I look like, but I realized when we were younger, I look more like my dad than both of my brothers. And obviously my older brother looks more like my mom, and then my younger brother looks more like me than my dad. Although he looks like my dad, I know that sounds silly, but he does look more like me, which I do look like my dad. I mean, he kind of didn't take on the characteristics as heavy. But he definitely, like he is heavy set. My dad weighed over 500 pounds, 500, almost 600 pounds when he died. He was a big, big guy. Big John. His name was John. And he lost a few inches in surgery. I think he was over 6'7" or almost 6'8" or something like that before he had his accident when he was young, and had two major reconstructive back surgeries. And I think he was 6'5" after his surgery. So he lost a couple inches with his surgery. Out of his whole body had shrunk down. But he was over 500 pounds when he died. He wasn't fat like that. He just get, he could go from that to like 225 pounds. And then he looked like Dr. Johnny Fever. People used to come up all the time. He looked like Hulk Hogan. He looked a lot like Hulk Hogan. People used to come up and think he was Hulk Hogan. If you know who, Dr. Johnny Fever, WKRP in Cincinnati, that guy, they look kind of like, if you know what I'm talking about. So anyways, but he used to whoop my ass, you know what I'm saying, when I needed it. So, and he was a good dad, and he taught me some of the stupidest things ever, you know what I'm saying? But he kept every word he said he would, and he never did not keep his word. And that was awesome, because my mom was a flake. She never kept her word at all, always strung us along when we weren't, I lived with my mom until my dad came and stole us from my mom. So I know what it's like to be beaten, physically abused, and malnourished, and to be left alone and abandoned, and nearly starved to death, and, have marks all over my body. And my dad never did that to me. He came and took that away from that. So I used to tell people, they'd be like, "Oh man, your dad's strong. He beats the crap." But no, he don't beat me. He don't beat me at all. I know what it's like to be beat. I'm not getting beat. I'm getting my ass whooped because I deserve it. I deserve every bit. I don't listen to him, and he's patient with me. And I should listen the first time, because the second time you get beat in my house. So not beat, remember? You just get your ass whooped. There's a difference. He wasn't trying to beat the brakes off me. He didn't like doing it. I know he didn't like doing what he was doing to me. And they would tell you that. Your parents remember, "I don't want to do this to you, but you keep bucking up, so I'm going to set you straight here," and, he did more. He didn't always beat me. He found ways to work me like a slave. I remember I got an F one time. Only one time did I not pass a class. That was it. I worked for almost a year straight with my dad. My brothers got to go on vacation, come up here to Oregon. I lived in Los Angeles, and man, we did more that year than I'd ever. I learned so much that year too, though. So it was good. My brothers didn't have the skill set that I had. You know what I'm saying? So I was I was always in trouble. So I stayed a lot home with my dad, and I got to learn how to build a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? Because my dad was building our house. So they were out playing and being, that's fine. And I had to do a lot of things around the house. And so I'm gossip. I think it's great. You know what I'm saying? Portland, oh man, Scott, damn, man. They're bringing in the military to Portland. And that's stupid, because it was Soros who brought in all that Antifa and BLM bullshit. They did that. Remember, the cops stood down as they annihilated that, beautiful. I hate Portland, now compared to what it was, because I've been going to Portland since the 80s, before 81 here. I remember when Portland was like the gem. People had no idea what Portland was. And they're trailblazers, but I don't watch none of that double dribble anyways. But Portland used to be a gem, guys. I mean, absolutely. I remember when I, would go to Portland in the 80s, 90s, even in 2000s, brothers, sisters. You could walk down every street in Portland, and there's still a ton of streets you can walk down in Portland. Go look in Portland right now. Go look at the people on the ground. You know what I'm saying? Portland's not what you know. That's just more bullshit, like don't go to Mexico. Bull fucking shit. You can go walk around many of the streets in Portland right now. Fuck off. Just stay away from bad areas, just like any place, brothers, sisters. Don't let these people sit there. But nope, they're going to send the National Guard into Portland. They let that city burn to the ground. That wasn't the only, and that's not burned to the ground, but they brought in all that shit, like they brought in the migrants. Bullshit. I don't want to hear it. You're going to go right back to the, you're going to get me off kilter in here, right? You know what I'm saying? So they allowed that. And now they're doing this on purpose, you know, and like fucking Trump cares anything about, you know, this is the first sanctuary city in all of America. So, you know, this could be the last city. This is going to be the last city that I don't know if they'll even bring the guard in here at this point. I seriously like that capacity, because what they're fucking with here is a sanctuary city is not like any other city. This was the very first sanctuary city. And I'm not into all that nonsense politics. I'm talking about people who fucking need sanctuary, brothers, sisters. I'm a pastor, you know, and a minister, and I provide and did that to my son until obviously you know what happened. But that's what, you know, a sanctuary is. It's from, you know, a place that, like I said, there's people that we extort all over the world, and they come here because we have made their homes an absolute nightmare, and they have to come here trying to escape their places that we caused coming to places like this. Okay. And I'm not saying everybody comes here, doesn't come to try to get a free check. We created this entitlement. Remember, most people came here for 30, 40, 50 years more if I've been alive, and assimilated just fine into society and didn't cause a burden. I've talked to you. They got jobs the first day, pay taxes. Many pay Social Security, don't get benefits. And there's a bad apple in every bunch. But like I said, this is they created this. You understand? Portland was a beautiful city, and it was a gem of the Pacific Northwest. I hate cities, but if you go back and you research, there was something about Portland that was unlike any other city with its history. And you go back to the Beaver Wars and Washington and all the history of this. You know, Oregon is the oldest place in the Northern Hemisphere. They've already said that. And I live where their oldest clothing was found. You know, they're not, you can't hide with this state. I could have moved to any other state, and I live in this state. I'll put up with the stupid politics of the state to have the gem of the four, you know, climates that we have right in this state. We have all of it. This is kind of like the all-in-one state. And for a long time, people didn't even know about Oregon. They're like, dude, that is fire, dude. Where'd you get that from? Is that from Alaska? I'm like, nope. If you know what I'm talking about. But Portland was a beautiful city, and there are still people in Portland that are not overrun by crime. And I encourage you to go look at some of these blogs. Okay, go look at some of these blogs, brothers, sisters, where people live in Portland and are going to tell you this is a bunch of bullshit. We don't want the National Guard here. This ain't fucking Chicago. Okay, Portland is not that city. And I know that it's not the greatest city. And if we didn't have Portland, most people wouldn't even know Oregon was here. Fuck you. We got the Ducks. We don't need a professional football team. Duck you. I quack daddy bitch. Duck a friend. All right. I like the Ducks just when they're not playing with the Beavers. Nice beaver. I just had it stuffed by the Ducks. So anyways, so I don't do football, remember, but hey, whatever. It is what it is. Duck, yeah. But anyways, you might go see an Autzen game just to do it once. I stay away from crowds, but it's an experience too, guys. Like somebody was saying earlier, they're going to go to some concert. You know what I'm saying? But you know, Portland was a city that is just history rich. So I encourage you to look at the city before you pass judgment on this city. Okay. And it's just like any other city has crime and any other, but it is a safe place in many places to walk around Portland right now. And the way they got you on the news, it sounded like there's crime and they burnt the whole fucking city down. That's such a bunch of bullshit. Portland is a very vast, the 205, Oregon City, Tiger, all that. Get the fuck out of here. You don't know Portland at all. You just hear what they hear. Don't go to Mexico. That's the best fucking time to go to Mexico. Hola, amigos. Che, what's up? You muy bonita. You know, they're going to give you and treat you like a king. They're going to treat you good either way because you're a tourist. But when you got the whole Disneyland park to yourself, you don't have to wait in line. That's when you go to Mexico. Guys, don't listen to this shit on television. That's when you go to Mexico. They'll go to Mexico. Go to Mexico then. That's when you go, brothers, sisters. Stop believing this shit you see on TV. Fuck Charlie fucking Kirk. I don't care. The dude was a PDF file. I don't care that he's dead. He followed Trump. All this shit. You voted, BLM. Remember all this stuff with Portland? When you made a contribution to BLM, it went to the DNC? Stop it. Yep, you fund this both sides. George Soros, come on, you know what I'm saying? So stop believing this shit they show on television. Go read the blogs. Go to the content section, the comment section. Like I keep telling you, you guys are that comment section. You want to get the pulse of what's going on the ground, stop listening to the lamestream media. There's comment sections can give you. People will drop links, live streams and stuff. You got to stop believing these talking heads. You know, oh, Charlie Kirk, are you sure of that? You sure that wasn't a drone? You sure that wasn't some other incident? I don't know. I don't want to take away if somebody passed. Like I told you, I'm not trying to be cold-hearted, but you got to think about this, you know, lamestream media. You understand? It's the lamestream, brothers, sisters. There are people living in Portland who love it in Portland. I'm not talking about Portlandia, okay, whatever. That's the thing too, but just listen. It's not what they're telling you. There are unsafe places to go in Portland, sure, in any city, but not as a whole. Bullshit. I encourage you to go look at people who live in Portland because this is in the limelight right now. Trump said, so go through the comment sections. I did it already. I did a bunch of research. I said I knew it. What a bunch of bullshit. I fucking hate Portland because it's a city. But it's not just because I don't like cities. That doesn't mean you can't live there and like it and have a great life and not be mobbed every time you walk down the fucking street like the lamestream media is telling you. Oh, now they're going to... There's no justification bringing the National Guard in this state. George Soros funded both Black Lives Matter and Antifa. I don't want to hear it. Remember, I said if you donated to BLM, it went to the DNC to let the Biden. So there is no justification for this, brothers and sisters. They created this shit just like everything. They brought the migrants in, you know. So I'm tired of it. I want to keep defending this, you know, until the feds show up and come haul me off in a fucking van or they look and find my son or something. I'm not going to stop, you know. This is bullshit. This is my state now, so I take this extremely personal. I care about the other states. Don't think you know what I'm saying? You don't date men? Oh, I don't go on man dates for sure. I don't go on dates with men. Thank you so much. Outstanding. So anyways, brothers, sisters, don't believe this crap you see on the news about Portland, Oregon, okay? I live in the state. I encourage you to go look through these comment sections, and if you can find otherwise, then that's fine. But I think you really need to go. You need to put your boots on the ground or put your finger on the pulse. Find people who live there that are leaving good comments and maybe blogs and different links and things like that that you can look and see. It's not what they're telling you. It doesn't fucking matter. They're bringing the guard here anyways. You know what I'm saying? They don't care. Jimmy Crack Corn, you can't serve two masters. Your master's dead to me. They're bringing in the guard. So they're going to put the guard in all 50 states, whether you like it or not. You're not going to, you know what I'm saying? They're not stopping, brothers, sisters. Do you think that this Oregon is the end? No. Every state, they already put 700, you know, Marines, hardened, semper fi, frontline, you know, grunts, legs, you know. You don't know what a Marine is, do you? Okay? On the streets of Los Angeles. Remember? And then they brought in the guard. They're not done. And if you notice, did the guard protect the people? No, the guards protected their shit. Try to remember that, brothers, sisters. When we saw that stuff in California, did they protect the people? No, they were fucking fighting with the people. No, they just protected the fucking federal shit. They didn't protect the people. No, they didn't. Were they out there protect? No, they were not standing for the people with the people's side against the government, guarding the people. They were guarding the federal buildings. I'm not wrong. Okay? Listen what I'm telling you. Did the guard defend the people or did the guard defend the government? You just keep missing history. The boat just missed, you know, it's already out the harbor. You left. You missed the boat. So see what I'm saying, guys? They're not going to ever be there to protect us. They're there to take and put you in a FEMA camp. You know what I'm saying? So it just is what it is. You know what I'm saying? They just, you know, they fund this shit. Remember? Antifa, Black Lives Matter, bullets and band-aids, bandages and bombs. They fund both sides. Red team, blue team, Democrat, Republican, two cheeks to the same hole, two wings to the same dragon. Come on now. So, yeah, don't go down and be fucking with these people. You have the right, Ricky, to, you know, redress grievances, but don't be down there fighting with anybody right now. Stay away from this shit. Stay away from all these protests. It's too fucking late. You should be going out and finding some country roads and get a little farm, get a little piece in the woods, get some solar panels, get a wind turbine, and stop fucking with people. This isn't the time to be fighting with people. You know what I'm saying? So it's just not the time. There's a better time, and that was already what, maybe at the start of the COVID. We could have done it maybe 10 years ago. Just redress grievances. Okay, look, we're going to throw you the fuck out of there, every one of you politicians, and you turn our money to gold and silver and return it to a constitutional republic. Otherwise, fuck all you politicians. We're going to throw you all in prison. I'm going to flog you and tar you and feather you. Oh, no, we can't do that. Remember, under this. We can put them in jail, though, right? They're the ones who are funding all these banksters. Selection, Fortune 500 companies selected Donald Trump, put him in office, remember? The Electoral College Corporation, campaign funded. Who do you think gives him all his campaign funding? Anyways, never mind. It was already selected from the beginning. You know, Father created Donald Trump to be the 4 plus 5 is 9, 4 plus 7 is 11, president 9/11. So you're just too ignorant. You can't do math. 2 plus 2 doesn't equal 5. They're a common core. Seriously, I don't know what you got the core of your math. You're perverted. Can't add or take away, he said. So 3 steel buildings with 2 airplanes don't add up to me either. So 4 plus 5 is 9. Remember, he said, you knew I was a snake when you let me in, and then he let the Joe Biden. Remember? Oh, did you get the Biden? And the other hollow needle? The Jew tube, 222 Jew tubes full of snake oil. Remember? What do you think for pay for the bath oil in Hollywood? We're going to take a break here and call it a moment here. Thanks for your time, guys. At least we're listening. So, yeah, you know, 1 plus 1 is 1 and 1. We're having some fun in the bedroom all day. You know, they're trading lightsabers in their ice holes all night, like Donkey Kong to the break of dawn out on the island. They're island boys. So, did you see that guy's one kid, man? I don't mean to be rude, but that kid damn looked like an alien, and everybody giving that whatever. Whatever. It is what it is. You guys seen that? That Island Boys kid, man, he is getting so much hell from everybody. And that kid's eyes are, man, I don't know what's going on with that kid's eyes. It look like he got some Down syndrome or something. And that doesn't make him any less. I'd love to have a child with Down syndrome. I'd adopt a child that has Down syndrome and treat him like he was. They're beautiful. They're God's children. You know what I'm saying? So, but I don't know. You know what I'm saying? If you've seen that kid's, he's a younger guy, but anyway, I think he got his butt whipped when he tried to fight somebody. And that's cool because he's defending his kid. And you know what? You look at him, and I don't care. He's rich. He's going to hell and famous, so he's going to hell anyways. But he looks at that kid, and you can tell he loves that kid. And that's what's so beautiful. I don't care how ugly that damn kid is. That kid is beautiful. You know what I'm saying? I don't care if he look like I got space eyes or whatever. He's a beautiful kid. And I know people can't see that. You know what's so beautiful, you know what I'm saying, is that how much I can see. And I know he's a famous and all that, but as he's defending that kid in his videos, which he shouldn't be, because like me, it's like coming in here, you know you're going to get, you know, they're going to people come troll you, but he really does. He's putting these videos out. Look, my kid is beautiful, and I'm telling you, he is. When I see what he sees in his eyes, that is beautiful to him, you know. So just like I said, it's crazy, you know, crazy world we live in, this internet, so nutty, man. So I don't expect to, when I come in here, brothers, sisters, for people to be nice to me, just so you know, okay? I really don't. I mean, look what they do. That's a child. Who the hell are you to sit there and tell somebody that, you know, that their child is ugly? I mean, obviously but when I look, like I said, that's when I really saw the beauty in his child, is when he was like, this is my child, and he's beautiful. I don't care what the whole world says. He's not an alien. He's not, you know, and I was like, wow, he's just saw something a little bit different. So try to kind of use that if you can too, as another, you know what I'm saying? Because he loves that child, and it doesn't matter to him. He probably doesn't see what we see, and it doesn't matter what we see, right? You know what I'm saying? Kind of wrap this all up in you know, brainstorm, green needle. Careful what you see. Things are very deceiving. These eyes are the 2 witnesses that he said he would send that will steal your crown, brothers and sisters. It's this right eye that's a thief. Remember, he said if that was to cause you to, you know, cause murder or sin or, covet another, it'd be better to pluck it out, right? So, and if your hand, same thing, you know what I'm saying? Green or Yanny, brainstorms. It's crazy what they can put in our heads, brothers and sisters. So outstanding live stream today. Thanks, brothers and sisters. I think we picked up some new wrenches here. So brought some new people to the fold, kind of, so to speak, and appreciate that. Father's doing it. We're narrowing off more than we bring in. Obviously, that's good. Many are called, but few are chosen. That's the word oligos. So thanks for being that part of the family here at HD Fat. Not for the definition of the visual, but the quality of the content, right? Not like, kind of like the King Martin Luther. Remember, don't judge them by the, their cover, but the content of their character. So thank you, Father, for the King. He was a very wise man. He really was. He did a lot of work too. And I'm not 100%, everything he did was right, but I love Dr. Martin Luther King's work. He was definitely inspiring for many, that he did have that, not wokeism, but that equality. He knew we were all come from source. We come from creator. And I appreciate, I love studying his work. And he was another one of these people that the government unalived because they didn't want him, like Gaddafi, Saddam, all these people. So careful, they'll unalive you if you tell the truth. You know what I'm saying? He was a powerful man, and Father creates some pretty powerful people that are inspiring, to just not perfect or not idolized, but yes, Jeremy, thank you so much. Blessings, Jeremy. Let's give you the wrench here before you go. Appreciate you guys. As long as you're producing content, you come in here like Martello. I think Martello might have been drinking. That might have been a fluke. I think maybe Martello will come back in here because we didn't permanently ban him and apologize. So Elsa, Linda, all that incident earlier, please don't take that personal. I don't know where that came from because we've never seen Martello be anything like that. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I've never seen him act like that before. So maybe that's just a fluke or something. Maybe his kid picked up his phone or something. Maybe his wife is pissed off because he's on here or something. Who knows? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, something remember, you know what I'm saying? So Elsa, please, like I said, because Martello's been here for a while. You know what I'm saying? He's been here for a while. So that was totally out of character. Let's not let's be that kind of, like I said, let's look past that. If he comes back next time and apologize, we're just gonna, we'll just call it kind of a fluke incident because we've never seen that before, right? I've never seen that out of him. You know what I'm saying? So it just doesn't make sense. So kind of a weird, yeah, you know what I'm saying? And I know, I just don't want you to, because I don't want to, I mean, that sucks. We never thrown a moderator. Maybe we've removed maybe a couple people out of here before, but it's been a minute. So we're trying to, but it is proof that we'll number 10 socket your ass right out of here, right? We'll lose you out of here if you get out of line. You're given the socket, given the wrench to wrench these people out of here. You're given, remember, like Spider-Man, I've never seen that movie, but I've seen the excerpt of, with great power comes great responsibility, right? So use the wrench to I'm entrusting in you guys to use it properly. You know what I'm saying? So they're trolling the channel now, we can tell. So you guys have so much work to do, you know what I'm saying? So you guys have a tough job. I don't want you guys arguing with each other and fighting with each other. And you weren't. I know you weren't. You didn't do any of that. You were just doing what you were supposed to be doing with this, Captain Kirk thing. So I went back and read your messages, and I went over and did my discovery to find, went over the evidence. That's why I was like, "Pope, you're out of here. Stop it." So he was overbearing. You know what I'm saying? And I apologize, but I think it was a fluke. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I think it was a fluke. And I don't think that he'll come back and be rude next time. And if he does, we'll just throw him out of here. You know what I'm saying? Just wrench him out of here. But appreciate your work that you guys do here. I know that this channel is, that's what I'm saying, Scott. Maybe it was just a bad day because we never seen Martello like that. So, but if we give you the wrench and you act up, we'll take it from you. We don't want to. We want you to just keep putting good fruit in here and just keep adding to this ministry, right? Just keep adding anything that's, going to produce some content. I already told you that some of the best studies that I've ever had, just like I mentioned about Portland, brothers and sisters, is when you went into the comments section, right? I'm saying, and you look at Portland and see what the people, not what the media is saying, not what Trump's saying, not what the Democrats are saying, not what the Republicans saying, but the people who live there that got to walk through that streets. And I think you're going to find out that that's not the case. Okay, so you guys are that comment section. Okay, produce good fruit in here, and you ain't going nowhere. You can keep that wrench, and then we'll just keep growing and growing in the ministry. And I don't care if we ever get another person, but you have to produce fruit. You know what I'm saying? Uh, if you want to be here. And it has to be things like, hey, did you know they've got great seeds at True Leaf Market, or, you can can this, or, hey, did you know that they changed the content of the vinegar, and anything that would, you can lime eggs to keep them, anything preparedness, anything that's, but anything else is not allowed here ever. We don't want it here, and we don't want to see your Negro, and we don't want to see, how you push drugs on us and try to tell us that because you don't agree with us, we're taking drugs. Stop it. Do whatever the hell you want in your own time. It's not what goes in a man that defiles a man or a woman. It's what comes out of him. So as long as you're producing in here, remember, one bad apple, like leaven, upsets the whole apple cart. It leavens the whole lump. So it all becomes corrupted. That's why he says, do not sup with vipers, and do not let the bite in. No, he didn't say that. He said, don't cast your pearls before swine. Okay, just got to add a little something there. Okay, you know what I'm saying? He said, don't add or take away from his book. So we will make sure that if you're talking about anything scriptural, though, that you have to use the definition. Okay, you guys are a blessing to me. Not be less, but you are an abundance. You really are. I'm trying to quit saying blessing. That's not a word we should really be using. It is be less. You don't want to be less. You don't want to be. To live is to be reverse and evil. We're supposed to die. Remember? Evil, live. You're living? No, you're supposed to die. You're evil. What is live backwards? Evil. You might want to go back through these words that we speak and go through your dialect and see that we've been really, enslaved in our dialect too. That's why words are so important to us here at High Desert Faith and Truth Ministries, because we want to make sure we're getting them right, and so blessings is something that most people, right? They bless you because they thought you had a demon. Some porthole was opening when you sneeze. So don't be less, be more. Have abundance, have bounty through Christ our Lord. Thank you, Father, for this abundance through the bounty, through your blood, your abundance is why we have it here. So dialect is important, brothers, sisters. That's why they cast spells. That's right, Libby. They start stinging you and your children and poking at you and casting spells. And you go to the, remember, you spell spells. You go to the spelling bee. They sting you at the spelling bee, start cursing at you and spelling in curses and cursive. And it's all there. Good stuff, Libby. You've been here before, Libby? I think I've seen you in here before. But I might come up for the end of the day. Give me a break, guys. I've been going for a while. I was going to get up and walk around, but I think it's about time to cook some dinner. I feel like it's about that time to bring forth the rhythm in the round. So, okay. Anybody, I'm going to throw this out there. It's not that you have to. If anybody can help me out, I got a phone bill due in 2 days. I've got probably $30 or $40 worth of change nickels here. You don't have to. I'm just going to throw it out there before I go. There's Cash App and PayPal in the description. I'll figure it out. I'll get to the bank. I just, I don't have to drive the bank either. It's 20 some miles and I'm almost out of gas. So don't have to pay my bills. I have some change here. Like I said, just because I have some other things, but don't feel obligated. If you do have some abundance, I'd like to stay up here without any interruption. And if I go down for a day or two, I'll figure it out. It's not like it's the end of the world if my phone gets shut down for a day or two. It's not the end of the world. I'll come back up and I'll get it taken care of. I just don't like going to town. So anyways, thank you for tithing with your awesome comments tonight and today here, because I know for somebody it's a little bit later. And like I said, come back when you have more tithe time. Okay, that's the only requirement to be a part of the ministry. It's never a monetary thing. So all glory to Shiloh. Remember, he's going to come back and redeem. That's our prize. So no matter what happens, man, Keep your eye. Maranatha, he said, loins girded in my service, believing in me until I return. Welcome to Revelation, brothers and sisters. We made it to that last book, and now we know where it's not the end, but the beginning of sorrow. So get prepared. Okay? Be wise as a serpent and gentle as a dove. Don't be fighting with people right now. The captain hasn't put on the fasten seatbelt sign. You are free to move about the cabin at this point in time, at least in America. Not everybody in here comes from America, but you might want to get down and get those last, few little preps. Don't rush to do it. We haven't been locked down yet, but I don't know, military in almost 20 states, that's sounding more like a lockdown than we're here to kick migrants out of here. No, they're kicking poor people out of here. So remember, we don't get a lot of contributions, and that's totally okay, because I know people are just being strangled right now by debt. So come back when you have more time, because you can't print or make time. You can print and make money if you're good, like the central banks, the counterfeiters, but you definitely can't print or make up time. When you spend it here, that's a blessing to the ministry, especially when you put awesome, amazing comments that others can glean because they're watching you. They didn't say anything the whole time. They're just in here writing things down. Or that awesome comment section, like I told you, in Portland, they're like, hey, this is what's going on. This is the finger over the post. These are the boots on the ground. You are that. Okay, brothers, sisters, thanks again, HD Fat, High Desert Faith and Truth. Welcome to the apocalypse. Welcome to Revelation. You made it. Whoa.